Do we know about how many days it's going to take us?
Depends how you're going to travel. Gonna go via sea or via land?
Well, whatever it's worth, I did downtime split a potion of watchful rest, so one player can basically skip a long rest and get all the benefits twice.
Great question.
All right. All right, I'm good now. Thank you for waiting.
Uh, so first of all, hello everyone. Um, Thank you for being here promptly, before even me. Um, just doing a few quick comments. Da, da, da. And open up game one chat. All right. So is everybody here? We've got Lurker, Tommy, and Ziggy.
Hello.
Yep, Ziggy's here. Tommy and Blue. Yep. All right. Well, welcome to the game, everybody. First things first, we'll get through a few boring game rule stuff. So, I think most of you have played in my games before. Tommy, is this your first time in one of my games?
No, I'm Zaryab's player.
Well then, I need to go through stuff. But
Yeah,
anyway.
all of us have been.
um,
So rest in peace, Zaryab. I missed you so much.
Yeah, we lost our only freaking cleric.
Yeah, we're trying to hire one.
Hey, I think we've got Kamek now, so we got
what
Turtle Grandpa.
what happened to Zayab?
He fucking died.
Danny killed Zaryab with some reversers.
It was a damn near
Oh,
TPK. Lurker was the only one that was up.
wow. Um, oh, that's sad. Anyway, you all know my game then. Blah blah blah,
Yep.
flanking not used, blah blah blah, long rest, short rest, potions are in action, combat's got the free action. Uh, don't argue with me. Just clarify things, be considerate. Refrain from metagaming, and if you're uncomfortable, let me know. I can't imagine how this quest would make anyone uncomfortable. It's pretty chill and death-ridden. Um, as you can all hear, I'm a little sick, but it's okay. I've got strepsils. But if I go and cough, I'll be muting my mic. So yeah, just give me that little extra moment, and I'll be good. Does everybody know the premise of this quest? Have you all had a little look at the blurb and seen the research that Lurker and Arag have done? And
I
yes.
have not.
So Lurker and Arag have done a little bit of research on the side and found that originally the fleet of the collective has the flagship called the Valiant. Now, the Valiant's known for being able to dimension hop. The collective have roamed not just this world, but many other planes to gather all their materials, their research, things like that. But then Arag and Lurker kind of theorized that how would the entire fleet do these gate jumps? And they were able to discover that aboard every single one of the airships within the fleet, there was this device that allowed them to lock onto the flagship, to have a homing almost, a heading. It helped them jump when the airships were alive, but unfortunately, or fortunately for you, during the colonizers' attack, every single one of the airships were destroyed. There was 9 airships that were vaporized. A few were lost to the ocean, but there was 2 that were able to kind of hobble and escape the main kill box of where it was and crash landed on the continent itself. Now, the location of these is known because when they crashed, there was billowing smoke and flames and decimated the surrounding area from them. Your job is to head towards these locations and see if you can find this mysterious device. Not sure what it looks like, but it is allegedly aboard each one of the vessels. You've got two options. There is the Airship Paradox and the Airship Storm Herald. Now, both of those locations are noted on this map, close to the kill box of the colonizer. And then I suppose you also have the options to try and dive to find them, but that is exceptionally difficult as it was almost the middle of the ocean. No telling how deep those airships actually went. So, first things first is you've got two options. You can travel via land or via water. The day is nice and early right now. Good old 6 a.m. in the morning, just like it is for me. And if you wanted, you're able to hire fishing vessels or vessels to get you to the location with not too much of an expense. The other option is take the southern bank and travel via foot, which will take longer, but you won't have to go by land, by sea. And then the second option second thing you need to decide is which one of the locations are you going to investigate first. The Paradox is further to the north; it's closer. It saves you a few hours travel, and there is nothing known about the locations currently, other than, according to maps in Farwater, the Paradox location actually used to be a village. A human fishing village is close to where the Paradox landed.
That's scary. Because I'm wondering, I was kind of thinking that, going on this mission, would we even see any collective folks, right? If the ships crashed and theoretically they all died, maybe run into something else. But if it crashed near a fishing village, there could be a bunch of guys or folks there that got converted to the collective. If something survived the crash.
Yes, if something survived the crash. I would actually give you as well from the epic adventurers that came and did this, the other airships they investigated that were floating on the surface of the ocean when they went to attack the colonizer had no survivors. Those are ones that crashed into the water. Not sure about the ones that crashed on land, but the collective hadn't experienced this before, and their airships were very explosive.
What do you guys think?
I'm sorry, I was on the phone ordering pizza. I can't park.
All right. Basically, there's
No.
two locations. One's closer than the other, but they're both within. I'm not sure what the scale of this map is, but we'll say roughly a grid and a hex and a half. The one more northern location. There we go. The more northern location is near a fishing village. So I was saying, if something from the collective survived, we might find some converted folks there or something, or at least something interesting there. Whereas the other one is a straight out in the wilderness somewhere.
So there's two thoughts on this. I don't want to go by sea at all because here's why. We know the collective has been converting harpies into flying things. Remember on that last job we went on, there was that huge fucking flying thing. I don't want to be caught out on a boat with a bunch of collective flyers.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
So, but I do think the Paradox is the better location that we should try just on the basis of um the village nearby. But here's the other thing though. If everything in that collective ship died, the villagers there would have picked through it. Probably taken some for salvage. Whereas the Storm Herald is more likely to be left unpicked.
Could potentially trade with the people though, if they did scavenge anything. Also to note, it is 7 days on foot or 3 days via ship.
I'm still all for going on foot.
That's fine. My food's here, bear it back.
All right. By foot, huh?
I mean, 3 days by. It's up to everybody. I don't know. 7 days is an awful long time.
Like horses exist.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Lurker's got his wagon.
Randall has fine steed for himself.
Yeah.
I mean,
Lurker's got.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Speaking of things, what weapon does Randall use, Tommy?
Longsword.
Oh, do you have a magic one?
Nope.
Would you like to borrow one?
Sure.
I have a moon touched longsword, and I have a hellfire glaive that Lurker does not use.
And you'll
Uh,
hiss hellfire.
I can borrow the Hellfire glaive. Like, he's proficient in all the martials, so he could use it.
Okay. So yeah.
Lurker
Just
using
link,
hellfire.
just link me the details, and I'll
Okay.
get it all set
Um,
up.
Hellfire doesn't do anything additional other than if you kill something with it, they can't come back to life because you turn them into a devil.
Yep. They go straight to hell and become a horrible low level devil.
Okay, sounds good to me.
Yeah.
It's a horrible, horrible item.
But it's good
Uh,
for intimidation.
maybe just based on morals, I would take the moon touch instead.
We have morals.
I mean,
Randall has morals.
if you two handed, it's still the same damage as the glaive. So, yeah, same damage. So yeah, you got a moon touched longsword for this mission.
I mean, in the end, I think at some point I'd probably check out both locations. It might be two separate adventures, but I'd be curious to see what each one had to offer. But I guess I like the idea of going to the one that is a little more remote for the first try, because I like your point that we're more likely to find it unspoiled and perhaps find what we're looking for.
Yeah.
That sounds good to me.
Alright, and I'm back once this stupid cat moves out of my way.
Quick question, DM. How many days would it take by wagon?
By wagon. That would cut down. Ugh. There's my calculator. Here we go. 4.
So yeah, that literally much better. Only a day difference between that and the sea, and we're not caught out in the open ocean.
Hmm. I like how the lizard person who can is the only one of us with a swim speed is the one who doesn't want to go on the ocean.
Also, we don't have to pass through the colonizer's kill box.
Oh,
Uh,
that it's alright. That's pretty safe now because the colonizer doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah,
That's
we
just
we.
the range of what it had when it was alive.
Oh, beautiful.
Wonderful. Well, I mean, if it's 3 versus 4 days and you want to go by land, it's fine. I have a tiny hut as a ritual as well, so that makes it even um, more unlikely that at least when we're camping that we'll be bothered.
And on top of
Now,
that, 2 of those 4 days, Lurker basically cooked meth. So,
Okay.
um,
so
to note, if you're taking the wagons, The road itself, because there is a cleared road, you won't be able to take the wagons through the forest itself, actually leads to the town near the Paradox crash site before it heads to the like. There's no road that goes to the Storm Herald. So it kind of just follows the coastline.
Well, do we want to just take the
That's
ship?
the road. Um,
Whatever you guys decide is fine with me. I gotta order food now. My turn to order food. So I'll just say, "Hey, Blue," if you want me. Otherwise, give me like 5-7 minutes to gather my kitties and get all this together.
I
Honestly, then
mean,
we just take the ship.
why is there a decision to be made? Can't we visit both locations?
you
No, it's
certainly can.
probably going to.
It's which one are you visiting first? Is
Yeah, so
just
and
the
then like
question.
if we take the road, and you said the road to get to the Storm Herald goes through the Paradox crash, so we just go to the Paradox first because it's convenient, and then later we go that one.
I think we
That's
should do
certainly
the one first because that's more likely to have not been picked through.
So if this one's been picked through, and there isn't, if the Paradox crash has been picked through, and there's not much for us to find, then obviously we will we'll
continue
be
on.
done with that faster.
I guess. I'm just thinking that we should capitalize on the one we know that's more likely to not have it.
There's only you can visit both of them in the same day as well. They're only a few hours apart.
Okay, because the way me and Ararg were thinking was two separate sessions, one for each location.
No,
Yeah, I'm
they're
like
both.
these are really close together. I was just like, what's stopping us from just
Yeah,
Okay, then
going
yeah,
to both?
I say we go by land, start it with the Paradox then, and then hit the Storm Herald.
Yeah,
yeah.
let's just
Don't
do
worry
that.
about session things, because I've literally prepared everything. Um, anyway, like it's just what your characters will do, and then you know if you happen to go to one location and it takes you like 7 hours, then there'll be another session. But like it shouldn't. Um, and it's also been since the colonizer crashed itself, months and months. It's been close to like 6 months, I think. Over that, it's been a while.
Well, if something had happened near the Paradox, it's more than likely that Collective would have been spotted by people coming to pick through the colonizer.
hmm
So,
There's been no reports out of either location since the crash.
okay. Then yeah, I think we should just hit them both.
Via land or sea?
Via land still.
Alright.
I'm fine with that.
Well, with that then, we shall.
Oh, and I just want you to know, demons, other DMs absolutely fucking hate King Glublex's spear that you gave. I did one with Wolodov, and oh my god, everything was just getting knocked over. So they
You
were,
traded for it.
yeah, they were like, "Who gave you that?" And I'm like, "Demons," and they're like, "Ugh."
It's a great item.
Yeah, eventually I would like to get a quest from you to upgrade that thing.
Do.
Like, I get to higher tiers.
Uh, okay. So you all begin traveling out of Farwater. Do any of you have wagons, horses, any of the sort?
Lurker has his wagon and his ox lumpy.
Yep.
Randall has a find steed.
Oh, nice. Okay. Um, and before we start traveling, if anyone else has anything to do, because we'll wait until Blue gets back from ordering food before the travel begins. And did you want to use those potions, Lurker, on the journey there, or would you like to save them?
I'm gonna use them. Well, I'm gonna wait to the last day when we get close to the village.
All right,
Because
before you
that's
hand out all your crack.
yeah.
Okay.
I'm here. My headset is on. I hear you. I'm just have you on mute. But yeah, I'm good to
Oh,
go.
all good. Okay. Um. Well, as the party begins to travel out of Farwater, many adventurers have taken the path south. There's nothing incredibly unusual about it. And as you make your way out, you wave to many adventurers that are returning to Farwater, bloody, dirty, and rich. Um, Heading to the south, you cross the river that leads to Lake Vitana and begin making your way through the forested region to the south. It is a rather pleasant day, surprising for Farwater, and you see no signs of the pending blood war that is around. It seems many of the surrounding region has been cleared out and is secure. God bless adventurers. Heading further south, you can always see the ocean to your left, to the east, and you use it as a marking point, so no survivals required, as it is quite easy to follow the coastline heading south. At one point, um, well, firstly, you all rest for the night after a day's travel. And you're close enough to Farwater that it's quite secure. It is still within the forest, and you're able to tiny hut, make camp, and secure everything you need to. You then continue traveling and reach this more barren region with tall grass, lack of trees, the wagon cutting its way through the grass, leaving a very obvious trail to follow you all. Um, After doing that for hours on end, you reach this more swampy marshland that leads to the south. Luckily, you're on the outskirts and it's not too incredibly bad, but it's more the water from the ocean is flowing over and the trees are quite dead. The salt, not too good for them. You can see further in the distance that there is some more marsh where the water is a bit more fresh that flows out of this swampy marshland. Um, but where you are traveling, they're all mostly stunted trees trying to grasp onto whatever they can, reaching out through this ankle deep water. The wagon is makes a slow pace through here, but it's um, other than taking you an additional hour, it's not too bad until you reach a more hilly environment which has tall grass again, similar to before the marshland. Day 2, you all rest, and I'll get perceptions from everyone, please. As you rest right on the edge of the marshland, and I'll see if I can find where the hell I put the party token. Who did I?
Just
How many
reminder, I
people joined
have
my?
Tiny Hut up. Linneman's Tiny Hut.
Yep.
Cool. Where's my dude? Perception.
So
Oh
we're
god, the party
what,
token.
2 days out still or one?
You've traveled for 2 days, so you're 2 days out.
Okay. I'm gonna
Well, it's like a day and a half, to be fair.
okay. Well, I'm gonna go on ahead and drink one of the two um potions of basic watchful rest. So
All
you
right.
see Lurker pull this tiny vial out from his loincloth, and he pops the top off, shotguns it, and you see his eyes instantly dilate.
All right, Arata and Lurker. Hmm. Sorry, mouthful of food.
That's okay. I don't see anything.
Nope. Blind as a bat. It's currently late at night, and actually, I have to roll something. I get to roll.
Give me just a moment. My food's here.
Oh, good. Oh, all right. Well, um,
Just a moment.
everyone sees everything apparently. Once he gets back, Alex.
Oh, yeah. No, no, you're good. Thank you.
Welcome back, Luke.
Yep, I'm back.
Oh, I've now finished my food, so there'll be no more interruptions. So it is currently late at night, probably about 8 o'clock. You're setting up camp, preparing the tiny hut, and every single one of you here, because they're amazing. Far in the distance, this like faint popping sound. It kind of sounds like fireworks almost. Um, you assume whatever is creating it would be exceptionally loud, and it is to the southeast of you all right now. Um, Looking out that direction across the hillsides, you see the flickering of light thousands of feet away in the darkness. You would think it would be a roaring inferno, whatever it is. Coming from probably about this location, like quite a ways away. But because of the wide open land, the lack of trees, and it's being nighttime, you can see the flickering of light on the distance very far away. And there's this like faint popping sound. Um, it is nowhere within reach of you for hours, but nonetheless, you can see it, and it's just before you start reaching those hillsides that would obstruct your line of sight to it. Definitely not a threat to you right now, as it would probably take you about 3 hours to get there.
Right now being the key word there.
Yep.
Yeah, good to know. Interesting.
And if you all choose, you can go to sleep.
What's that? Lurker don't need that tonight.
Aside from the crack addict. Um,
We'll still take watches with Lurker being on every watch.
yeah, note. Lurker, as the night goes on, your jittery self sits there watching, and the popping sound dies down after about an hour, fades and disappears. You then have the flames as well, the light disappears after an additional hour, so about 2 hours later. And then everything is still. The wind whips around, it's a bit chilly, ocean breeze from where you are right now. And you're all had the chance to empty out your boots of water from the swamp that you just went through and dry out a little bit. And the next morning, everyone awakes, and Lurker's head shoots to the side as he notices people stir and wake up.
Okay. It's morning, and God help me, I hate that I'm doing this to you again, demons. Urker reaches into his loincloth and pulls out the three-headed pigeon.
Mm-hmm.
And he's going to have it fly around and keep an eye out for anything obvious.
Sounds good. Oh yeah, did you want that duo drone?
I might need it later.
Okay, that's fine. I can get a
I have
local
an
for you.
item that can summon one.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, I thought about getting Mage's Eye, but Arcane Eye, but I was like, we got the robot bird. Never mind.
um, Now to note, if you were to go towards where you saw the things, if you wanted to, and divert, it'd probably take you an additional 4 hours into your journey.
I don't want to, personally.
Yep. Also, super viable option. Um,
I mean, I'm curious by it. There could be some. I mean, there could be some level of collective technology that, like I said earlier, right? That was somehow taken by the people around here. Maybe they're using it. Like I don't know.
I mean, if we want to go, we can go.
Other gentlemen, what do you want to do?
Hmm. There might be people to help, so yeah, Randall would be down for taking a detour.
Yeah, I mean, I
okay.
think we came here to explore the area. So, I mean, yeah, in the end, we want to get to the crash site, but I'm kind of curious to see what else is in around here. So, as you said, DM, that no one's really heard from anyone in this area since the crashes, right?
Correct. It wasn't exactly like they had daily liaisons with Farwater anyway. Lots
Sure.
of the people that live outside of Farwater are very isolated, kind of like self-sustaining. But no adventurers at least that have come to Farwater have ventured to this location to check out any of the locations or interact with the populace. So there's been no word from any of them, and it's very dangerous for normal people to travel.
And plus, like you said, like this crash site's been here for like 6 months. If
Correct.
something's that if something was there, it's certainly gonna either already be gone, rather than it just disappearing in the 4 hours it takes us to do this detour.
True.
Very true. So would you like to take the detour?
Sure.
Okay. So instead of taking the northern bank of the mountains, you're able to take the southernmost flank of the mountains. Sorry, bear back. I'm just gonna go get a tissue. Or tissue box to have next to me. My nose is getting blocked. The warmth in this room is nice, but makes my nose block. So you take the most southern flank of these mountains, heading towards where the location was. Do you have any preparation to do beforehand? It will take you about 3 hours after you wake up. You pack up your tents and tiny huts and other things are left behind, and all that remains is a little area where you've had your campfire and some padded down ground within the grass before you leave.
Just casting mage armor before we go.
Alright, noted. Heading towards that location, this is when I'll get survival checks from people, please. So, one person with advantage or two people individually can roll survivals for this to see if they can remember where to track. Lurker, I will give you advantage on this because all night you're staring at the location. So, whether you get help or not, you have advantage.
Okay, well, that works. Apparently, I forgot to spell. And forgot advantage.
Well, survival's not my gig as a gift, so
16.
And anyone else?
Randall? Well, yeah, he is.
I mean, I'll help someone if that helps.
Oh, Randall's all over this.
Randall's a shifter with acute sense of smell.
Nope.
So what does it like smell like gunpowder or anything like that's leading Randall to the location?
No, and I'll actually give you a decent description based on people's survival. So, Lurker, you know the general direction. Having been staring out at it during your high last night, and you're able to head that direction. Randall, as you begin traveling, after an hour of Lurker leading you the direction, you do pick up the scent of like charcoal. There is definitely a wood fire scent in the air. Nothing chemical or artificial, anything like that. It's definitely nothing that would indicate fireworks from the sounds that you had. But there was definitely something burning this direction. Nose in the air, the wind taking it. You're able to lead the party directly towards the scene of the event. So after about 3 hours, you all travel and reach this location. Now, as you begin to arrive, you have just started making your way into the hills, and these hills themselves, they're not massive. They're not like cliff faces or anything. They're more like grassland hills, so they obstruct vision, but more than a little bit of an inconvenience going up an incline. They're not too much trouble. Not a lot of trees around at all, and rounding the first mountainside, you come to a scene of decimation. There is this small house, a cottage almost, built into the back of the hillside. Think Lord of the Rings Hobbit home. Um and it is a smoldering wreck. There is foot traffic everywhere, and from what Randall can see, there was at least half a dozen individuals. Humanoid, bipedal, wearing boots that have trodden this muddy ground and crushed it to smithereens. This home itself is charred and burnt, the door set aside, and there is a skeletal body of what appears to be a gnome kind of like reaching out on the ground, very much dead and burnt, its flesh strewn off like the side of its face and things like that. Clothes completely burnt and charred. Um, the house itself looks quaint, like it would maybe have 3 or 4 bedrooms inside, but you're not sure from outside right now.
The fact
That
it's
is
a
where you find
gnome is
yourself.
very interesting.
Interesting.
See, this is where you
Uh,
need a cleric who can speak with dead.
Can we explore the inside?
You certainly can. You go to head inside. So the only things that are outside are all the trodden mess and burn marks and like the grass that has been burnt. The body and then the door is to the side. Also charred and unusable. The inside you can look in and everything is kind of soot covered. Um, and there is still some like smoldering pieces of timber 8 hours later inside, which isn't unsurprising. Um, it looks deep. Do you head inside?
That was
Randall
a
heads inside.
heck of a lot of firepower for one poor dwarf. I'm sorry, gnome.
Okay.
Yeah.
Walking inside the house itself, I'll get investigation checks for a check from whoever headed inside.
Sure, I'll spin that as
Ooh,
well.
hot dog.
Ooh, errata. Um,
Investigation.
Arata taps into their inner firefighter doing their investigation on exactly what has happened here. And Arata, with your nat 20, the first thing you notice as you're walking in is, oh, and Lurker as well. Okay, I'll give it to Lurker and then Arata can do the inside one. Lurker, as you're walking in, you kind of stop for a moment and just kind of glance back at the body. And it looks like while the body's face down and it looks like it was trying to crawl away, there is some sort of damage to the body that mainly the upper torso of it that can't quite be seen because it's face down, but you notice through the damaged clothing there is some unusual wounds. You don't think they were killed by fire, but you would have to do a further medical examination to determine more. Arada, in the meantime, as you walk in with Arag and Randall and begin looking around this home, it was once quite nice. Made of sturdy oak, has been here, you would assume, for quite some time. And we're talking hundreds of years, not, centuries. As you begin looking around, you determine that the fire was done after whatever happened here. Almost like a cover up, as there's lots of things that are strewn around and out of place that wouldn't be there if the fire had ravaged it first. The location appears looted. Heading in, you've got a main quaint hallway, things like coat racks and places to leave your shoes. Everything's nice and mundane in here. There was a carpet along the floor at one point, or a rug, which is completely burnt up, and there is rooms off to either side. The first one is nigh unpassable. It would have once been a library that just went up in incredibly hot flames, and you can barely even make your way into the room. The ceiling has collapsed, rubble has kind of poured in, and any information that was inside here is long gone. If it wasn't taken, it's burned to ash. On the right hand side, you have this living room, which has some stone in it, which was able to survive. It looks like there is a fireplace in there that reaches up probably out of the top of the mountain, you guess, to kind of vent the smoke. And chairs that have just been demolished. Heading further down the hallway on the left-hand side, you find a bedroom. Inside that bedroom, you find two more bodies. One of a female and one of a child.
Both
They are
gnomes again?
curled up. Sorry?
Both gnomes again?
Yes, both gnomes. They are cuddled up in a corner right now, and their skeletal bodies are clutching each other, the kind of burnt, charred flesh sticking together. You can definitely tell they were alive and killed by the fire. Um, the doorway itself, you believe the door to have been locked. Probably, hopefully from the inside, but you can't tell. You're not sure if they were locked in here or they locked themselves in here. But whatever happened, they are very much dead. This place is a little bit more preserved. Doesn't look like the flames were as bad in this bedroom, but there is very little in the ways of uncharred destruction. And then finally, on the right hand side of the hallway, so the back right, where the hallway stops at an end, you go in and it's this some sort of study area or akin to like a museum almost. On shelves there is these like metal gadgets. This is probably like some sort of tinkerer's workshop, but it's not very advanced, especially considering what most of you have experienced with the collective. This is definitely not collective devices. They're pretty new. At least the works that you see around. They're little mechanical things. There's not much skill to the smithing of them. They're beaten and done without much training, it seems. They're dented a little bit, things like that. But this room is just strewn with things. And then with your 28, the big thing you notice is in certain places on these shelving that is everywhere, these wardrobes that line the walls that are collapsing in places, there is these huge dents taken out of them. Like something's hit it and kind of exploded. Like it's a circular indent in different places throughout. Um, like something's hit it really, really incredibly hard and like blown out almost perfect circles in different places of this room. Definitely not caused by fire.
Huh. Okay.
Do the wounds on the body match anything I've encountered before?
Roll me a medicine, please. No advantage.
Hey, that's better than I expected.
Um, that it's definitely blunt force trauma. As you roll the body over, there is this huge chunk just missing. It would have been like there's ribs and things that would have been there. Well, Echo, Tommy. Um, that would have once been there that are just gone. It's almost like they were hit with a mini explosion, but it was concentrated. It blew out a chunk of this gnome's upper chest um, that is just simply not there. Almost like a disintegration, but not really. Um,
Hmm.
so there's a big like concave chunk taken out.
How about the workroom? Is there anything there that's we can find or we can try to figure out what this guy was tinkering with?
Looking around, it's lots of small things. You see, he might have been trying to create like a homunculus or something like that. You've got little like glowing gadgets as well. Excuse me. And a few like scattered gears about. Lots of it seem to almost look like toys, like little small mechanical toys is the majority of the stuff here. It definitely doesn't seem to be anything weapon based. There's no weapons or magical devices that could do harm that you can see in here. And lots of the stuff, even like this big metal desk that was there, looks like it's been swept, and all you find little like gears and pieces of metal just scattered in the ash on the ground. It's very quaint, the things you find. None of them are functional.
Hmm.
Randall wants done the.
What was that? You cut out.
I said Randall wants to find out who did this, and he kind of takes a deep breath and sort of steps outside and examines the bunch of foot traffic that you said was outside and see if it leads in perhaps the direction of where we were going.
Indeed. I'll get a survival from you as well, please.
It's the why that is interesting to Arig because, I mean, on one hand, I mean, these are gnomes, so it makes you wonder what their connection is to the collective. But on the other hand, they don't seem to have that level of technology. So why would someone care to wipe out this family? Hmm. Curiouser and curiouser.
When we find out the who, then you can ask them why.
Fair.
Is there any like identifying, like little? Eh,
Sorry, you're roboting a bit, Z. Come back to us, Zig.
While he's unroboting, I will ritual cast detect magic, please.
Okay. And Randall, 17. Looking
Hello?
around these. Hey Z, can you hear us now?
Yeah. Sorry, I don't know what was going
That's
on.
right. You were just roboting for a bit there. Sorry, what were you saying first, Ziggy?
I was just wondering if there's anything that would have like these people's names on it, like monograms or like little uh, anything identifying.
There probably would have been before the fire had come through, but it looks like anything that would have had like fabric with their names on it or any papers or anything are long lost. This was a raging inferno. None of the metal things that survived had any engravings or anything on them. You even think that might have been too high of a skill level for whoever was making the things in here. They're very beaten and dented, um, unskilled. So unfortunately, you do not. Randall, looking at all these footprints everywhere, you're actually able to determine there was 6 individuals, most of which were likely male, dependent on what race they were, because they're pretty big footprints. They look to be sturdy boots of the sort, but they're no sort of manufactured boots because they don't have like a soul or anything to them. You would think it's more akin to being made in like a tribe or something like that. Looking around, they seem to head to the southeast, through the mountains themselves. But it does, once they leave the area of where this shack was and it was all burnt, it becomes quite difficult to track them. You actually think they actively started um, masking their path of which they traveled.
So,
Um,
hear me out. I think I've got a theory here. It might be a crackpot theory, but it might be all the same. So clearly this guy is not skilled, the gnome that was there. The village is nearby, southeast. Here's my guess. The collective showed up in the crashed ship, tried to do something, failed, which has led to the townspeople not trusting gnomes. That gnome may have been a survivor from the collective that wasn't a scientist, or it could have just been a gnome living in the mountains, and they basically torched pitchforks and went on a witch hunt.
It could be. To be quite honest, I can't say the thought hasn't passed my mind, but considering a couple things, right? What they destroyed this with was more than pitchforks, right? So, is that some level of collective
Pitchforks and
technology?
trebuchets.
Yeah, you know, um, and if they're on the lookout for these guys, there's probably more gnomes around. If they're survivors from the crash, could very well be.
There's also the thought, though, that even though the fire didn't cause the death, the fire could have sent some sort of, well, the reagents. Who knows what he had in the shop?
Um, you guys have talked to me in some good length about the collective and what they are capable of. Uh, was the was what you investigated in there, like what caused the damage? Was it something the collective could have done?
Oh, it absolutely could have been them.
Would it not be a stretch that this could have be the collective's doing, or maybe these villagers that we are talking about could have gotten their hands on this technology?
That's kind of what I was leaning towards.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. That Yeah, I'm really curious what's going to be left of this village between the fact that the ship crashed there and nobody's heard from them, right? But I don't necessarily think that they've been wiped out. So, all right,
Okay.
I don't
Would
know
you
what
like
else we can get
to
from. I'm
carry
sorry, go
on?
ahead. Yeah, I don't know what else we can get from here, but I'm open to ideas.
It is probably, I'll say by this point in time, you'll have one more rest, and then early in the morning you'll be able to reach the um, Paradox crash location if you so choose.
I want to send up my bat familiar and just have him scout around the area to look for possible other um, dwellings in the hills or in the area.
No problem. Make a perception check for him, please.
All right. That's
Or
his
her.
perception check. Yeah, I gotta look up what the bat's perception is. 1 second. 'Cause I use the bat's perception, right?
Correct.
All right, Mr. Bat. All right, that'd be wisdom. It's +1 then. Looks like. So, we'll just do it this way. I'll cheat. Uh,
Um, the bat looking around doesn't come up with anything of note, at least in the immediate vicinity. There doesn't even seem to be a whole lot of wildlife around here. Um, it's not like it's like mysteriously absent. It's just you're in grassy plains at the moment. So you might see some like wild horses and such, but nothing of note within the immediate vicinity of you.
okay.
Does the bat have keen senses at all or anything?
He has echolocation,
Hearing, I
hearing,
Oh,
believe.
yeah, stuff
Yeah.
like that.
dang.
Maybe
If it
not as
was an
cool as an
owl.
owl or but
It's not as cool as an owl that everyone uses, but
right.
Just jealous.
um,
I got a
If it was an
three-headed
owl,
pigeon.
it'd have keen senses.
But he has other stuff. He probably has blind sight or something like that.
He probably does.
Not
Yeah.
as useful in here, but it helped in other locations when we needed it.
Earlier I sent the three-headed pigeons out. Did they find anything, or they just
perception from them as well, please.
Do they have keen senses?
they barely speak comprehensibly, Tommy?
What has that? That has nothing
They
to do
might
with
have,
keen senses.
yeah,
Uh-oh.
yeah, they might have multiple. They have multiple heads.
Owls can't speak either, yet they have it.
I feel like it's
I
the
have an
Johnny
owl.
Depp
I could.
trial. Answer the question.
Oh,
See,
Oh,
owls are
damn!
cool.
I'm wasting all of my crits.
Looking around, there doesn't seem to be any additional homes that you can see. The owl does a good, like, wide search in the surrounding hills, and finds a few tree stumps and things like that that would have been chopped down far in the past, possibly to make this home itself. But you are unable to find any additional gnomes or creatures within the vicinity.
All right.
for what it's
And it
worth,
seems whoever did this is long gone from this area.
the good feathers saw jack shit. They're not the brightest or bestest bull.
All right.
Chester, Brandel actually simply kind of notes in his memory as best he can of like what these boot prints look like, and think that like if we do go to the village, he will kind of see if he can find the same shape going on over there. just to keep that note in his head.
All right.
Oh, and I ritual casted detect magic. Did I detect anything?
No, you don't.
Okay.
Having a look inside the burrow, some of the little tinkered things have like very, very weak ambient magic, but it is amateur magic.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're done here. I can't think of anything else.
Yep, let's go.
Okay. Spending the rest of the day, you travel. You get to a point where you need to rest back on the path. And you all begin to rest. Lurker, do you crack yourself?
This is the last day, correct?
Correct. Tomorrow morning you'll be able to reach Paradox. Or you could push on. It's probably about 3 hours away.
Nope. It's time. Lurker's gonna take one.
He can quit anytime.
Definitely.
All right, I'm getting my food now. Give me
Okay.
you guys don't have to wait for me, but I'll be back in 2 seconds.
No problem. I'm going to fill up my water bottle anyway in 2 seconds.
Look, Lurker doesn't have a problem. You guys have a problem. And the best part, he can make these cheap.
Since this is going to be the beginning of the day of us getting there, in the morning Randall's gonna share his batch of the good stuff.
So we each gain, what, 4 temp HP?
6.
Oh, yep, it is 6. I'm sorry. I was so used to Torfan with his 4.
Is that everyone or just the people we talked about at the beginning?
No, that's everybody that drinks from it.
Oh, damn. Thank you. That's temp.
Yep. So for the whole day.
Lurker is going to pour a small cup for the 3 pigeons.
Oh. All right. Thank you.
I'm back, thank you.
Welcome back. The party all wakes up in the morning and nothing happened. Lurker, I'll get perception from you though.
$22. He is very awake and very aware.
Eyes wide, twitching a bit. You look out, and there is no more. You kind of pass the hilly area, and you look where this town would be. You know it's out there somewhere, but you don't see any signs of light. You don't see any signs of smoke. You don't see any signs of life. You are very, very far away though, but at least there's no distinguishable things from a far distance that indicate people walking around. Not even you'd imagine if they're humans, they'd probably be carrying torches or something if they had to go out, to an outhouse or something. But you don't see any light at all from the location.
Okay.
And you all awaken. The first rays of light, of the sunlight, wash over you all, nice and early. Lurker's still sitting there, twitching. And can you link what the brewing thing does for me, please? Lurker?
Me or Tommy?
It's
Whoever.
it's half my level plus my proficiency bonus as temp HP did.
Oh, then the thing that Lurker made, the one that allows you to
yeah,
stay awake.
my watchful rest. Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
Just making sure, you don't crash or anything after 2 days.
Nope.
I assume it just allows you to take a long rest while conscious.
Yeah,
It
that's all it
does.
really does.
But I have reflavored it that it's meth.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a common potion, I think.
Yep. That is
Very
perfectly
wholesome.
fine. You're all still on your wagon, all refreshed. And does anyone have any things they wish to cast before you head off? It's about 3 hours.
I'm gonna go ahead and cast aid on myself. Actually, I'm gonna wait till we're. I'm gonna go on ahead and cast aid on myself, Randall, and Arard. I know Arard doesn't need it, but I would really like to make sure our wizard doesn't just get nuked.
Now, aid is max HP, not temp HP, correct?
Correct. So they stack.
Yep, so they do stack.
Okay.
Indeed.
And I have mage armor still.
Yep. That's fine, you can cast that one again, just subtract the spell slot. I swear, every single session I change Arag's token to get rid of the Colvillian Westmarch's tag on it, so it doesn't say it. Like, it's not a huge line, and every session it comes back. I don't know why.
It's probably when I re-upload the sheet. I'll try and remove it. I just have a bunch of characters from other servers that I had, so
Yeah,
that's
no,
why
that's
I
fine.
labeled each
Makes sense.
server. Sorry.
Oh, yeah, it's because, you would update it, so then it would change the token. Like,
Yeah.
it's fine. It takes like 30 seconds to fix, not even. But I'm like, why does it keep doing this
Yeah.
every session?
I'll rename it
Um,
next time because I only play here now anyway, so I'll just keep the other ones historical. It's all good.
Um, Randall. Oh, awesome. You've even put the token in. I love.
The
Randall,
watch.
do you have any sight, by the way? What vision do you have? Oh, 60 feet. I see it.
Are
Yeah,
we
it's
going
60 feet
somewhere dark?
Not at the moment, but
Okay.
you need to have vision on your token
Oh,
anyway to be
oh, oh,
able
okay.
to actually, like, see. Because
I
there
ha-
is obstructions.
Gotcha. I have the dark vision spell, so if it gets to the point that we're going into a cave or something, I'll
Yep.
cast it just in case you want to put it on now. It's up to you.
That's
I
fine.
was gonna say I could definitely use dark vision.
Okay, when we get there. That's cool.
Okay.
Okay. So you all begin to approach.
Um,
Mhm.
as we get up in the morning, I do want to advise to everybody that, I didn't see any signs of life. No lights in houses, no torches, nothing.
Maybe they all have dark vision.
Yeah, but did you smell signs of life? Yeah, I didn't think you tried.
Now, walking down from the hilltops, you begin heading towards where the town is itself, or alleged town. You head toward the Paradox Crash location. You know that is definitively where it is. Making your way down. After about 2 hours, you do see far in the distance. There's a lot more trees in this location. It's definitely bountiful for lumberjacks, and getting really, really close, there is almost a scar in the earth itself.
Okay, when
Um,
we get about 20 minutes outside the village, I would like to cast Summon Beast.
sure can.
I also need to cast Aid too.
And what beast you summoning?
The Beast of Land.
Bestial spirit, right?
Yeah, Bestial Spirit. Um, since I actually forgot to long rest Lurker, he's already. I'm gonna long
Just
rest.
long rest and then yeah.
Oh crap! It's being stupid.
You should have picked the one from your tome.
Yeah, I hit the wrong button. There we go. And I'm summoning the Beast of the land. So Lurker hunches over, and you see like this oil start dripping from underneath his scales, and it like coalesces, and a cat-sized camel cricket crawls out of the oil.
Nice. Um, well, as I was describing, there is this scarred kind of like cut in the earth. It's coming from the direction of the ocean, and you can see hundreds of trees have all been knocked down. Um, and there's just like a gap where all the trees would be. Of just nothing there. It's very obvious when you're looking from far away. You can see all the treetops, and then there's just like a line, a perfect line that is probably 200 or 300 foot long of just no trees. It's like someone's almost cut them down to make a road going in between them. And it's probably a good 50 or 60 foot wide, 300 foot long of just no foliage from the distance. And you don't quite see the town itself yet because it's surrounded by trees. But just something that you know from far away.
I,
Actually,
sorry. I,
actually, I correct myself. You can actually see some overgrown farmland as well off to your right hand side, so more to the west of when you're walking down. That looks like it kind of peeks out from underneath the trees, but there is no like vineyards or growths or anything. It's all overgrown with weeds.
I really want to check out the village first to see what happened there
Yeah, I'm down for that too.
before I even expose. I don't want to have a bunch of be in the darn what's left of the airship and have a bunch of undead villagers coming at us from the other side. I want to know what happened to them if we can.
No, there's no other villages.
All right, construct villagers.
um,
Thank you.
okay, so head towards this like farmland that seems to lead the direction of the village.
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Yeah.
Okay. You all walk down the hills and you reach the first signs of civilization that you've seen, a wooden fence that surrounds what is now an overgrown, like, God, words. A place you grow crops. Um, it was once tended, and you can tell there's like, the lines of having structured the food and things like that. Lots of the plants, there is actually a lot of food here. You see pumpkins and
Did we lose them?
been harvested a long time ago, but they're now just kind of clawing their way out of the ground there. Some of the fences have been knocked down, things like that, of just all of this vegetation just overgrowing. There's weeds abundant. And you see hopping around every now and then a few little rabbits that are munching on all the food that is around here. They look very fat. Um, but there is bounty aplenty here, and looking around, there is about 5 or 6 kind of fenced off areas which would once have grown crops. The fenced off areas lead to the edge of the tree line, and now that you're down here and you're looking towards the trees, you do actually see two things. Multiple houses set in the distance, as well as this imposing bow of a ship facing you, directly in the town square. You're seeing it from the front right now.
Did it take out half the village, or it crashed into me,
Uh,
right?
It looks like it crashed before it and then like slid all the way into the village center itself.
That
So at
makes
the
sense.
moment you're looking from the front of the ship, and the majority of the front of the ship looks intact from what you can see. It's a big wooden vessel. It literally looks like a ship that you'd see out to sea, but it's only the like front of it. You can't see what's going on behind it. There's definitely no like big air balloon or anything there.
Okay.
But I can give you a little better of a visual if I just take you to the map. Does everyone have vision? You should all have
Yeah.
vision.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm good.
It's
Now,
Steel Spirit.
sorry,
Yep.
that's your bestial spirit, yes.
Can I get the owl token?
Ow. Meow. Can you control that token? It should be controllable by everyone.
You might as well
Yes.
get me a bat while you're at it.
And bat. Bat token is out as well. You should be able to control it.
Thank you.
It's dangerous, so the good feathers are going back in my pants.
Not going to comment.
uh,
But yes, so there is farmland behind you that you've kind of walked through, overgrown with different animals and such moving around. Lots of wooden things have all been taken, and actually, I'll get everybody to make me a single investigation check as you're walking through the farmland for me, please, because there's one thing that you might find.
Not me. I ain't finding shit.
oh, nice. I like the words uninjured when you mouse over those. I gotta find the. You gotta tell me the add-on for that. I like that.
Can do.
I think the owl managed to get a
Al does
negative.
not get investigation.
Yeah. A -2.
um, oops, need to scroll down. 5 gets nothing. 11, 19. As you're walking through this area, Arag, you kind of kick your foot on something and you look down, and amid all the like weeds and things that are growing, you find this wooden pole. You're like, huh? Leaning down, you pick it up, and at first you think it's a staff, and you're like, why is there a wooden staff just kind of lying here? And then you look at the end of it, and there is like holes drilled in the end. And at one point, this may have been like a scythe, not a weapon scythe, but a farming scythe.
Mm-hmm.
But there is no blade on it at all. You can see the holes where the blade was originally like drilled and kind of bolted in. But the blade's just gone. It's not fallen off. There's no damage to it or anything. It's just not there. So you've got what's effectively a staff. So the wooden haft of it, but just no metal blade at all. It's just gone.
Sorry, caught me in
Yes.
half chew. I don't know. Everything I hear just makes me think that all these guys have been converted into like collective farmer warriors. That I'm gonna be hit with this guy with a big built-in sword for arms or something. I don't know. I've been
That's just
paranoid for
that's
a
just
while.
that just happens to be something that you find when you're walking through the farmland. It looks like a farmer may have, left their scythe here at some point in time, and yeah, you find
Some
find the stick. You
someone
have a
took their
staff.
blade. Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um,
Foreshadowing. Can't wait to get stabbed by him. Be awesome.
and in the distance, you see multiple houses. They seem intact. They're made of stone, timber, and straw. Um, they look a little bit dilapidated, but not too much. Um, definitely not well maintained, as the main thing that you notice is just things are overgrown. You need a good gardener to come through here and get rid of things. What's on the other side of the airship, who knows? Because this is a huge vessel. You are talking a good, like, 50 foot from the ground up right now. Um, the bow itself is like imposing above the town, towering above any of the buildings. And in its prime, this ship would have been, well, bigger than the Yeti by far. This was a huge vessel. It has dug deep within the ground and is sitting at an odd angle. Badly damaged.
I would just like to peek into a couple of the houses nearby just to see if the interior looks just as non-lived in as the rest of the outside of the village.
Okay. Peeking in the closest building, this one over to your left, well, your character's right. There is a window right there, and looking inside, the entire area looks ransacked, basically. There is very dried blood, which is now like black on all the walls, but there doesn't seem to be any bodies. Um, Large like cut marks over everything, and while I say ransacked, it's more rather than taking things, it was just destruction in general.
All right, let's go, boys. I think time to go into the airship and see what became of all these villagers. I have a
Yep.
feeling
Um,
the answers are inside.
to your left, Arag, in that building as well, you see the front door, which is like over on the opposite side, but you're looking through the window, is completely destroyed. It's like hanging by one hinge, and it looks like something very big had kind of like burst through the doorway.
I'm
The
gonna
building
peek.
itself is also completely and utterly destroyed. And I'll get one more investigation check from you, please, Arag.
Sure. Uh, never mind.
Um, it is a very destroyed building. Like something has just kind of rampaged and tossed things around. There's like linen lying on the ground, pieces of timber broken and scattered. Just things are strewn everywhere in here. But it's not like the last place that you all investigated where things are burnt up and stuff like that. There is still like curtains and fabric and like they all exist. They're just scattered everywhere. It's just a mess. It's like someone's tossed the place.
So Randall's curious about the missing scythe part, and you said like the door was hanging on a hinge. I'm like, was the hinge made of metal? Is all the metal around here gone? Like, are the bands around barrels gone?
I will give you a DM inspiration for that, Tommy. As Randall thinks about this
Nice.
and looks in, and you are 100% correct. There is no metal. Like none. Arag failed to notice it as he was looking through, but there is fabric, there is wood, but even the screws on the bed frame are gone. There is no metal at all.
Hmm.
Like Randall's looking through the same window as Arag, and Randall turns to Arag and is like, "Yeah, there's no metal in there, Coach."
Then Arag, as you look through,
Suck.
you do notice not only is it all strewn everywhere and like tossed basically, but anything that would have had metal, even just like cutlery, that would have been in the kitchen that you can see in there. There's none of it. There's wooden spoons, but there is no metal at all.
Yeah, sounds like something the collective would definitely scavenge to make some sort of construct, trying to rebuild something or whatever it might be. So sounds like
Lurker's gonna
something survived.
Lurker's gonna go over to the cart. He's gonna reach in and pull out a few items. He's gonna pull out a bag of caltrops.
All right.
We might have crunchy snacks for whatever this is.
In your hand, you have a bag of caltrops.
Regardless of what it is, something survived the crash. That's obvious.
Randall looks at Lurker. He's like, "You guys didn't tell me they eat metal."
I don't know. I've learned to expect just about anything at this point. Oh. Just prepare yourself for strangeness.
Randall looks at his full plate armor. He's like, "Oh shit."
But there was metal doohickeys and stuff at the gnome
There definitely
house, right?
was.
Okay,
Correct.
That's true.
checking.
There was a lot of metal at the gnome's house. They were all like little doohickeys and toys and things. They were just left there.
Now I'm scared for my drone.
Feel free to continue moving.
Okay.
Can I use my slippers to climb on top of the house?
You
One of the
can.
houses. Oop.
Um,
Oop.
it'll probably be like just. Oh wait, can you? You do have vision. Yeah, so you can
Yeah, it
see
works.
above, right? Yeah. Yeah, cool. I put in the right dynamic lighting.
Nice.
I'm gonna
If you have to
investigate
hop
this
off, I have
crater.
to take you off. But yeah.
Okay.
What was that? Oh, investigating that crater. Lurker, survival, please.
Oh god. What is with my shit survival checks tonight?
I know, right? Lurker's normally so good with it.
I rolled the nat 20.
And Lurker, so looking at that like little crater, you're not sure if it's a burrow or if it's debris from the ship when it crashed itself. There's nothing in it right now, and it seems to be maybe 4 or 5 foot down before it becomes like loose dirt, like something either like a meteorite or some sort of debris kind of landed and indented, or something kind of like came out and then covered the burrow behind it. You're not 100% sure, but it is a good 4 foot kind of drop into this gradual indent in the earth.
I'm gonna hop down there and just dig around for a minute.
Okay. Hopping down there is you kind of walk down the edge. It's gradual as it goes down, and the dirt is loose, but not. You don't just like fall through it when you stand on it. So you compact it when you're standing down there, but it's not incredibly densely packed earth.
Are there any like prints or anything that looks like something clawed its way out?
Not that you can see. No prints that lead out of it.
Okay. Yay.
You want me to do some digging? I have mold earth as a cantrip.
That might not be a bad idea. Lurker's gonna hop out and holler for a Rarg.
All right. I'll do some mold earth cantrips and just kind of excavate some 5 foot cubes and see what happens.
Yeah. First 5 foot cube comes out and it is all like loose soil. You think that if it rained, this would probably compact a little bit more and maybe drop down a few more feet. But at the moment, it's rather loose and comes out very easily. Big pile of 5 foot of earth. You've got some more loose dirt beneath it.
All right. Looks like whatever dug it filled it back in, I suppose. I'll do one more. Still nothing new. Extra 5 foot.
Taking out an additional 5 foot, you actually do see there is a slight gap. It does actually appear that this might be a burrow of some sort that has been filled in.
Well, I'm sure I'm
As you
sick.
see, it kind of goes to the south a little bit. So as you dug out your 5 foot, part of it is this like packed, condensed, normal earth, and then the other like half of it is that more loosely packed dirt.
We got us a gopher.
It's probably a good 6 or so foot diameter or radius. No, diameter.
Okay.
Um,
And all of
Arata,
them around here sort of look the same, the ones that I can see from the roof.
yep, based on their description as they explain it to you. Arata, from the roof itself, you can actually see that this bow of the airship is just the bow of the airship. Um, Moving over like this direction a little bit, you can see it kind of cuts off, and it looks like this airship is split in pieces. Many,
Interesting.
many scattered pieces. If you walked around the back, you assume you could just like walk inside the front of this airship.
Hmm.
Now, looking over this itself, from what you all know about the collective, is they love their metal. Randall, looking up at this airship, there is no figurehead, there is no portholes, there is nothing made of metal. It is just a big wooden ship. And that's why it looks so much like a sailing ship originally, because there's all wood.
Wait, there are portholes?
Yep, in the
Is he
side of the vessel, not the front, but yeah.
okay?
Yep, yeah, like down there, there's little like port windows that would look in, and the ship itself is probably 3 or 4 stories high. Um, on the backside, you assume there might be like multiple chopped off um, levels inside, and maybe a staircase inside. You're not sure.
Oh, okay. Is there any foot traffic going on here? Like,
You don't see any.
no. Must have been a few rains since anyone's passed through here.
Hmm.
I mean, if the metal's not on the ship, then someone took that as well, obviously. So it could be this creature. I don't know. I,
I don't know.
I
Are
mean,
you
I,
guys done looking at that hole?
I mean, I could dig more out. It looks like there's a tunnel. I don't know if we really feel like going down some unsecured tunnel that some creature made, or I think we should go in the ship first and see what we see in the ship.
Completely unrelated question. Which one of you was in full plate?
Randall,
Sorry.
don't hurt me.
Okay.
We going in the ship or not, gentlemen?
Was I right? Is this fucking Rust Monsters?
I don't know. Were you
Why
right?
would
That's the first
why
time I'm
would
hearing of
any
it.
DM answer that?
Yeah, I'd be disappointed if Demons actually answered that. I don't think he's going to answer that.
It's the
But
first time I'm hearing of this. I don't know if you're right or not.
I didn't hear the Rust Monster thing either. But why would they have Rust? Why would the collective be hanging out with Rust Monsters? Like that's the last creature that they would want to have around. But you could be right. Maybe they saw this destroyed ship and they took it and they had a feast.
So what do you do?
You want to go?
Proceed.
Let's go. We came all this way. We got to at least peek inside. Who's peeking inside?
I will. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna send my beast in first.
All right, hold it right there for me, please.
Uh-oh.
Holding. Fuck.
Um, so you're all kind of looking around. Arata, you still on the roof, or do you want me to take you off there? Arata? Arata's dead.
Nope, sorry, didn't
Um,
realize I was on mute. Yes, I think still on the roof. I'm like looking around the other side, trying to figure out if I should go around the back.
No problem. You're all kind of just exploring around carefully, and then begin walking forward. Randall walks a little further forward, and then like just as he gets to there, you all feel this rumbling in the ground, and you can feel it vibrating. Even a radar on the roof can feel it through the timber of the roof itself. There is this vibration that is just emanating from somewhere. And then ahead of you, Lurker, to the left, kind of like almost the other side of the ship, you can hear this like grinding of dirt falling.
Well, I would like to move back. Am I allowed to move back, or do I get an action
No, you
here?
can. Yeah, you can move back. Everyone gets something to do. It is just there's this really obvious rumbling coming from somewhere on the other side of the ship, and then there is this like grinding sound of dirt and debris that is just dropping somewhere.
I'm gonna stand on this hay or box, whatever this is, and
Yep, they're two hay barrels.
the bat will kind of fly around here just to see if he, I don't know, see if he sees anything coming from the other side, if he comes around or something. Who knows?
All right. Lurker, Randall, Arata.
Prepares a dodge action.
Yeah, I'm gonna come over so I can see what my pals are up to, but I'm gonna stay on the roof for now.
Okay, and Lurker. What would you like to do? Oh, buddy, old pal.
Sorry, I was muted. I'm gonna use a use of my not gathered swarm. Shit, it's the one that gives me a 10-foot flying speed.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna start hovering.
And as that happens, looking forward, Randall readying himself, there is a thud, thud, thud of something pulling itself out. It looks directly
Oh,
towards
lordy.
you, Randall, and you all see this humongous beetle-like creature, this green saliva dripping from its maw as it doesn't even care about kind of the edge of the ship as it just takes a huge chunk out of it with its chitinous hide. There is this screeching, chittering sound as it looks towards you, Randall, and it runs. As I need everybody to roll initiative for me, please.
Yay.
I gotta do that. I forgot my beast with me. I forgot to move the token. Give me a moment.
That's right, I can move up with you.
And I'll roll its initiative in a moment.
As Lurker, it does seem you may have been right, but not in any way that you've ever experienced before. Oh, I need to add you to the initiative.
I gotta remember how the hell to do initiative on the bestial spirit.
My immediately thought was like, dude, how did this thing eat all of the metal in these houses without leveling them?
How do I roll initiative for my beast? I do not remember. Thought there was a button I clicked.
Yeah, I just clicked the 2 sword tokens on it, and then you can click it in the initiative. But what's its dex? As I rolled a 2 for it.
Oh, it's an 11.
Okay, so yeah, it is 2.11. um, and looking at the name of the creature may give you a answer to that question.
It used to not be this big.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I drew that conclusion.
Arag, it'd be your turn. As this incredibly large, like, larger than you've ever seen bug before, bursts its way out and looks directly towards Randall. It seems to be drooling this green saliva with this incredibly hard chitinous hide. There is a screeching sound, and it begins running towards Randall. It is your turn.
Yeah.
Also, side note, I think it's adorable.
Let's see. What's my? Let's 1 second. Zipping out so I can get distance. I think it was 100 or something like that. Yeah, 100, 105. Sure. Let's Sorry, I'm looking at my ranges here. I gotta move up a little bit. All right. Let's move up a bit. So maybe there, right? That's teeny weeny print 25. Okay, cool. I'm probably just going to cast yeah, I'll just cast a chromatic orb his way. Let's see how tough he is. See how scary he is before we get there to the bigger spells. And I'll make it I don't know. I'm thinking maybe lightning or something. Sure, I'll make it lightning.
All right. 26 hits.
Okay.
13 points of lightning damage.
And I'll have my bat get out of harm's way and go on the roof of the building.
The orb collides into it. You see the lightning emanate through its body, and it twitches a little bit. And it just keeps running.
It looks like it took damage, though, did it?
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Okay.
Full damage. It just looked like it didn't really phase it.
Fair enough. All right. End of turn. Go ahead, Rust Monster. Let's see what you can do.
How about no?
Yeah, let's not. Never mind. I take that back. I'm sorry. Says the man with no metal on him, so.
Alright.
You know, hindsight, I might actually have more metal than Randall does. I have a backpack full of javelins, a battle axe strapped on my back, plus my breastplate.
Okay. Now question. Full plate, breastplate. Magical or non-magical?
The breastplate is magical. It's adamantine.
What about the full plate?
Not magical.
Alright.
Reminder, I'm also 10 feet up in the air.
Yes, I know. This thing, for reference, is about 15 foot tall.
Oh, well, shit.
And as you can see, it is about 25 foot wide.
Yeah, chonker.
It is a colossal thing. As it moves straight towards you, Lurker, and you can actually see, as it moves closer to you, the tips of your weapons begin to start to rust. Randall, you see your full plate begin to get this sheen on it very close. Just proximity to this thing, And despite what you normally may know of rust monsters, this thing doesn't seem to have antennas.
Quick thing. At least 2 of Lurker's javelins have
Magical, I know that.
no. They have no metal.
Oh,
They were
that doesn't
using
matter.
made out of bone.
That's fine. It's only the metal things. And there is just going to be a line of this ooze that shoots out towards you, Randall. I need a dexterity saving throw, please.
From Riddle or both of us?
Just Randall.
14?
Is there anything that you have reaction-wise to add to that?
Don't think so.
Okay. As it shoots this like green ichor forward, you try and dodge at the last moment and you're so close. But just not enough, as it is a DC 15. And this ichor splats into you. You then begin to like shrug out of it, and as you spin, your entire full plate just gets yanked off of your body as the saliva gets sucked back into its mouth. And you see huge chunks of your armor get pulled off of you. As your armor now takes a permanent -1 penalty to the AC.
Oh shit, that sounded a lot worse than you made it.
Yeah, I was
Uh-oh.
reading through it all, being like, oh, if it's non-magical, oh wait, no, it's negative, so it only takes part of it at the start. All right. But it seems to be corroding as it yanks all this metal off of you. And
Okay.
that's actually its entire turn. It's really anticlimactic, actually. Lurker, now I need you to make a con save, though, please.
22.
Nice.
It's actually 27.
How so?
I am a paladin. And you are
Oh,
within my range.
oh, okay.
Isn't Paladin +3, +2, like that?
It is
Or is
plus
it?
my charisma mod, and I got 20 charisma.
Oh, nice. So with a 27, you very much succeed, but it still hurts, as you take half of 14 points of piercing damage. As you start your turn beside this thing, you feel a incredibly bad pull sensation coming from inside of you. And I'll actually just, here you go, I'll just reveal to everyone. As it doesn't say it in the description, it's half damage on a success, but as it draws forth the iron and metallic minerals inside of your blood, tearing through your skin and this fine spray of red mist, you feel, well, the iron in your blood being pulled out from starting within the area of this creature.
Okay, well,
And take 7 points of damage.
yep, the temporary HP is gone.
Should really change that description because it's supposed to be half on a sentence.
Oh, it's my turn from here?
Yep.
What is this thing's reach? So, like, if I try to fly up, it's gonna get an opportunity attack, correct?
You assume so. It looks like you are currently within its reach.
Right, but if I fly another 10 feet up.
That would put you at 10. That would only put you within 5 feet of it. Because it's 15 feet tall.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go on ahead and make 3 attacks. Well, let me. Yeah, I'm going to make 3 attacks. They're all going to be with King Blueblex's spear.
All right.
An 11 does not hit.
Misses.
10 does not hit. What the hell?
And how do you have 3 attacks?
Polearm Mastery.
Gotcha. So you're using the offhand of it? Like the back of it?
Yeah, like for the 3rd attack, he's going to spin it around and like smack with the side of it.
Yep.
Instead of a thrust.
It's stab, stab, bonk.
Yeah, okay, so that's a 23 to hit, and then we're going to do my modifiers. First, I need it to make a DC 13 strength versus Glubelex's spear.
1 moment.
Oh, wait, that's large or smaller?
Yes, this thing is
Yeah,
significantly bigger than that.
so what I'm going to do is with that 3rd hit, I'm going to use my Gathered Swarm to move 5 feet plus disengage. So I'm going to move 5 feet more up, and then use the remainder of my movement to get fully out of its reach.
And how are you disengaging?
It's part of the Gathered Swarm. You take a 5-foot step, and since it's not using your actual movement pool, it's also with a free disengage. It's forced movement rules.
Well, yeah, for the 5 feet, but the 5 feet doesn't actually bring you out of this thing's reach.
If I move this way, will it, though?
Nope.
Or not?
Nope.
Okay.
But you can feel free to move further. It'll just take a bite of you. So you are currently within 5 feet of it. You use your 5 feet. You are now within 10 feet of it. You're still within its reach. And then you move away and you provoke.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Okay.
So we're gonna
It
straight
noms
at
out at you with a bite attack.
Okay.
It has this incredibly large maw that is bigger than your entire body. Does a 24 hit?
Jesus, yes.
You take 39 points of piercing damage as this thing lunges
Shit.
towards you with its incredibly large maw, and it has 6 rows of teeth that kind of go all the way back into its mouth. It latches onto your arm and then just pulls and it shreds all the flesh off your left arm.
Okay. Yeah. So I got fucked up, but I'm flying straight up. I want the hell away from this thing.
Alright, how much movement have you got with your flying swarm thingamajig?
And so just enough to get out of its reach. With the 5-foot force movement, I am now 25 feet away up total.
Okay. 25 total. You can add back all of that HP because you're still not actually out of its reach.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Well, now I'm gonna, even though people have seen that already, I'm gonna hide that bite because no one's experienced its bite yet. And just add, I'll put the little plus on you so you can tell how high. And I'll put a plus on this thing even though it's not up there. Yeah, it wouldn't have got an attack of opportunity against you yet because you're not out of its reach yet. It's got more than 10 feet reach. It's got 15 feet reach.
Okay, well, shit, that's all I've got. I did nothing and almost got the shit eaten out of me.
You did do, how much damage was that? 8. Which one is?
Yeah.
Didn't seem resistant or anything to that.
That's good to know.
Arata, it is your turn.
Okay. Does my owl help act on my initiative?
Technically it would have its own initiative. So if
Okay,
you want to roll
I
that,
rolled,
or I
and I
can
think
right click and roll that.
Oh, real quick, DM, I actually forgot something. The bestial spirit does not roll initiative. It takes its turn directly after mine.
Yep, that's fine. I'll delete it from the initiative.
I rolled a 14 for the owl on initiative.
I will add the owl into initiative.
Sweet. So functionally still right before me, but which is actually ideal. So the owl is just going to fly over to this rust monster thing and take the help action.
All right, noted.
Am I good to go on ahead and make my attack against?
Yeah, go ahead
thing?
with the bestial spirit.
Oh yeah, sorry.
No, you're fine. It was just forgotten. So do that now quickly. 20 hits. Okay. And sorry, Arata, you can go now.
Okay, I'm gonna shoot at the thing with advantage with one of my bandit bolts.
Nice.
Wait, sorry, hold on. There we go. With advantage.
Yep, with
Ooh,
advantage.
That's still a 5. Or wait, does that include the?
They include the what?
The +1 from the magic bolt. I don't think it does. So 14.
14 does not hit, unfortunately.
Okay.
As the bolt flies out and just goes ding and kind of flies off of this. Actually, the bolt is probably metal, so it flies towards, then you see it corroding, and then by the time it hits, it just shatters into this fine mist.
Yep. Okay. 5 and a 2 on the dice. It's really tough. Anyway.
Yeah, it is.
So that's
Anything else you would like to do, Arata?
no, that's it. It's my turn.
Okay, Randall, it is your turn. Randall, I need you to make, and also the bestial spirit needs to make a con save as well for me, please. Randall's good. I rolled so terribly on it this time. Bestial Spirit is also good, I think. I think it's a DC. Yeah, it's a 15. So you both take 2 points of piercing damage as blood seeps out in a fine mist from you both. Oh, the owl also needs to make a con save.
Doesn't the owl have like 1 HP?
Does it actually, Arata?
The owl does have 1 HP. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it moves forward, and as it's flying forward, blood gets sucked out of it, and it poofs. As it is any creature that enters or begins its turn within 15 feet of this thing. So as the owl enters, it has its blood sucked from its body, the iron in its blood sucked from its body, and it disappears.
Does it have iron in its blood? It's a
Well,
familiar.
it is an owl until it dies. It's effectively an owl.
Alright. R.I.P.
But now, Randall, you can take your turn after taking that 2 points of damage, because I rolled a 5 on it. What would you like to do, Randall?
I just realized that I'm gonna push to talk. Okay, so first thing he's gonna do is, as a bonus action, he's gonna cast Wrathful Smite, sheathing his Moontouch sword in psychic energy.
Nice.
So it'll add like a 1d6 psychic damage, and if it fails a Wisdom save, it'll be frightened of me until I end the spell.
That's an awesome.
God, I
So
hope.
step forward.
Is it concentration?
Yes, it
Yeah,
is.
all
Okay,
the spike spells are.
So let me go ahead and put a little marker on here for concentration.
Yep.
So I'm gonna go ahead and make my first attack. And it's a crit.
Oh, nice.
Smiting time.
And so
That's an
I'll go
additional
ahead.
2d6 psychic.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and roll the 2d6 now. Also, I forgot I have a snippet for this. So another 8 psychic.
23 total.
And go ahead and make a wisdom saving throw with a DC of 16.
Alright, wisdom's not terrible, but it fails by 1. That's a 15.
Okay, it is now frightened until I end the concentration. Well,
Alright.
or you have a save every turn. You have a save as an action.
Yeah, it's
You
not
can
going to do that.
you can spend your action to make the save. Okay.
Alright.
Then Randall's gonna go ahead and move back 20 feet.
Okay. It will
Would
make
you
its
like
attack of opportunity against you.
Okay, do it at
With disadvantage. Yep. That's an 11 with disadvantage. It doesn't let me automatically roll disadvantage. That's annoying. Oh wait, no, I can
Okay.
click. There we go. Yeah. Okay,
Well,
cool. But
Randall's
yeah, it's an
AC is
11
20,
anyway,
so
which
that'll-
yeah misses. It's 19 at the moment, actually.
It is 20, actually.
Oh, was it? Oh, was it 21 before?
Yes.
Okay. It does snap out at you and miss you though.
Okay, and Randall stands there and tells Lurker to veer back.
Arag, it is your turn. Oh, that was really good damage on that roll as well. Lame.
So you're saying this thing's going to run away?
No, it cannot approach Randall.
Oh, gotcha.
As long as I am within its vision, it cannot approach us.
All right. There's only one thing to do. I'm just going to nuke this guy and be done with it. Lurker, you know what spell I'm going to use.
Please do. You've
Listen.
been itching to have it work again.
I want it
Hell
to
yeah.
work. Please let it work. Boom.
Get him.
You can make an intelligence save, please.
Yeah, it's a great spell.
It's like against
I don't think it needs a nat 20 to succeed on this. I think. Yeah, no, that is incapacitated. Takes the full damage. As you see, its mind just crumples under your onslaught. Its mind is very much that of an animal, it seems, or worse than an animal, apparently. And which kind of makes sense. It did completely ignore Lurker going for Randall's armor. As the lance beams through, hits this thing, and it begins to sway side to side.
Okay. I don't have to take that spell anymore. It was useful once.
now unprepared forever.
No, I like it. It's nice. It's an intelligence save. Yeah, end of turn. So it's incapacitated. So go and finish it off.
Well, it is still going to make some things because incapacitated is not stunned,
This
so
is
it can
true.
still move.
It's true.
What?
Incapacitators cannot take actions or reactions. It can still move.
Oh, yeah. As long as it doesn't drop its speed to 0.
And so, Lurker, would you and your bestial spirit like to make attacks of opportunity against this thing, please?
Of course. $14, I assume, does not hit.
No, it does not.
Okay. Well, I gotta do the beast now, so.
That's
Jesus.
it. Really poor damage though. Oh, roll another d8. Didn't roll with. Oh, you just click the little plus next to it and it'll roll crit damage.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that didn't work. But you rolled an additional 1, so that's 8 damage. You see it's leaving this like trail of blood behind it, this green blood, as it moves down to here. But that's its entire turn. Lurker, your turn.
Okay. I need to check distance.
Moved 40 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna bonus action Zephyr Strike, dropping concentration.
Do you have to concentrate on Bestial Spirit?
Yes. Zephyr Strike's screwing up again, so I'm just casting Cure Wounds. And
That's right. Zephyr Strike increases your move speed by 30, I believe.
Yep. So zip over here. And now within range, I will make my attack with advantage.
Are you within range of it, like using a range attack or something?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm like, you're 15 feet away. That's big reach otherwise.
Yeah, no. I'm throwing.
Oh, yep, gotcha.
And I am throwing a spear that you guys have not seen me use before. You see Lurker pull out this wicked looking javelin. And as you see him, you just looking at the weapon, you feel depressed. I'll post the weapon after my attack. It
Also, I
is
need you to make a con save for me, please.
okay.
What? Oh, yep, that's within 15 feet.
Mm-hmm.
15.
I think that
Technically,
meets.
you
Yeah,
can be
that meets.
one you can be one further back actually before throwing. I think.
Oh, that is true. But
That's still within 15, I think. Oh no, that's 20. But nope. You move
The
forward.
spear's
Get back there. Too bad.
that's
You
okay.
move there. You only take 4 points of damage though, because you succeeded.
Okay.
You met the DC. Gets one last little meal. And roll to attack.
Aw, gets one last little meal.
27 hits.
Hit, but it's going to deal an additional d6 psychic damage. I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
post a weapon. It's called the Lost Cause.
No, you're a lost cause.
Actually, very excited. This is the first time I've ever actually gotten to use this thing. Oh, wait. I don't have the... Yeah, there it is. So it's going to take an additional d6 psychic plus the... I'm just going to give you a total of damage after the Zephyr Strike and everything else.
Yeah, I've already added the 10. So that's the D8. D6 will be important. Ha 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 ha.
Not quite. I also am going to use my Gathered Swarm.
Alright. Hey, there you go. It had 7 HP left after the 10 that you did, so then you did 4. So you needed 3 more damage, which you got on the Gathered Swarm.
So
So,
Lurker's going to cock back, launch this javelin down. It's going to give like a little shake of fear, one quick convulsion, and then you see like bugs start crawling out of the spear and start chewing on his shell.
and with that, the thing writhes around, it falls onto its back, and like a big spider, its legs begin to curl up as it shrivels and these bugs begin to eat it from the inside out. And it is out, and you are out of combat. It didn't even get to make an attack on anyone. Ah, rude.
Yes, it did.
I thought it hit someone.
Oh, no, because I retroactively undid that because Lurker didn't actually move out of its reach.
No, but Randall did.
Yeah, and it missed you terribly.
Otherwise, it would be terrible. I would be in terrible shape.
But yes, so and Lurker, as it dies, you feel that like metallic pool fade.
Okay, Lurker's gonna touch grass. He's gonna walk up, poke it, and holler back and let everybody know it's dead.
Sweet. I'll get off
I'll
the
take a ride
building.
off the building.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you.
Well,
Well,
we
And
can
what you
look and
see as you
go ahead.
what you see as you move around is indeed the ship is completely shattered. Not even in half, in like a quarter. There is debris strewn all around, bits of it everywhere. But again, there is no metal, which isn't surprising after what you just saw. Um, this is the largest rust monster you have ever seen, and weirdest. But it doesn't seem to have any of the Telltale collective experimentation on it. Not surprising considering they use metal a lot, and this thing seemed to have like an aura of fuck you metal around it. But it is very dead right now, and Lurker pulls his spear out, and there's like the squelching and green slime oozes out of it. The vessel itself seems unusable. Any of the vast bits of metal that would have normally been holding it together and making it airworthy, even if it wasn't in half, are gone. And in parts of it, you can just tap them and they'll just fall apart.
Lurker currently doesn't give a shit about any of that. He has found a new weapon to use against the collective, and he is going to try to bottle as much of this thing's spit up as possible. He saw what it did to Randall.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to, like, buckets of this shit. He's gonna get the indestructible barrel and start trying to milk this thing's spit into the barrel.
You're able to fill up the barrel, no problem, with this green, like, ichor. You're not sure if it's blood or ooze or whatever, but you fill up the barrel with it.
He's gonna test it out by throwing a caltrop in to make sure it still works.
The caltrop plops in and begins sinking. Doesn't
Okay.
seem to corrode, though.
It does or doesn't?
It doesn't.
Oh, Lurker is very disappointed.
Randall goes to Ararg and is like, does that one over there, Lurker, does he always try to weaponize everything he finds?
Pretty much. I'm surprised he didn't take that pole I found that used to be part of a scythe and try to turn it into a spear or something.
Give me time.
Well, I mean, we can do a quick look inside the ship. Maybe we're lucky and we'll find something magical from the collective ship. But probably that thing likely ate pretty much everything, obviously.
Still worth a quick pass because we might find ship's journals and stuff like that.
Agreed. It's worth checking out, but unless it's magical, we're not going to find that device. And I guess it's partly magical, so it's possible.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
All right, let's
Okay.
let's go check it out. Check it out.
Heading into the vessel itself, you begin to look around. Floorboards creak underneath you, parts of it just like fall out under any sort of weight and pressure. The ship is decimated. In fact, on many of the floors inside here, it looks like at one point in time, probably a long time ago, a fire roared through here, probably on landing as well. There wasn't any signs of it outside because the grass has long since grown up to the ship itself. It's been quite some time. But on landing, it definitely looks like you would have had to be exceptionally lucky to survive this crash. There is nothing magical that you find, and nothing metal that you find within the entire interior of this ship itself. What you do notice is there's lots of these weird blade marks everywhere. They almost look like, well, from scythes, but that's completely coincidental. But or like claws or something down the hallways, scraping. At one point, when you go into the main bow of the ship, there is this like thin hallway, and on the ceiling, on the walls, even on the ground, there is these kind of blade marks that are ragged and deep into the wood itself. Almost like this whirling thing of blades had made its way down here, cutting up everything on its way down. Even so much as like little braziers that would have been sitting in the walls where the metal is are just completely destroyed. Like a tornado of blades had come through this hallway. Other than that, you don't find any journals other than some like little charred pieces that were left. Seems that might have been engulfed during the crash, and the hallway and any metal itself has been decimated. So it doesn't look like there is anything actually here that is usable or useful.
Okay, well,
Okay. One down, one to go.
Lurker is disappointed in his bucket of spit.
Well, let's go over to the other ship and hope that a similar creature didn't eat that one up either.
Hey guys, as Randall like started walking by the ship, he doubles back to look in this room where this huge hole is.
And
Does
that
anyone go
is
look at that?
indeed. That is an actual hole. It is almost like an ant mound. And there is displaced earth everywhere, very fresh displaced earth, and a tunnel that leads very, 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 very deep down. But you're not sure how deep, but probably very deep.
And where did you go for this? Oh, okay, here we go. Ah, sorry. Go on.
No, you're right. Huge mound, not collapsed. It's an actual tunnel that leads all the way down. And from the size of this thing and what you know about rust monsters, it might actually just kind of lead to the Underdark. You're not 100% sure.
Great.
Not our quest for today.
You
Nope.
sure?
Yes.
Not our circus, not our monkey.
maybe on the way back if you're nice to us. If you leave us a few spells, then yeah, maybe.
Ah, he's not gonna leave us shit. He loves his early encounters that make us use resources.
Well, you actually decimated that one, and you didn't even need like there was the option to not even come here. But no, you really decimated that rust monster.
Good, because I don't think Randall's armor would have taken too many more hits.
I'd be upset.
It didn't even get to bite anyone. I'm so sad. It did 8d8. It was so high. Such a damage number, but it only got one attack, so it's okay.
To be fair, Randall, I could loan Randall my breastplate, because Lurker's AC literally does not change with or without his chest piece. The only thing it's there for is to prevent crits.
And I will actually say that if you survive and return to Farwater, you can pay like 200 gold and have that repaired, by the way, rather than it be you having to pay the entire full plate cost.
Yeah,
it did
because
only-
holy shit. It's pricey.
Yeah, full plate's super pricey. It could have actually just consumed your entire full plate, but it didn't exactly get many rounds to do special things. But where would you all like to go from here? Also, the buildings themselves, now that you've had time to kind of look about, had those same weird blade marks everywhere. And it's nothing like you've seen before at all. They were very precise, very artificial.
Of course they are.
Okay. I mean, it's whatever it is either down that hole or it's, on the other ship. So we'll see if he's on the ship, whatever that is.
Can we take a short rest before heading there? So that
Certainly
Aurora
can, if you like.
some spell slots.
You may do whatever you desire.
You
Whatever
get
your
spell
heart
slots back
desires.
on short rest.
He's a wizard.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
Aurora
can
does
get
that.
Yeah.
I can get back my 4th level spell with arcane recovery. Let me see how I make our friend Avery. I'm sorry, Foundry recognize that. Let's see.
By the way, Aurora, did you pack polymorph this time?
I did not. I thought about it, but I figured with all the beefy guys around, I wouldn't need it.
Okay. I just remember it saved recovery.
No, it's fair. I kept banishment instead.
Oh, okay, that works. That works. No complaints.
Okay, so I just click on it. It took down to 0, and I just gotta give myself the slot back. All right, fair enough.
Yep.
Sorry, this is new to me. I usually DM, not necessarily use the player option. So.
Yeah, I don't know how to use any of the player options on Foundry because I only have a DM on it. Like, so few DMs actually use Foundry, so I'm like, huh?
I love it. I don't know why.
I love it as well. It's great.
Yeah.
I need
Alright.
another stretch on my threat skins or.
I was
But
considering buying it. Maybe can I ask you guys for help if I do buy it?
yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
It's half price at the moment. I'm pretty sure.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
So it's $25?
Yeah, it was. They had a deal, anniversary deal or something. I think it's still on. It was on yesterday.
Let me look. I'll try and find it. I have their server here somewhere on Discord. Boop, boop, boop.
It was posted by Macca in like general chat or something.
Okay, it's off by $10. So it's like $40 right now.
Okay, so a little bit of a sale.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was
so-
about. It was for their anniversary or something.
Yeah, the 2nd-year anniversary sale ends in 7 days.
So, are we getting reasonably close to the Storm Herald?
Yes. If you
Okay.
are traveling there, I was just waiting to see what people do. But you're able to have a short rest, no problem at all. You can even rest in this village if you really wanted to, right next to the Underdark Hole.
Yeah, nah.
But you're able to begin traveling. You cross a river and head towards the Storm Herald crash location, which is about 3 hours away.
Okay, so when we
Nice.
get there, I'm gonna hop off the wagon and pull out a classic Ararg has seen me do before. He's gonna whip out a potion from his satchel and shotgun it, and you see Lurker just starting getting bigger and bigger and bigger. He is gonna drink a potion of growth. So we're gonna see how many hours Lurker is big.
And that makes you large, correct?
Correct. 1 hour. So for the next hour, all of my attacks deal an extra d4 damage.
I'm gonna spend the short rest to harness divine power to recover 1 spell slot.
Noted.
So I'll just get my first spell slot back. And then my channel divinity gets restored on short rests.
Alright. And making your way towards the Storm Herald, you all journey out, heading towards the crash location itself. And this time there's a lot less trees surrounding it. It's a little bit more open with sparse vegetation. And coming up directly towards it, you can actually see the Storm Herald in the distance. The ship is much more intact, other than it's split in half. Directly in the middle of it, there seems to be a very fatal wound for the ship, as a crack has split it, almost like something has crashed all the way through the middle of it. Again, there is this scarred line of knocked down trees, but other than that, it sits inert. Now, looking around, you see signs of recent movement for the ship itself. And I'll get everybody to... What's your passive perceptions, actually?
19.
16.
Damn.
11. Someday I'll get to use my passive investigation of 17, but you know.
Yeah, I get to use that all the time on Amelia.
I
It's
think
great.
it's 11. Yeah.
Lurker, you hear words in Goblinoid. Do you speak Goblinoid?
Yes, I do.
So Goblin, actually, it's not called Goblinoid, it's called Goblin. But yeah, you actually hear the words in Goblin saying, "I can't believe they've still got us looking through this crap. I cleared it out last week. No, 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 the boss is still saying we're finding more stuff here. Come on, you know how awesome these arms are." Yeah, I suppose so, but it's pretty empty. We have scoured this head to toe for months now. Yeah, alright, I know, just... You don't want to piss off the boss, do you? No, okay, no, I won't. Let's just sit here for a bit more before we head back. Yeah, that's a good idea. And that's what you hear, Lurker and Goblin.
Okay, perfect. This is actually an opportunity. I'm going to turn to Ararg and tell him we have goblins and they've been cleaning out the ship. Maybe we could convince them to give us some of the stuff. In return, we help them. We might get a new ally against the collective.
Maybe. We'll see how reasonable they are.
Yep.
Does he also try to weaponize people?
Yes, absolutely. He Borgs them. So think Star Trek Borg.
But you don't see where these voices are coming from just yet.
Randall's concerned about Lurker and how Lurker is always like, what a neat thing, or what a cool person. Let's use them as a weapon.
I guess Lurker's gonna explain to Randall the collective has been intentionally antagonizing less powerful, primitive groups.
Yeah,
And-
you guys have explained all that to Randall, but like still like Randall's lawful good, and the whole like, oh, look at this new creature talking about harvesting another ally on the front of the very, very like war-driven Lurker seems to Randall.
Fair enough.
Well, you know, I mean,
More
The
soldiers for the
forces-
fields of justice.
the forces of good fight the forces of evil all the time.
It's just the forces of good this time happen to be a weird motley mix of forces.
All right, do we want to try
Probably
and
just trying to pay the goblins however much they're getting to tell us what their bosses are up to.
why
That's
don't, I was saying, let's try and sneak around and find them. I'm not the sneaky type, but maybe some of the rest of you can stealth up and find these guys.
I
Oh, yeah,
can pass without a trace, but it'll eat my last second level slot.
Don't worry about it. I can just go invisible and I have advantage.
Okay. Oh yeah, fuck. Arada's super good at that. Like, I also have a very valuable potion that I don't apply, I guess.
So where exactly? So yeah, I'll cast invisibility on myself. Dun, dun, dun. How do I do that in Foundry? I guess I can just say that, right? I don't really have to do anything.
Oh
I'm
shoot!
sure
As
there's
part
a
of
little marker for it.
our short rest, Lurker is going to spend hit die and heal up.
And the goblinoids were coming from inside the boat.
The sound's coming from the direction of the boat.
Direction of the boat. Okay. So I would like to cast invisibility on myself and then try to sneak up to it. Let's get that with advantage. There we go.
28. Very, very nice. And you begin creeping forward. What was it that gives you advantage?
It's my what's it called? It has a drow name for it, so I can't remember it.
Puafwi?
That's it. Yes.
Yeah. I have had 3 of them on my characters. Amelia had 2. So you take it out and you can see it start to begin to sizzle in the sunlight, but you've got an hour, so you've plenty of time. And you begin creeping forward. Feel free to move your token.
Creep, 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 creep.
You make your way out of this sparse scattering of trees. You see some more trees on the ground where these leaves aren't so green because they've been knocked down for ages now instead of just temporary. There's no fires or anything around. I can't get them off the map. But then you also see as you creep around, and you're invisible, correct? Yep, you're invisible. So they can't even get checks to see you. 2 individuals sitting on the very edge of the 3rd floor front of this vessel. Their legs are dangling back and forth. They've got in their hands this like huge leg of a deer. They seem to be eating and talking. But the big thing you notice of them is both of their arms are mechanical.
Uh-huh.
From the shoulder down, they have these weird pistoning arms, and they appear to be hobgoblins.
Interesting. Okay.
They're just chatting along in this language that you don't understand. They seem awfully cheery. They have this bag that is definitely not filled with anything, just kind of draped over the edge. And they're just eating and chatting.
Okay. I mean, I guess I'll report back. I don't really want to. Actually, while I'm invisible, I might as well sneak around a little bit.
Looking around, so the first thing you know is hobgoblins are they are goblinoids. They're related to bugbears and goblins themselves, but they're normally the like upper caste of them. They're pretty intelligent. They're known for their intelligence, significantly more so than orcs or even some humans. Um, and they value, their strength and things like that. They're very martial based and military based. Um, Normally you find maybe one hobgoblin leading some of their lesser cousins. But yeah, these are just 2 ones with mechanical arms sitting there eating. Looking around the ship, you see footprints everywhere. Ones that are old, ones that are new. This ship does have metal coming out its wazoo. There is still 4 engines just sitting idle at the moment. These big, weird mechanical devices attached to the rear of this vessel itself. But lots of the things is very obviously been ransacked. Things are tossed about, movement everywhere. Everything's a mess here. But the ship seems stable, and it doesn't look like it's going to collapse any more than having the giant gash out of its midsection.
I say to
right.
Lurker quietly, I say, I don't know if these guys are going to help us. If they like power and the collective hears about them, they would be very tempted to take him up on whatever offer they would give.
They also like strength and fighting. What we could promise them is they get the rewards for fighting.
Perhaps.
I mean, you guys just wanted information out of them, right?
Yeah, I'm going to guess that they have whatever we want, so we're going to have to either follow them stealthily or capture them or interrogate them or something like that.
Well, Randall has Zone of Truth prepared.
Are these the only 2 of them that I can see?
Yes. as you walk around the entire thing, there only seems to be 2 of them. Which there is definitely more footprints than 2. You think there's been dozens moving around at different points in time, but no, right now there's only 2.
I say I could just keep them occupied while you guys surround them. And then if it does come to a fight, we have a good advantage. But I mean, they respect strength, and Lurker's strong as fuck, and he's also big right now.
Yeah. Go get your big ass up there and talk to him.
At the moment, you don't even know it's hobgoblins other than Arata, but yeah.
Oh, that's true. Sorry.
So yeah, Lurker's gonna move forward. Like, no. Shouldn't.
Does Lurker move forward before Arata's back?
Oh no, I'm sorry. I thought
Oh yeah,
since
no, Arata's gonna go back and report back
Right.
and
Feel
say what I
free to
saw,
discuss.
and then say I forgot to mention before I went that I actually don't speak Goblin, so because
Didn't
they're
hear any.
hobgoblins.
You definitely know they're hobgoblins. Hobgoblins are pretty obvious.
Yeah, I just wasn't able to get
But,
any more.
yeah,
I didn't ask
you
for
don't.
any more like what they're talking about because like oh
Yeah,
well I can't
exactly,
really.
because you don't understand it. Uh-huh.
Yeah, the only thing I care
Um,
about is that there are only 2 of them, so we could probably easily I don't know. There are more than 2 of us. If we get a drop of them, we can kill
and
me.
one.
if people want, you can roll history on the history of hobgoblins.
Sure.
So yeah, Lurker will get them talking and keep them busy while Arata like sneaks behind them.
Yay.
Arata knows all about hobgoblins.
I'm proficient in history for some reason.
I know, right? It's weird. Hobgoblins
Lurker.
normally have, darker skin. They're very much a militaristic race as a whole. And they revel in the opportunity to kind of demonstrate their skills and cunning in battle. They love fighting, it's just their entire thing. But the big difference between like an orc and a hobgoblin are hobgoblins are very strategic. They're a little arrogant. They kind of like measure their value by being able to demonstrate their cunning against opponents. They are evil, like most goblinoids, but they are reasonable to extents. The only exception is they hate elves due to their history, and will. The only time they kind of don't do the cunning and wise thing is when it comes to elves. Um, and they are very good crafters as well, as a general race, because they are quite intelligent. And it is not surprising that, at least from appearance of what Arata saw, they've been able to utilize collective technology surgically on themselves without much problem.
Yeah.
I
But
will
they
say.
seem
Go ahead. I'm
to
sorry.
have
You
evolved
first.
of some kind. I don't have anything really to add. I would be in favor of just hitting quickly, putting one down, and then negotiating with the other one.
I just want to send out my bat to kind of, go around the area a little bit and make sure they have no buddies around.
Okay, your bat can do that no problem, and it would confirm what Arata saw
Okay.
with them not having, any buddies, just the 2 of them.
Just making sure they're not bait for a trap. Okay.
I mean, we could go in and hit one, but I think we would go farther by like challenging one of them, like, or even just speaking to them about showing off some of the collective stuff that we've taken.
If you want, try it. You're the big boy. Go get him.
Yeah, look.
Lurker, Lurker, I'm going with you.
Okay. So yeah, Randall and I will go up, making no effort to hide myself. I want them to see me coming.
Randall has heavy
I want to
armor,
sneak
so he's
around inside
clanking
the ring.
around,
I'm just
not
gonna
stealthy.
stay around here. Just keep an eye on Lurker. I want to keep visual on Lurker, but kind of be an ace in the hole in case something goes sideways.
100%.
Oh.
All right.
Also, Randall, as Randall and Lurker are walking up, Randall kind of talks to Lurker. He's like, Lurker, can you teach me something real quick before we get into a huge mess?
Sure.
How do you say like halt or uh like come over in like Goblinoid?
Sure, I'll teach him the two basic words.
Randall wants to like not fucking like look like an idiot, just speaking in a language like they can't hear.
So
You can do that. And as Lurker and Randall approach, the two individuals like look up, their ears twitch, and before you even kind of break the tree line, they're standing up. The like leg of the deer has just been tossed off the edge. They're looking the direction, fists clenched, and then they see Lurker and Randall turn the corner, and they say in common, "Hey there! Stop!"
Lurker will stop and respond back in Goblin. I'm here to speak. I'd like to speak to you.
Um, it responds back to you in Goblin, then saying, "I bet you do. Aren't you a big boy? Piss off. This is our loot."
I'm gonna respond back in Goblin. You think you're the only one who has stuff like this? And I'm gonna unclip my quiver from my back and show them.
And what do you show?
My collective quiver. Like, it's a piece of
Oh, the
collective.
actual quiver itself. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
I've given out a lot of collective things. Give me a break.
know.
Oh, so
um,
are we making the appearance that like we're gonna go loot this place too?
No.
And is this like a show of like if you want us to stop looting this place too, come and stop us?
that
Well,
may
there's
be
two
how
ways
they
I'm.
interpreted it. Um, Speaking in common, the other one looks towards Randall and then says, "Oi! Tell your little pet thing to piss off, alright? We don't
Lurker's
care where you got that shit from, but this stuff is ours."
Lurker's gonna chuckle, and he's gonna respond back in common this time. You know the difference between you and I? I won mine. You picked over the bones of a dead corpse.
He seems to like roll his eyes and look at his partner, and then they begin whispering stuff in Goblin to each other. You feel free to roll
Randall
deception
actually,
if you want.
Randall kind of picks up on what Lurker is doing and starts going along with this whole charade. And he speaks out loud in common. He's like, come on, man. Let's just loot this place. Like these weaklings aren't gonna stop us. Like there's nothing these guys can do about it. And then Randall starts going towards the ship.
Lurker's going towards the ship too.
If they try to attack, I'll shoot from my hiding spot.
No problem. Um,
Going closer, I'm gonna tell
Or if they
them.
try to run away, also.
mhm. Randall, I'd like you to roll a deception for me, please. As they're trying to
Is it
get a read
deception
on
though?
you. You're not lying, but they're trying to read your intentions.
Can it be persuasion? Can I persuade you for it to be persuasion?
I'm actually gonna straight as we're strolling up tell them we're only here for one thing, and that's the only item we really care about. But if they want to
Oh,
fight for it,
don't be telling them like what exactly we're looking for.
I'm not telling
um,
them the item exact.
but no, Randall, no, it'll be a deception. They're trying to get a read on you, goading them.
Lurker's straight up telling them he's not trying to deceive them. He thinks that they're just picking over the corpse of the dead instead of fighting the collective for their stuff.
They seem to be discussing amongst themselves as you approach, and then they keep looking at Lurker for some reason. Um, just kind of like glancing towards him as they're whispering amongst each other. And then the one on the right hand side speaks up and then says, "You know what? Fine, fine, whatever. We are incredibly kind and benevolent, so we're going to let you loot this here abundantly technologically advanced ship. So, you're welcome. All about sharing, isn't that right?" And then he turns to the guy next to him. "Yeah, exactly. Sharon."
I tell them this. Got the location of another one of these ships that hasn't been picked through much. If you help us, I'll tell you where the location of that ship is.
"You're talking about the one to the north with the giant bug?"
The one that had the giant bug that we just killed.
"Nice try. There's nothing fucking there.
You
You don't
managed.
think we've checked that?
You got past the bug.
You just don't wear metal, dipshit."
It's a bit hard with those arms, isn't it?
"Well, we didn't go and do it." And then the other guy's like, "Yeah, exactly. And plus, didn't always have these." He holds his
So,
arms up and then like flexes, and then you see little pits of steam pop out both sides.
so you sent regular gobs and expected them to understand everything?
"I don't have to explain shit to you. No more of your little games. You're looking for shit, look for
All right,
it."
cool. Like Randall's convinced he's gonna go and start searching for.
And they both turn around and start like walking down the bow. Harada, do you do anything?
I'm gonna holler over and tell them to wait. I don't trust them to just leave and go get their group and come back and hit us in force.
As you tell them to wait, you get a middle finger flipped over your shoulder as they're walking away.
Okay, I'm gonna launch a spear not at them, but like ahead of them, full force.
That's quite a bit. That's a
At the time,
very long bit.
if he's going to do that, I'll move him back to like here. But they can get there in like a few seconds. So they
Oh
just turn and
wow!
start moving away.
So would that be an attack roll, or am I
Yeah,
just doing?
it would be an attack roll at disadvantage,
Okay,
but you can't get much more disadvantage than a nat one. So,
yeah.
um, and Arata, you said you were holding to do anything. Would you still like to make that attack for them, turning around? They definitely don't seem like, at least if you're interacting with other goblinoids, normally goading and things like that would actually work. But these things, well, yeah, they almost seem arrogant and cocky, and it just didn't really.
Yeah,
And
I do.
Arag,
I
would
do
you
want
like to
to
do
take.
anything as well?
Yeah, I would like to take a shot.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, and with
Use the
advantage
best
because
one.
I'm hidden.
Yep, indeed.
22.
It might be because I think they're further than 80 feet away from you, so it might just
Well, it's
be
a light.
regular.
It's a light crossbow and a sharpshooter.
Ah,
So
sharpshooter. Okay, yeah, never mind. Sharpshooter negates everything. So 22.
that's why I am setting up so far away.
Exactly. Sharpshooter's amazing. A 22 does hit. It does look like they're wearing at least like their metal arms are the equivalent of half plate because it kind of covers like bits of their chest and most of their arms. Um, and which one? Top one or bottom one?
Top one, and then
And sneak
hold
attack.
on. Yes, sneak attack, and then I also have the special. Oop, that's an extra. That's 27 total plus. I think I get a reroll one of the die because of the bandit bolt action. So that's for D8. That's an extra 2 points of damage. So that's 29.
All right. As the bolt flies through, collides with them, Lurker, you throw your javelin as well, and it kind of like lazily flies through the air, and you're not used to being so big, and it like clips one of the beams and falls to the ground, missing horribly. But there will be an initiative right here as that bolt goes through the hobgoblin's neck like a vicious blow, almost killing him. Um, and they definitely have something to say about that.
Well, for whatever it's worth, I wasn't actually trying to hit them. I was trying to get their attention and turn them back around.
Oh, I know.
Because
You're aiming like in front of them. Yours failed miserably. Arata's was like point blank through the neck, almost fatal shot.
yeah,
Halflings don't
I
really like
just
goblinoids.
That is true.
I imagine like Arata like saw Lurker throw the spear,
He's like,
and is like,
yes.
"Oh, okay, we're fighting now."
Yeah, you. Oh.
so anyway, I started blasting.
Yeah.
And it makes complete sense that the one that you shot through the net got a net one on their initiative. Arata, Arag, Lurker, and Rand. Oh, Randall's got it. Right. Should be a nice quick combat. Arag, your turn.
Yeah,
Oh wait, no, sorry.
no, it's all good. Yeah, I know our names are similar. It's all good.
Very similar.
To be over here.
I mean, to be honest, if I move, I'm probably not going to be
Oh,
in range of a lot of stuff. So
Lurker, you're back where you were because the combat initiated when the shot was fired.
Okay,
So you haven't had
I
a chance to
didn't
move.
know. I thought I was with Randall the whole time. That's my mistake.
I'm just going to double move in this direction just
Hmm.
to make sure if one of them decides to run, I get a head start. And that's all I'm going to do. These guys should be able to take care of these folks as much as they do or don't want to. So go for it. End of turn.
Okay. Next, it's Arata. That was a clean shot. You think like even a shot to the leg would kill this guy. From your current distance, you probably couldn't do a non-lethal shot with your bolts. Not that you really
Yeah.
need
Well,
to,
we
but
only need one, so we'll
yep.
just take another a 15
I
or
think a 15
16.
misses them. 16
Yeah.
misses them.
Yeah. Okay. Never mind then. Yeah. I mean, that's my turn. I'll just stand here. I can't really get appreciably closer. Oh, I'll hide as a bonus action.
Okay. They are not seeing you at all. Just make sure you move from your old position and then you can hide. You're all through the trees, move over there. And with that, it is Lurker's turn.
Gonna move up to here.
So this one, I think you can actually, can you mouse over them and tell if they're badly injured or uninjured?
Yeah. Okay.
One's
Yep,
badly
cool.
injured, one's uninjured.
Awesome,
That's
but you
really
can't see
cool.
their
I've never
HP
seen that.
bars? Yep, awesome.
Yeah, I will throw a javelin at the badly injured one.
Alright.
Crit. He's super fucking dead.
He's gonna attempt to do his thing, but it's probably not gonna work, if I had to guess. Yeah, no, that's a no. Alright. You see him hold his metallic hand up, and he like goes to grab the javelin out of the air, and the javelin just pierces straight through the metal of his hand. And then, as he was holding his hand up, the javelin goes all the way through, straight between the eyes. And he's now like pinned his hand to his forehead and drops to the ground, very dead from that.
In Goblin, I'm going to say, I said stop.
Yeah, what he
Randall.
said.
What he said. Randall, it's your turn.
Oh, no. I still have my bonus action.
Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Um, does this one? No, I'm asking. Does this one here respond to my call?
Not yet.
Okay. Um. Uh, Fuck it. Yeah, Randall, you're up. Go kill.
Kill. Like, what?
Randall was like, "What? What's going on? Why are we murdering?"
That escalated.
Randall. Yeah.
Does Randall know the other one died up there?
Oh yeah, it went through his hand and then through his skull.
Fucking
He,
Christ.
he's
We're
very
trying to
much like
we're just trying to stop them, sheesh. And Randall, he kind of curls out his clawed hand, and in his palm there's like a little bit of like metal filaments that kind of evaporate into spell components as he casts attract metal on the other one to pull him 30 feet towards Randall.
Please link the spell. That's a Arcadian spell, right?
Yes, it is.
Yep. Link that one for me because I never have. I
Okay, I
think
actually
I
did
know what
not
it does.
put it on my sheet. Hold on.
That's all
I'll
right.
just
Copy and paste it. Yeah, I don't have the Arcadian books anyway, but I have looked through all the spells when doing approval and shit. It's been a while since I've seen Attract Metal. I'm pretty sure there's like a saving throw or something.
yes, it's a straight strength ability check that they must make against my spell save DC, which is
Oh,
6.
so it's telekinesis basically.
Yeah, essentially.
Strength ability check. That is terrible. Come on, buddy. You even have metal arms, which is to your detriment right now. But
So like for a moment his arm gets kind of frozen in place before it starts getting magnetically pulled towards Randall.
and make your ability check if you haven't already.
It's not my ability check. It's just my save DC.
No, it says you make an ability check with your spellcasting ability contested by
Oh,
their
I
strength.
do. Okay.
It's
Yeah, sure.
it's like telekinesis. So you'd roll, I don't know what you use, charisma?
Yeah. 17.
Uh-huh. And that's 30 feet for him.
All right.
Cool.
Come here.
This is gonna hurt as well, because he is quite high up. Would you like to roll 3d6 for me as well? Thank you.
Sure.
Suddenly, as he sees his buddy fall, he looks like he's about to start sprinting and like get low to kind of give cover from the range attacks, and he doesn't seem to acknowledge Lurker yelling out. And then suddenly he like starts running, and both of his arms fling back behind him. His eyes go wide as he is just yanked completely off the ship itself. There is some like screaming as he lands with a thud directly in front of you, Randall, or like 5 feet away from you. His arms still like pulled up above his head, and he's flailing around with the rest of his body. He doesn't seem to have any weapons on him other than these metallic arms, but they do look like they could do some damage. And with that, he's like, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa! Okay. Stop! What the hell are you doing? I submit." What
Randall turns
the
to Lurker. He's
fuck
like,
is
see,
wrong with you people?
just capture them like that.
Lurker's gonna
Um,
tie him up with rope.
1 second. Is anyone else going to attack him, or is this out of turn order?
This is probably out of turn order. Randall's, if you'll allow me, it doesn't really say it on the spell, but I am concentrating on it for a whole minute, and I can
Indeed.
keep moving him, pushing him 30 feet away or pulling him 30 feet forward. But could I just like keep him
Dangle him?
here?
Mm-hmm. You can.
Just like
Um,
use my concentration to keep him still.
You can like kind of hold his arms up, so he's just dangling there, like he's kind of attached by his wrist to something in the air, and he's just kind of dangling there with his arms floating in the air right now, as he's looking at you all, being like, "What the fuck is wrong with you? You murdered Drad!"
I told you to stop and you flipped me off. Next time, listen.
Since when does flipping someone off equate to a spear through the skull? You absolute moron!
Randall kind of shrugs and he's like, I guess it's a lizard folk thing. I don't know.
The fuck's that supposed to mean, Randall?
I don't know. Like, is flipping someone off in your culture punishable by death? I don't make assumptions.
I turned to him. I turned to the hobgoblin. Look, we came here for a weapon, or not a weapon, sorry. We came here for something. We intended to look for it. We
We
saw that you.
ain't gonna stop you! Fuck! We said you can check the damn ship, you absolute insane moron! And then
And
he
I,
looks to Randall.
and I told you to stop because it was clear you were running back to get help.
You need to get your help in order, he says to Randall.
Oh my god, everybody thinks fucking lizard folk are just servants. Jesus.
It's like, I don't know, man. This guy thinks everything's a weapon. Anyway, go ahead and tie him up, Lurker.
I'm
As
gonna
he's
talk.
suspended like this, he can be easily tied up. That's fine. And then as Arata walks out, holy shit, you're the one that fired that crossbow! Fuck!
Yeah, not a huge fan of goblins being unpleasant. So who's your boss? Who are you guys working for around here?
Whoa, hold
Present.
on. Hold on. Let so once he's tied up, Randall would let go of the attract metal and then cast Zone of Truth. As well as use his channel divinity.
Alright. Zone of Truth, everyone charisma save, please.
Well, I can position it any way I want, so I can just position him in it.
True.
Oh,
Apparently I
make a
lost
save.
connection to the server. Weird. There we go. Oh, that's a nat one. Nice, buddy.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll still mark off my channel divinity, which would have given him disadvantage on it.
Disadvantage. Yep. Hey, it would have been a nat 20. Nat 1 and then nat 20. But he would have taken the nat 1 anyway. It was the first roll. As he's just struggling and looking around, being like, unpleasant? We did nothing to you! That's towards Arata.
Oh, but I asked who you guys are working for around here.
What's it to ya?
We're
Here's your
looking.
ship. Do your scavenging. Let me go. Ain't done nothing.
Do you know who these ships belong to?
Fuck if I know. A bunch of dead gnomes.
You have no idea. And I'm gonna look him dead in the eyes and I'm gonna start telling him some of the things that the collective has done. And I'm gonna pull out my little sketchbook and show him some of the things they have done.
As you start talking, he looks to Randall and says, okay, I get it. Stop with this lizard talking. God, this torture is incessant.
Oh my god. Fucking everybody hates lizard folk.
Do you work for the collective?
No, I'd never even heard of them. But hey, they got all this gadgetry. Pretty damn good. I assume this is your ship then.
My ship?
But like no one answers questions. Who fitted you with that arm?
Uh, this one in particular, Shrad.
The dead one?
Yeah, the dead one. And he like glances back up, and you can see the body like slumped down, and the javelin is almost keeping it elevated, and there's just blood pouring out of the head. It's not that complicated. You find spare arms lying around, you lop yours off, and it pretty much fits on. You only need to have rudimentary knowledge to be able to use this technology. Some things wouldn't understand. Glances at Loker again.
Oh my fucking god. It's so bad.
I'm sorry. I'm just enjoying the show, so it's all good.
All right,
I'm gonna call it
I'll
over.
pass questioning over to RR.
Yeah, Lurker's gonna sit there directly in front of it and just stare. Hell, he might even lick his eyeball. Lurker's eyeball, not the goblin.
Lick his eyeball.
Excuse me?
Do it.
So
He looks towards a rug.
how far is the rest of your troop?
Why would I tell you that? The moment I tell you what you want, you'll kill me. Just like you did Shrug.
Not necessarily. I can usually keep the big lizard guy under control.
Thank fuck someone can.
As
I
everybody keeps talking shit about Lurker, you literally see his scales start rippling as the insects inside of him are getting agitated. So, like, his flesh is, like, moving on its own.
Go up there and start eating his friend.
Lurker just turned to Randall with the most what the fuck?
No, out of character.
So Randall didn't say
Lurker
that
tries
exactly.
not to be the stereotype, but son of a bitch, man, he takes that personally.
Yeah, the hobgoblin's looking at Arag and then says, "Well, thank fuck someone can control it. What use is good minions if they just go off and murder? You know, Shrug probably had more information than I did, but well, he's dead now, ain't he?"
Yeah, that's a shame. Maybe a shame for you, but we'll see. So I turn to the others. Why don't we? I mean, let's take a look at the ship real quick. Let's see if what we're looking for is still here. If not, then maybe we can cut a deal with you to try and see if we can trade for the item we're looking for.
Lurker's gonna turn to everybody and tell them to go look. He's gonna spend time with his new friend. We're gonna have a chat.
Oh yeah, good idea. Leave the very violent one with the captive you need information from.
All right.
Uh,
Try
the Randall starts walking away. He's like, "Well, I hope you have information for your sake."
try
Lurker,
try to
Bye.
leave him unspoiled, Lurker.
oh, that's fine. I'm not gonna hurt him. Lurker is going to immediately vomit up his insects in front of him.
He just is tied up, just sitting on the ground right now. He just looks at it, then looks back at you. Let me guess, Druid.
Not quite. I'm not that passive. And he's gonna
Cool.
just start crawling all over him.
So can
You
I
just
ritual cast detect magic and start to look around the ship with the others?
you certainly can.
Cool.
Yeah.
And Lurker's just gonna keep talking to him, and talking to him, and talking to him.
Talking. He just kind of stands there blinking. Um, it's kind of odd because while it's clear that he knows he's in danger, he doesn't seem scared. It's more annoyed, if anything. And then as you're talking to him, he just kind of speaks and is like, "So, the weather,
What
it's
about it?
pretty moderate."
Yeah.
Got any siblings?
Don't know. Grew up in the sewer under far water.
Mm. Oh, you're from Farwater.
Yeah.
Heard about that place. Kind of.
Yeah. Look, all shit aside, like, you really, really do not want the collective coming after you. Like, they'll do some horrible shit to you.
Yeah, I assumed as much. You mean like killing their best friend before
Oh,
walking away?
trust me. Trust me when I say this. They will do things to you far worse than death.
They'll kill
Well,
both your best friends.
would have been good to have this talk before you know, murdered people. You might have got some friends. Seem like the sort that need them.
Fair enough. Look, I'm not used. If you can obviously tell, I'm not the personable type.
Oh,
But
really? Shocker.
oh my god, you're making it very, very hard. But
Yeah,
either way, look, I am sorry. I did not mean to just flat out kill your friend. I
he
did.
looks back up at the body. You hear that, Shrog? He's sorry.
I love this guy. That's all I got to say.
Oh, shit. But
Got a real good sense of humor.
but I can't say that we were willing to take the chance on you running back and getting help. Like, was that what you were actually doing?
He shrugs.
He's in the zone of truth, isn't he?
Yeah,
Does
he can't
does it
lie.
doesn't mean he has to answer.
He just shrugs.
But you can at least imagine why we were expecting that.
Yeah, definitely can. Especially, when you're the sort that doesn't do a whole lot of the thinking department.
Realistically, I'm probably smarter than you.
Tilts his head. Alright, let's go with that. You found anything yet? He just yells out to everybody else. And everyone, you have not! This place is methodically picked clean. And we're not talking about just, tossed either. You would expect if goblins had come through here, they would have just ransacked it. But there is actual, measurements on the wall where cuts have been made. And it looks like there's even been, little boxes taken out of the floorboards and things like that. Um, this has been methodically taken apart. Most of the damage was probably caused from the wreck itself, not the looting. And based on your analysis and seeing these things, you actually don't think any of the minor goblin races have actually looted this thing. It is probably other hobgoblins or more um methodically thinking races that would have come through here and done this. Because they did a good job, like a really good job at searching this place.
Okay,
And they probably had the time to do so as well.
sure. They have, even a blind squirrel comes upon a nut every not once in a while.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So I'm gonna turn and tell him, well, you kind of there was nothing here, so you were trying to fuck with us.
What? Well, no, I was letting you search it because we know there's nothing here.
Okay? But it was still really suspicious that you were basically just gonna leave. Like, you could have came back and ambushed us. And to be fair, the first javelin I threw was just meant to stop you. I kinda couldn't help that our halfling straight up shot your friend through the neck.
Well, that makes it all better. I'm sure Zrag will appreciate that.
I'm sure someone like him might have anticipated might have admired a really good shot like that from distance before he died. You guys are
Yeah.
warriors. You can appreciate skill when you see it.
Oh, yeah, that's why we weren't going to fight you. If you were probably, diminutive standing there, just the two of you, we probably would have fought you and won. But look at the size of him. He, motions up towards Lurker. That would have been a really dumb decision to try and fight you both. You were well armed. He had a bunch of weapons. You're in full plate. Well, he motions over. The other guy's in full plate. Little dinged up, but full plate nonetheless. That would not have been a fight we could win. So we're gonna fight you over the ship. You can search it all you want.
Yeah, but regardless of how this goes, we need the item we came for. The rest of the stuff really didn't matter.
Good to know. Well, if you need something from this ship, I likely know where it is.
Okay.
So on that note, I'll use detect thoughts on him.
Pushing deep or
God, on the
Uh
surface, it's probably just racist thoughts against Lurker.
I probably will, but what does he give me at the surface thoughts before I push further?
the surface thoughts, you get a lot of smug emotions, like he just found out that you need something, so he actually has something that might keep him alive. Um, there's nothing in particular other than you get. Oh, it's probably back at camp.
Yeah, that's what I figured. All right, let's find where I can. Let's find the features. Um, what if I click on Gith Psionics? What does it give me? It's the Mage Hand one. That's not what I'm looking for. Is it mental discipline? Nope. Screw it. Yeah, sure. Just yes, I'll push deep, and I think it's a saving throw of.
Wisdom or something?
I think it's
Probably
a
wisdom.
wisdom of 12. Yeah,
Okay. He
because
has.
I'm not a very wise person, but I do get it.
He gets exactly 12.
Bastard.
And as you probe and he pushes back, I believe the spell says they notice if you probe.
Oh yeah, he knows.
Yeah. He just glances towards Arag, and then chuckles. You're that one of them Gith, right?
I am. I am. That was. You had to admit it was worth a try. So, what can we do to strike a deal and see if we can't make a trade for what we're looking for? Tell us
Kind
where
of.
what this stuff is at, and we can talk to your camp
Oh
and go
no,
from there.
I'm not telling you that. I can be let go and pass on the message, and we can meet you somewhere. That's certainly an option, but I'm not telling you where the camp is, letting you set up and probably kill the rest of my tribe. Or at least ambush them and steal what you're after. So let's be nice and forward here. No more little deceptions. I really enjoy your zone of truth. That's nice to have. Um,
So anyway,
Under
Randall comes up. He dismantles the zone of truth, and he's like, "So, guys, have you figured out what you wanted to figure out?" He literally interrupts the guy.
as he's about to speak, and then Randall comes up. He just shuts up.
Have you figured it out? What you wanted? And he looks at Lurker and Arag, and he's like, "You done?"
Um, I guess we could be. I mean, we could. Wherever his troop is can't be that far. Do we really need this guy to find out where his buddies are at? Probably not. We have the methods of
Oh,
doing
you won't
it.
find it without me.
Oh,
Oh,
sure
okay,
you
good
think
to know.
that.
Guys, let's set up camp for tonight. I'll make him take us there tomorrow. And Randall starts going to set up camp.
Whatever happened to deals?
Like Randall stops, he turns around, he's like, "Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about." He wasn't there for that conversation.
See, I only can control so many of these guys. Might be better for you to tell us what you know. If you guys are as much tech as you say you have, then you're probably a tough fight. If you're that strong, we'll have to cut a deal with you, won't we?
No, not really. As Randall's walking off, I literally can make him do whatever I want tomorrow. Just let me have a nap first.
You'll find that my mental fortitude is quite expansive.
Could the same be said for your physical fortitude?
Oh, that is significantly better. Have you looked at me? Like, look at these rippling muscles. Come on.
Lurker's gonna look up at his buddy and then look back at him.
Yeah, you can kill me. You won't get what you want if you kill me.
Okay, so out of character, I gotta just tell the party so they stop trying to like make deals. Randall's gonna cast suggestion on him tomorrow to get us to have him take us to this camp. I'm just
Okay.
out of spell slots. Let me rest.
So, we can come to a deal. You tell me what you're after. If it's one of the things that, boss is willing to give up, we can make a trade. Clearly, you are all quite decent warriors. You're from Farwater, and we're not going to mess with Farwater. And we likely will make the deal with you. But I want to save my own life. I appreciate living. I just got these arms, they're kind of cool. And I think we can do some good things together. Especially if this big bad collective is coming to try and get back their shit. Obviously, we don't want to give back their shit. So, you want people to oppose them? Sure, why not? We get more of this tech? Cool, kill more of these collective people. Then, if they come around, fine with that. But I ain't gonna tell you where it is, then you're gonna kill me. You're gonna let me go, not follow, and we're going to have a meeting point where we will bring equal forces and diplomatize in a peaceful environment. How does that sound?
The meeting point would be here. We will wait here.
Sure, why not? That works.
I know Randall's thinking suggestion, but I think we should let him go back and get people. The worst case that happens, I can just track him.
What do you say in character? This is what he's proposing. Doesn't necessarily mean that, it's the thing that you have to do, but it's what he's proposing, and he's made it very clear why he's proposing it.
I'm gonna ask the others their opinions, but Lurker's actually okay with this plan. Because we can have a rock follow him with the familiar for a little bit. Actually, does anybody have augury?
Oh my god. Like, you motherfucker. You want to contact the gods to find out if it's a good idea. But you're not okay with like Randall just like making him take us there tomorrow.
Okay, I say we just do.
Randall is literally an oath of acquisitions. He is the oath of getting what he deserves. Getting
Deserves
what he
quotey
wants.
fingers.
Oath of getting what I want.
Hey,
So if I want him to take us to his place tomorrow, I can do that.
All right, I'm willing to try it. I'm willing to try him doing the suggestion before I just let him go, because he's just going
okay.
to bring all his high tech friends and try and ambush the hell out of us.
Yeah, I'm down for that too. Now,
What? No, Arag, what are you talking about? You would never.
I really feel
I was
like
going to
dressed in
say
the
we just
Algama.
turned out of character. I was going to say we turned the ship into a death. I was thinking ambush.
That's what they were thinking. I can guarantee you that.
Yeah.
If they're all into the tactics and stuff, you know what's coming. They're going to at least try.
Yeah.
I can put my suggestion into two sentences. One will be like, "You're going to take us there," and two, on the second sentence, I'm like, "You're going to introduce us as new allies to your people."
Yeah, I say we do that.
All right. So let's
What you decide to do?
let's set up camp and Lurker, if you got your drugs on you, you can watch him all night, and the rest of us will rest.
Fantastic. He's going to
Um,
spend all night with Lurker.
That being said, he could they could have buddies come to look for these two guys. We should probably move off a little bit from the ship.
The ship provides a lot of cover, though.
That cuts two ways, but yes.
It also provides a defensible position if we're up on the upper part.
As long as they can't dispel my little dome, it won't make a difference, I suppose.
exactly, can't get in anyway. But
I,
now that
I
that
do
is your
shrink off.
decision and none of you took him up on his option, Blue is 100% right. That's exactly what would have happened. He would have come there, they would have strategized, brought all of their army back here, and try and stole your collective tech that Lurker showed them. But you
Okay.
didn't do that. So yay!
Well,
Um,
I'm going to shrink back down, and me and my new friend are going to spend all night together. He's
So,
not getting a long rest.
so like so out of Randall's character. This is just me thinking of dumb ideas. What if Lurker went and took the arm of the dead guy, cut off this guy's arm, his other good arm, and installed this other arm on him, so he has two steampunk arms.
he does have two steampunk arms.
Oh, okay. I thought it's just one
Yeah.
per.
No, they both have two.
Oh, okay. Well then, Lurker, you could probably spend the night uninstalling his arms, and I don't know, reinstalling them backwards.
Okay.
Hilarious.
Except I'm not. There's probably some technology involved there,
He said
and
it was intuitive. He called you
in,
stupid.
He
intuitive
did.
putting them on.
Show him how stupid you're not.
Well,
By
taking the
uninstalling
arm
his arm.
off is easy. Just got to use your weapon of choice.
Taking it off safely.
Oh, well, that's true. All right.
Lurker just cuts him off. He's like, "Look, I uninstalled it. I'm so
God.
smart."
Bleeds out.
Can I inspect his arms or his dead friend's arms to see if I can see how to uninstall them safely?
You can make me a medicine, please.
Oh, okay. I was thinking Arcana since they're magic.
Mm-hmm. You would think that originally.
That's a 12.
Um, they're not just like placed on. As you look at the dead friend, there's wires that like go into the arm itself. It's definitely not a clip on, clip off sort of thing going on. And there doesn't seem to be like a release button that you can immediately see on there. You can probably do a bigger investigation on the item itself, or identify and things like that because they're definitely magical. They're magitech, and just from your medicine check itself, yeah, it would probably cause extensive bleeding if they were forcibly removed.
Okay. Arar, do you have an identify?
Oh, I can certainly ritual cast it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Eh.
Just to get some
Um,
info.
Identifying the arms themselves, you find out that they're basically prosthetic limbs, but these limbs themselves have a quote unquote cursed attached to them, where regeneration must be cast on the individual to heal up the wound. A regular healing is not enough, as it seems these metallic tendrils pierce all the way through the individual and kind of like replace parts of their body. They are permanent attunement other than death or regeneration.
Neat.
Still,
Um,
these hobgoblins being able to cast. You said it was regeneration.
No, they need to
As
have regeneration cast on
to
it.
remove it.
To remove it. Okay, my bad. Heard it
Yep.
backwards. Got it.
To attach it, you just remove the limb, and this arm replaces it, stopping the bleeding.
Ah,
They're quite easy to attach, not easy to remove.
the
You
Vecna's
also find
hand.
out that it enhances their strength and causes their punches to deal force damage rather than bludgeoning damage.
Huh.
All right, let's set up the dome and do our rest. See if anyone shows up. You guys want to hang here, right?
Yep.
All right.
I'm
Um,
and
and
all
that
night.
is the damage value on the fist. It says bludgeoning, but I couldn't be bothered to change it to force. But yeah, it does greatsword damage, but fist.
I would
Holy
like
shit.
to keep a watch because I don't trust that they aren't going to come looking for their missing guys.
Okay. Keeping watch within the tiny hut. Do you allow him to be within the tiny hut?
No.
No.
Actually, hold on. What does everybody else think?
Who's
Well,
casting it?
I am.
Yep. So is he within or outside the tiny hut?
I think he should
Um,
be within so that I
think
can.
you let him in.
As long as we keep watch on him and everything else, it should be okay. I mean, he'll be more hidden that way with us if his buddies
Don't
come
you?
around.
Yeah, and he can't holler and they can't hear him through the dome.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, wait. I'm thinking the Circle of Dreams thing.
But
Main thing is
anyway, like
they can't drag him out.
we've made him uncomfortable enough. We might as well just let him stay in the dome with us. There's no point in not putting him in the dome.
Yeah. Spells and effects. Yeah, doesn't say anything about sound. Yeah, he
Yeah,
can
I
come
got
in.
it.
We just gotta watch him just to make, and he's well secured, right?
He is roped up. None of you have manacles?
Yes, I do. I have manacles. I'm gonna slap them on him.
Actually, wait a minute. Can you can't you when you cast Tiny Hut, you choose what can enter or leave?
No, it's just only creatures that are inside the tiny hut when you cast it can enter. Leaving is not affected.
Gotcha.
It means his buddies can't come in and like pull him out while the tiny hut's open, but
Correct.
Yeah, I'm gonna slap manacles on him too, because if those things increase his strength, I don't need him trying to snap those ropes in the night.
okay. Manacles are on.
I mean, like we're gonna watch him. We're gonna watch him all
Yep.
night. So
Yeah.
And I'm gonna need
also
watch order.
he's probably gonna sleep at some point.
That's what you fucking think.
Lurker specifically is going to. You said you only had 2 of those potions, right, Lurker? Though you've already
Oh
used them.
shit. Yep, nope, I've already used him. Lurker is gonna have to sleep.
I was
Unless
talking
you
about
want
him.
exhaustion. Yeah, but Lurker said before he was going to stay up and make sure he doesn't sleep. But
Oh.
if he's not doing that, then he might sleep. He might not sleep. Who depends.
Yeah, what the fuck? Like, I'm not. That's cruel.
Yeah, but Lurker's cruel. Haven't you seen that?
You know what? That is kind of cruel for Lurker. He really wouldn't do that.
Okay, so do you all sleep? And if so, what is the watch order? There's 4 of you, so it'll be like first, second, third, and fourth watch.
Yeah.
1 person per watch.
I'll take first.
Okay.
I'll take last watch.
Who's second and third?
I guess I'll take second.
All right. Third.
Okay. Arag and Randall, perceptions, please.
Sure. Figures. Ooh, it's actually a half decent one for me.
I need a con save. Oh man, he doesn't even last an hour. Oh,
It was a tough day for
oh,
him.
Need to get tuckered out.
yeah, he does. And now I need to roll this with disadvantage because he's got 1 level of exhaustion. All right. What were people's perceptions? Just Randall and Arag, not Lurker because it doesn't happen on Lurker's watch. Arag, on your watch with his mighty 12 with disadvantage. He does look like he's testing the strength of the manacles, and he's very subtly trying to flex enough to break them. Do you do
Say,
anything?
uh, yeah, absolutely. I'll start by waking up. Well, first of all, I tell him and then I'll wake up Lurker.
Um, as you say, he looks up. He's like, "What? It hurts. They're on a bit too tight."
They're gonna stay too tight, and you can't
His
feel
arm
anyway.
lifted
The
him.
metal.
Exactly. He just chuckles when you say you can't feel anyway. You don't know how good these magic arms are. The feeling in them is amazing.
Good to
Well,
know.
when Lurker gets up, he's gonna sit next to him, crisscross applesauce, and just proceed to tell him all the stories of their battles against the collective.
Lick his eyeball.
Don't
Remember,
encourage him.
Lurker doesn't have a tongue anymore. He's got a louse.
Yeah, lick his eyeball with it.
Um, well, he's 1 attempt. Damn it, Arag. Damn it. Look, with disadvantage, how well he did if you didn't catch him. He would have broken out. So bad. Okay.
You picked the
The
right
night
person to try against because Arig is not the most observant.
you beat his sleight of hand by 1. And stopped his strength check. So the night passes all well. He doesn't sleep, specifically because he thought he would be able to break out when you're least expecting it. But Arag caught him, so he doesn't try because he'd just get killed. So the night passes. Everybody has a long rest, other than him.
Oh, dang.
And
Randall was gonna tell him, like, on his shift, he was like, you should really get some rest. Like, you should really sleep.
he just looks at you. Yeah, right. I'll rest, then your friends will kill me. I can rest when I'm dead.
I appreciate the sentiment, but
Hobgoblins are so
like,
annoying.
I sincerely wish that this wouldn't end in your death.
Yeah, me too. I offered a deal, but apparently you're not going to take it.
No, we're doing something else that's a lot more, you know, like, I don't know. We can't trust you. But you are gonna take us there tomorrow. Like, I'll
Yeah.
make sure of
So,
that. It'll be
what's your name? Randall. They said, right?
yeah, sure, we'll go with that.
So how are you going to make me do it? Because any mind sort of controlling stuff, our Booyah is going to see it, and it's just going to be a bloodbath for you.
This is divine.
Have
I have no
have
idea what you
you?
mean about magic.
Well, how are you going to make me?
Huh?
I've already said I'm not going to willingly take you there. I've offered a compromise.
Yeah, you see that thing that you think that's like free will and stuff? That's that's a that's a vague misconception about how people's minds actually work and how like will is given to sentient creatures. If you studied any sort of oath or any sort of religion of mine, you would find out that it is a privilege and not a right to have free will like that. And if you want to slight one of my faith, that can be taken from you. That can be confiscated.
So, enchantment magic.
More or less.
As I said, I myself not too good with the magic. But even if you do get into my head and make me tell you where we're going, Booyah's gonna see it. And have you ever experienced a Booyah before?
Sounds actually kind of exciting.
Hold
Yeah,
on. Do
really
I?
not. No, you're a sleepwalker.
Oh, okay.
This is during the third watch was Randall's, I think.
Yep.
They're just shooting the shit while everyone's asleep.
Lurker shifts right after Randall, so like,
Mhm.
like
You can
as
tell him it
Randall
all.
would go to as Randall would go to bed, then Larker's just like, "Oh, how'd the night go?" As Randall would go to back to sleep, he'd be like, "I don't know, something about a booyah."
um,
Um,
but
Question.
yeah, so yeah, sorry, Luca.
I've dealt with several different types of goblins before, and I think I remember something like that. I dealt with
Um,
this weird.
when Lurker wakes up, we can certainly investigate and see if you know anymore.
Okay.
Okay, so what else
Um,
happens?
but yeah, he's just kind of talking to you, Randall, and then says, "So you really want to try that and risk going to war with my entire tribe?
No,
You know,
oh
you
no,
could
we're good friends. Me and you, great friends.
exactly, and you're the reasonable one of these interesting individuals. You could just," and he holds up the manacles. "Let me take them off. Let me go. We can make the deal. They don't need to know. They'll be long asleep. Do the right thing. You know they're going to kill me."
I mean, I don't know that.
Oh, really? Uh, my friend was murdered in cold blood because we turned our back to you after giving you what you asked for. You don't think the moment we give you all what you want, this won't cause a bloodbath? What about the rest of my tribe? Got women and children there as well. Do the right thing. Let me organize the meet, and we'll meet you all here.
Why can't we organize the meet together?
Fine, you want to come with me? Sure.
Yeah, me, you, these three, we're all
No,
going.
because I'm not going to risk my wife. You go there, you're all clearly powerful. There may be death. Very likely will be death, especially the moment you get what you want. Do the right thing. You got this good heart for an adventurer. That's clear to me. Let me go now. I'll leave without a word and sort this deal out.
I don't understand where you're making the leap of us getting what we want and people dying.
Because you've done it already. You wanted to search his ship, we let you, and we died. You are literally forcing me captive. What have I even done?
You literally told us, like, right before bed, that you were going to come and steal our ship. You were going to go back,
No, that was me
rally
out of
them.
That was
character.
just the DM.
That was me
Yeah.
out of character
Oh, it
saying
was?
I confirmed it. Yes. He
Okay.
didn't say that. The only thing he said was when you two arrived, if Lurker didn't look so strong, they would have fought you. But he knew he wouldn't win against you.
Hobgoblins are just so argumentative and annoying.
Actually, I love this guy. I never thought that hobgoblins were so cool. I'm loving this.
I love him
Hobgoblins
too.
are awesome.
Let me just try to mentally rewind back to what he actually has said. Uh, um, uh,
I mean, he's like, we would
the
have killed
best
you
the
if you were
best
smaller.
explanation I can give to you about why your friend died is that these guys that I'm with, they are your friend's death is a consequence of them being very good at what they do.
So does it
And
not make sense that I'm not going to risk that consequence for my family? Wouldn't you do it the same? Let me go. You know it's the right thing to do.
we're all going to go together.
Hey, swear on me wife's life, ain't lying to ya. I'll organize this meet, alright? We'll get you your item. I'm just not gonna risk my people.
Hey, if you're willing to, if you're willing, if you want me to trust you, why can't you also trust me if I say that I won't let these guys murder your wife?
You proved otherwise already. He looks up at his friend's dead body.
Did I make a promise like that to you before?
You really think I'm gonna trust anything any of you say after that? That is not normal. You're supposed to be from a civilized place. And we're supposed to be the savages. But look what you've done. Didn't even try and talk. We just wanted to leave, give you what you want, and you murdered me friend. You know, he was at my wedding.
I love this guy. I'm sorry.
Bet he was the life of the party.
Yeah, now he's dead. Like, you're strong. I can acknowledge that. Appreciate that. You really think I want to risk war of me brothers and sisters coming out here to try and fight you? That's ridiculous. So, let me go. No one else has to
Like
die.
I said, we are gonna go. We're all gonna go together, like a family.
You're gonna let him do it, eh? You're gonna force me to bring you to my family. You're gonna take what you want, and there'll be a fight.
And there doesn't have to be a fight.
You killed one of our people. How do you think it's gonna go down when they ask where Zrog is?
Sounds to
Even
me
if
like you don't trust your people enough to come to a peaceful solution to this. Sounds like the way that you're putting it is that if we all go together, there's going to be a fight regardless. I get that you don't trust us, but you don't you don't think that your people like won't want to come to like a just a peaceful non-killing solution to all this too?
you know Hobgoblin culture, the whole eye for an eye thing, you literally murdered one of us. Are you gonna willingly give up one of these four people? At least if
Randall starts counting. He counts 1, 2, 3 for the party members and 4 for him.
exactly. So, at least if I go, I can explain the situation.
How are you going to
And
explain it?
well, you
Come,
beat
come,
us.
Come on, come on. You're the one with the big mouth and you're really smart. What are you gonna say to them? If you can convince this hobgoblin culture of yours that everything's cool, you should easily be able to convince me.
Honestly, it depends who I talk to. If you all come in with some strangers, you're gonna have the entire tribe watching, waiting, and our booyah ain't exactly the most reasonable. If I come in, I can at least speak to Warlord Clanks and see what's going on, and get him to not lose half of our people trying to fight you. 'Cause that would be ludicrous for both of us. Yeah, we'll probably kill you all. Wouldn't be surprising, we outnumber you 10 to 1. But we'd probably lose half our people. You're pretty strong, got to admit. You don't look it, but you're pretty strong. So I go there, can come up with a plan that won't end in blood, give you this shitty little device. What does it even do? If it doesn't do something cool anyway, we probably don't even care about it. But you go waltzing in there, you'll have the entire tribe surrounding you, watching, waiting, listening. The last word's right is you'll say you kill him. Then, Booyah will demand a sacrifice in exchange. And then you won't want to sacrifice your people. Then one of you will get uppity, probably the dumb lizard. And then people will die. Do you want that?
No, we're gonna go there, and we're all gonna be best friends, and we're gonna have a great talk.
Alright. Well, if that's what you think, then I'm gonna go to bed. Good luck to you.
That's
Uh,
that's exactly what I was saying from the beginning. You should really rest up. Good night.
yeah, it's gonna be your last night, buddy. Just don't kill the beautiful broad with the dark hair and the amazing tusks, alright? Do me a favor. Don't kill her.
What? You're gonna have to be more specific. What's her name again?
Well, I don't assume there's going to be a lot of name exchanges when, everything's going on, but her name's Vev.
Okay, noted. Hope you dream
Oh,
about her.
yeah, and what?
I said, I said, I said noted. I hope you dream about her.
Oh, well, that's ominous. Probably means I'm gonna die. Great.
Uh, is
Didn't live 19 years to get here and die. Fuck.
I'm like, I hope you. Shit, do you not dream about your loved ones? Is that an omen for death in your? I don't. I try not to make assumptions of what other cultures believe. So I'm sorry if I offended you. I just hope that you had a good night. I just hope that you dream about something cool.
Yeah, yeah, alright. Damn, your adventures are weird. And yeah, it goes on, and then Lurker gets informed about Booyahs.
Yeah, so I'm like 90% sure that Lurker's met a Booyah before.
Would you like to roll a history?
Yes, because they were actually, I believe, in a previous quest. We came across a weird fucking goblin that wild magic bursted every time he tried to cast some shit. 22.
Yeah. Booyahs are actually the what goblins and goblinoid races call magic users. Generally exceptionally rare because they don't have the attention span to learn things. They don't have the innate ability to be able to have it in their blood. They generally make poor decisions when it comes to making pacts with things, so they end up dead. So when a goblinoid race, or a goblin in particular, has exceptional magical power, they are generally elevated to quite high standing. They have the title of them as Booyah. That is the goblinoid name for them. And it doesn't matter where their magic comes from, but the fact if they have magic, they are called a Booyah. There is lots of different levels of them. They're all called the same. Sometimes they say their name multiple times to, enhance their prestige. But they are deadly because it is so rare for them to have magic that when they do, they simply have it through like sheer stubbornness. And it is so powerful and unfocused that they are incredibly dangerous and actually hold respect, even to hobgoblins. Because, it just doesn't happen normally. They need to have. If they were a normal race with the amount of power that a Booyah had, they would be, archmages and things, but they don't have the focus to actually be able to use it properly.
So lurkers actually fought beside one as an ally.
Mhm.
A Booyah worked with Lurker on a quest to help him exterminate a fuck, I can't think off the top of my head. I've killed two of them to date.
But yeah, I don't know what you're gonna use with that information, but it's they're generally quite powerful, pretty smart.
Yeah.
Hey, if you remember his name, maybe you can name drop him.
I don't remember his name because he didn't give it to us. He dressed up like a weird ass little jester though.
Yeah, not uncommon. They're very if Randall ever says, how your little hobgoblin ally said that he's a little bit interesting, that kind of makes sense for Booyah. They're not really reasonable,
Oh,
especially depending where their magic comes from.
yeah, we actually eliminated Bargus together.
But yeah, so you know what one is. They're powerful spellcasters.
Yeah. Except he blew up several of his own tribe.
Yeah, it's also not surprising.
So yeah, I'm
Um,
gonna take what I know and I'm gonna sit down and talk to the hobgoblin and talk to him about my adventures fighting beside a booyah and the two Bargus that I've killed.
well, unfortunately, as you wake up, he's asleep.
Wow.
It's like
Like
Randall just
Randall.
helped him go to bed.
Yep.
The
Well,
lurker wakes up, he's like, "Get up, you little shit. We're gonna talk."
well, as everybody gets up in the morning and starts getting ready, I'm going to talk to the party and him and explain everything. I'm going to warn them
Feel
about the.
free to.
I'm
In
going to.
character, as everybody wakes up, it is currently morning, and he is still here. He's asleep as you wake up, because once he fell asleep, he was dead tired.
I'm gonna
So,
update my character because I'm going to swap Featherfall for Shield Spell.
No problem.
Yep, I'm removing Zone of Truth for something else.
That's good.
I'll
so
figure it
yeah,
out in a minute.
I'm gonna, talk to everybody and also talk to him and tell him some of the stuff that I've done, fighting beside a Booyah, an ally, and killing Bargus.
You always gloat about your past escapades.
No, I'm trying to explain to everybody that, your Booyah is dangerous, and Booyahs are unpredictable and powerful.
Well, no shit. That's why I said to your friend last night that it's probably not a good idea to show up. Then they ask, where me buddy is, and he's dead. Because the booyah will demand your head and probably your penis.
Uh,
I can cast Disguise Self and make myself look like your friend.
on top of that, I've also watched Booyahs blow up their own people, so that's kind of a coin flip.
We're used to him.
So, yeah, he might.
He's, by the way, just letting you know, you might not even get to talk. Booyah, he named himself Burst. Don't ask me, well, I know why, because he heard the sound of one of the machines and it was going Burst. So he named himself Booyah Burst. That's his name, by the way. He has this device and it constantly, points in different directions. And when it points towards a direction, that is where we go and raid. It's how we kind of determine where the direction we raid. He said it's a sign from the gods, and yeah, wherever this like beautiful, it kind of looks like a gem orb thing, and every few hours it generally points a direction. Sometimes it changes directions. And so far it's been working. It's like this prophetic device. I think it's probably tracking something, but hey, as long as it keeps working for us and keeps burst in, composed, we'll keep following it.
I turn to the others. Oh, that might explain something, guys.
Well, it sounds like a pretty cool item.
Randall's completely lost in what Lurker is talking about.
Well, Randall, you're up.
But yeah, if it's pointing towards I don't know, all of you when you arrive, they're probably going to attack you on sight. Hope you had a
Oh,
good sleep. It's probably going to be your last. You sure you don't want to follow my plan?
you're not exactly trustworthy.
Neither are you. I've not lied about anything. Your zone of truth has determined that.
I've not lied about anything either,
It's
because
got
I'm
a
a shitty liar.
it's got a fair chance to point at your tech there, Lurker, just so you know.
Oh, fuck. Same thing goes for you, Aurarg.
I don't have any.
Yeah, you do. You got the gem out of character.
I do have that gem. That was from them, wasn't it?
Yep.
Oh well, that's okay.
Fuck it. Let's take the chance. Actually,
No, wait. This side gem was that from them?
yes. You requested that quest specifically. That was when we fought the telekinesis pyramid thing.
Oh yeah, you're right. My bad.
Yeah.
I got something.
Um,
I got the other thing, the screaming thing, the wailing soul from the other thing I was thinking about when we had to fight the
The side
ghosties.
jam specifically for your class feature.
Yeah.
I have a question for him. Lurker pauses as he seems to have thought of something. Did you and your people pay a visit to a gnome nearby here, living in the mountains?
Not I know of. I've been here at the ship, remember?
Insight,
Yeah,
insight check.
So,
yeah.
Not that I'm any good at that, but insight check.
I also want to take a look at the boots that he's
Oh,
wearing.
I roll an investigation, Lurker. Arag, he seems to be honest. You don't know how long he's been positioned at this ship, but not to his knowledge, he doesn't know of a gnome.
Oh, yeah. No,
Um, Lurker, he's not wearing any like fancily made city boots, but he's wearing boots made out of like hide, a little bit of metal on them.
Randall took a closer look at them. Could he take a look at the boots? Because I know he specifically was wanting to look at the boot prints.
He certainly could if he wants to investigate. If you tell him to.
Yeah, I'll holler over to Randall.
Randall takes a look at him.
Roll with advantage.
Investigation.
Yep. They're definitely boot-like. They might even be shoe-like.
Yep.
That was miserable.
Anyway.
Is there a
So
suggestion being cast?
Yeah. Here's the list separated by commas in a one sentence. So the suggestion is you are going to
Now,
take us. What?
remember, it is a course of activity. While you can say multiple sentences, it is a single course of activity that you can say in a sentence or two. The sentence or two doesn't mean you can give like multiple different commands. It just means the length of how detailed you can go into your single course of activity.
Can I word that in a way to make it single? Probably. So far, like I'm thinking along the lines of you're going to introduce us to your tribe as your ally. So that automatically would like suggest that like he take us there and introduce us.
Is that the wording you use?
No, I'm saying I'm already thinking about that. And
Mhm.
then the only other thing I'm trying to loop in there is sort of a way to sort of kind of keep it there for the total of 8 hours. I could just say like you're going to introduce us to your tribe as allies for the next 8 hours.
Yeah, okay. Is that the wording you use?
That seems good to me. Not that I'm deciding.
It's like we're going
We
to be
have time
allies
to
for the next
discuss it
eight
as a
hours.
group. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if we could say anything. So, you're gonna. Okay, so how literal do we want to go? So what was your wording again?
Uh, like you're going to introduce us to your tribe as your tribe's ally for the next 8 hours.
Okay. I'm trying not to give the DM ideas.
I'm like the easiest monkey pot is to like literally have him be like, "These are my allies. These are my allies. These are my allies." For
Um,
hours and hours and hours.
That's what I
if you
was
want,
thinking of. Yes.
if you want, I can leave the chat and let you discuss it, and then just ping me. If you don't want to give me ideas.
No, I mean I trust you. I'm not trying to do that. Um,
Because like if we just say like if I just say not the 8 hours, then as soon as the command is completed, then the suggestion's over, and then he can
Indeed.
just say attack, or he can say whatever he wants. But like essentially, I'm not making him. I'm not making him do anything that like he said he wasn't going to do already. I'm just
I mean,
putting a
I guess if you
suggestion in
say that you're
place.
gonna introduce me to your leader for the, I'll go with it. If worst comes to worst, use another spell slot because it's a con spell, right? So you could always drop concentration and try again if you find that he's just like jerking us around.
Yeah, I suppose. Uh, I'm actually gonna go ahead and like tell him uh in person. Like I'm gonna go ahead and talk to him and say like,
Hmm.
hey, so this is what's gonna happen. I'm going to use my divine magics to enchant you. And from what we discussed last night, I'm not going to make you do anything that you said you weren't going to do with us already. You were just unwilling to take us all there to talk to them together. That's pretty much the only thing that this will basically force you into doing.
What happens when notices that I'm enchanted?
I mean, there's not really any way of telling if you're enchanted unless you tell them yourself that you're enchanted. Which after you've introduced us to your people, like the enchantment will be off and you'll be free to do so. But like this is only a means of keeping you to what you said you wanted to do.
Yeah, we're ultimately going
I
with your plan. You're just gonna.
well,
We're
I
just. We don't
specifically
want
said
you
I
laying
didn't
out our
want
estate.
you four outsiders to walk into the tribe because then you're going to have the entire group. Have you ever heard of peer pressure before?
Yeah. Was that have
Yeah,
to do with
so
this?
well, my buddy's family's gonna be there. They're not gonna like that he's dead. We're gonna have the booyah there. Not gonna like that you killed one of us. The chief's not gonna like it. And you're gonna be standing right there, and I cannot guarantee, at least if you're however many hours away, they have time to think before they go and try and murder you. And thinking we're good at.
You
Maybe
were just
not so
telling me
much.
last night that you're going to convince them that it's all right.
Yeah, but I'm not going to be able to convince them if they're more brandishing weapons and murdering you rather than listening. They can't brandish weapons and murder you if you ain't there.
Weren't you saying that I just come in?
If you wanted to. I can say you're the one reasonable one that didn't murder him. Honestly, they're going to want the lizard. So if you want to give him up, everything would be peachy. They'll probably kill him, make an example of him, and then look to trade with the rest of you. But
Randall looks at Lurker.
Not a fucking chance.
if you want to avoid bloodshed altogether, I recommend you not be standing amidst a bunch of goblinoids when you tell them you murdered their friend, partner, lover, etc. There might not be a whole lot of talking that happens.
like, uh, uh,
Why are you so concerned about us?
Because my wife's there and I don't want you to murder like half of my people by the time we murder you.
okay, so
Hold
Randall's
on,
like
Randall.
Randall's like thinking, it's
Randall,
like
hold
that
on.
that could
I
be
want to
arranged.
make a point. I want to make a point to you. Even if you do attack us and do kill us, you won't have enough of your people left when the collective comes.
No shit, that's why I don't want it to happen. Yes, I am pretty confident my tribe can murder you all. But I am also guaranteed to think that many of them will perish doing so. So I'm trying to be the reasonable one here and say let's not lose all of you and then half of my people. Let's lose none of them and do this whole diplomacy thing. Not sure if you've heard of it, but it does not involve spears instantaneously.
Okay, so like Randall needs to like separate the group and do like a group huddle real quick.
You can certainly do that as you move away from him. He's still tied up.
Okay, Lurker.
Yeah.
About what he said about like their tribe will probably be happy enough just to kill you in in retribution for the one that you guys have killed. Right? Right.
Yes.
We can arrange that.
What the fuck?
Hear me out. I can cast gentle repose on you after you die, and we can take your body back to Farwater after this is all over. The repose will last for 10 days, and we just get back to Farwater in 10 days and have you revived.
What?
The big assumption there is that we're going to allow these dudes to kill Lurker, and then the assumption is they're not going to
we
try
need
and
to get
kill the.
Lurker's body back.
But the assumption is they're going to actually follow what they're promising and treat with us, as opposed to just
Yeah,
killing us.
yeah. Considering one of the big threats is down, what makes you think they're not just going to wipe the rest of the party? Like, I'm telling you, booyahs are incredibly batshit. There is no rhyme or reason to what they do. I watched one throw exploding frogs at his men for shits and giggles.
Okay, I just wanted to get my idea out there, like, because it seems like an option.
Look, let's be realistic, okay? And let's kind of move this along because it's already after 9.
Yeah.
Realistically, the device that points in the direction of the collective stuff is obviously they think is really, really cool, and they're not going to give it to us willingly.
So here's my idea on that. Why can't Arata just steal it while the rest of us keep him occupied?
See, that you could do, but
Yeah.
they're
Hey, well,
not. They are not going to give this thing to us, not
hey,
willingly.
Blue, I'm confused. You said like it's already 9. I'm like, the session's 6 hours, isn't it?
Oh, I
Yep,
meant
sure
9
is.
9 p.m. my time. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
There should
we're
be an
all
hour
three on the
40 left.
same.
Sorry
Wait.
about that. Well, I thought we were all Eastern time except for my bad. My bad. So yeah, we're 4.5 hours. I'm just saying in general, the device that the creature described, which obviously they're following because it leads them to cool shit, is the thing that we want. They're not going to give it to us. So even if they
Right.
sacrifice Lurker, they're not going to give us a device.
Unless we trade them something that is also from the collective that kind of does the same thing.
Which would be what?
I don't know.
Right, we don't have that. So
Lurker, like, think we can like that quiver of yours, like. Can we mess around with it to make it so that, like, oh, when you turn the quiver over and an arrow falls out and it points in a direction, you attack in that direction? I don't know.
Lurker gets real close to you, like looks you in the eyes, and goes, "What the fuck is your problem? You are just so eager to peddle off everybody else's lives."
What? No, I'm not. You misunderstand when I said, yeah, let them kill you, but then we revive you. It's traumatic, but you killed one of them. Don't you understand that that is how they work? Like,
How many
it's an
goblins?
eye
Hold
for
on.
an eye, but in fact, they're not actually killing you. You're coming out alive from this.
How many goblins has Randall interacted with?
Um, I think none.
Yeah,
Maybe one.
Lurkers interacted with quite a few. Like, yeah, they could call for an eye, but again, booyahs can be bribed sometimes with just random cool shit. They are why
So then why are you complaining about that idea too?
I'm not giving up my stuff.
You have collect. Who else has collective stuff? Like
We're
the
not
stuff.
giving them collective stuff.
Well, like they. That's what they like. That's what we're trying to trade for.
I'm done trading. Like
Yeah,
they clearly really like they
We
practically
stop
worship
saying they like we've talked to them yet. We haven't.
but like
sitting
you're
here just 5
establishing
minutes
that
ago pretty much almost worship the thing that we're trying to get from them. They will not give it up.
Oh my
The hobgoblin twiddles his mechanical thumbs, like looking
god.
over at the group huddle. Just he looks like he's trying to listen, but he can't quite.
I
like
don't know.
I
You could probably overhear hear Randall when Randall
like,
gets all uppity.
All right. Let's have this guy lead us. Let's go do it.
Once we get close to the village, I will cast invisibility on myself and like stay away from the rest of the party.
I mean, between invisibility and pass without a trace, if we put out on them too, you have
You
half
know
a chance of
what?
maybe sneaking in there and getting the damn thing yourself.
You know what? That's a good idea. I think Randall and Arard go in without Lurker, and Arada and I can sneak around. We get the added advantage of us not being there instantly antagonizing them. We tell him, fine, I won't go in. We'll send the two people that didn't kill, and then Arada and I can sneak in.
That sounds good to me.
I mean, the goblin. I guess we could try it. I don't know. Depends how
And then
literally
if
you take the words.
Let's give it a try. I think we got a good plan.
All right, whatever. Like I cast my suggestion. I use my channel divinity to give him disadvantage on the wisdom save.
Oh man, I forgot about the disadvantage thing. I'm like, he has a chance. What's the DC?
16.
Oh, even without. Okay, yeah, it's a 7 and a 10, so that's a super fail.
Yep. So we are allies. Introduce us to your leader.
As you're approaching, and I think it also says he's charmed by you. Oh no, he's not. He's not charmed as in the condition, but he is like he has to follow it. All right. As you approach with it, he's like, "I'm telling you, this is a bad idea." And then he kind of shakes his head and stands up. All right. Can you get me out of these bindings, please? Um, Gotta walk. It's gonna take about 3 hours, maybe 4, probably 4. I'm quite tired.
I'm preemptive.
He can walk
Sorry.
with the bindings.
That is, however, not a good look if we're trying to present ourselves as allies.
Whatever you want to do, we'll find out.
Um, Also, I am casting pass when we get within the area with the village where we can see it. Pass is being the same problem I'm having with Zephyr Strike, so I just casted aid to eat the
Alright.
spell slot.
Yep. Um. So, do you untie him or not untie him?
We're allies. Of course we can tie him.
All right.
All right, we'll go
Um,
for it.
He doesn't try and flee or anything. As you untie him, he begins walking, saying, "So, what's your plan when you arrive?"
Uh, we're going to say that we're have common enemies with the collective. You've been collecting, their airships. We've been fighting them. Maybe we can work together. We can get you guys can get more tech, and we can make sure these guys don't subjugate all of us together.
Sounds like a good plan. What are you gonna do about my bud?
Well, he got maybe the rust monster came and ate him.
You want me to lie now?
Nah, I'll lie. You can just be quiet.
Um, you, well, wait, was that Randall talking?
No,
That was a rod.
No, no,
Alright.
okay. So he looks around and goes, "Well, Randall explained about the whole magic. I'm not compelled to lie for you."
That's true. He's
That's
not.
fair. He's not.
And as I said, he was literally the best man at my wedding.
I believe you only told me that.
Yeah,
Oh,
news to me.
yeah, well, we literally grew up together, you know? Close knit tribe, friends, family, the sort.
I'm really sorry for your loss, and there really much isn't anything that we can do to. Well, if I was a better paladin, then there was probably would have been something I could do, but I am not.
Oh, there's plenty you could do. We could have his head, and he, like, thumbs over at Lurker. He's walking this whole time.
Randall says under his breath, "Yeah, I suggested that."
Well, we'll have to deal with your friend's death. But, maybe we can still strike a deal, right? Because in the end, if your tribe gets more powerful to offset your friend's loss, it will be a positive for the tribe overall.
That is actually true, and I can confirm and support that. We are not. He like points to his own face. Do you see me shedding a tear over him? We're used to death. I've lost many, many friends. Um, but I would also very much like Lurker's head. That's what you call it, right?
That's what you call him. I have a name. You can speak to me directly. I'm not like the pet of this group.
Oh, hmm. Yeah, you know I'm saying it because I enjoy giving you shit, right? You react to it. It's quite nice. I don't really get that. Our tribe doesn't have a whole lot of lessers in it. We don't need them. And ever since our one court jester manifested the magic, now he holds high ranking, and it's really annoying.
Hmm.
It'll be worse for you. He'll probably want to scale you. Is that the word for it?
I mean, you could use that word, but I'm just saying, believe it or not, in the past, I have helped your people before. Not
You
you.
definitely have not helped my tribe. We are not. That is incredibly racist, by the way. You think we're all in constant communication with each other?
Yet. I worded that poorly. Forgive me.
It's not
Um,
the only poor decision you've made.
would it be possible? Would your booyah be willing to fight me in single combat?
Probably. He's an idiot. But he's exceptionally powerful, and you'll be turned into like a toad or something. And then probably dropped in a vat of acid.
I mean, I've seen firsthand what a booyah is capable of.
But I that might work. I don't know. It really depends what side of the bed he woke up on. Um, he is certifiably insane and incredibly intelligent, and I really hate it. Because he just squanders his intelligence.
Yeah, booyahs tend to do that.
You know so much, but act on so little. Oh, by the way, it's just up around here, around the swamp side. He says as he's like, this has been going on for like an hour as he's walking.
Okay.
Um, but no, that's very much what he will probably do. I think he's also manifested his power from like some eldritch being because he has a lot of eyes, like a lot of eyes.
So then I'm gonna pull Arata off to the side and
Mhm.
be like, why don't you and I just agree to tell him that we're agreeing to stay out of the village then, and then we just disappear.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
I go back up to him. I tell you what, to smooth over any potential negotiations, The halfling and I will not go in the village with you. We were the two that were responsible for the attack. Just having us there could make things that much worse. We're not going to go in the village.
Probably smart.
So, are we close enough that it would be reasonable enough for me to go on ahead and cast Pass Without a Trace?
He tells you you're probably about 40 minutes away.
Oh, well, it's only got a 10-minute timer, so we've got to get pretty close.
Yeah, as he's walking. So, Jason will be reasonable.
I'm sorry, who will?
The chieftain,
Oh, okay.
he'll probably be reasonable. Probably. Depends if, I don't know, wife annoyed him or something. Who knows? Well, call him warlord, not chieftain, because now, we're following this device and we've pillaged quite a lot. Really making our way in the world.
Nice to know.
I know,
Whatever
right?
it is.
Does he keep it or
Otherwise,
does the Booyah keep it?
The Booyah has it.
oh yeah, it's in. He then pauses. I'm not
It's a
telling
holy
you
grail.
that.
Okay. Just
Sounds
seeing.
like a really dumb idea to tell you where the thing. Wait, is that the thing you want? The thing that just points random directions?
Yeah, it doesn't point random directions.
What's it do?
We're not 100% sure.
You want it, but you're not 100% sure.
Well, we won't know for certain without seeing it firsthand.
I was just wondering who the real leader was. I figured whichever one has the gem is probably the one that's really in charge. Because it sounds like it's the centerpiece of your people, more or less, right? Because you look for power. This gives you power, right? I was just wondering, which person I really had to deal with here, because the one that has the gem probably has the power.
It's more. Burst really wants to follow it, and he's incredibly powerful with magic, and we don't have any other magic users. So if we keep him happy, then he keeps lending us his aid. We don't really care where we have to pillage. I just hope it never points like towards Farwater, because that's suicide. It's like to the northwest or something, I think, but it's pretty far away, so we should be good. I don't think it actually does anything noteworthy. Just the Booyah's obsessed with it. I honestly think the Warlord would happily give it away, because then we could actually strategize where we're going to raid. But it's working, so who knows, maybe it is magical.
Okay.
But no, the Booyah doesn't run the tribe. He is like our shaman.
Okay. But he tells you where to raid.
Yeah, he says it points this direction, and then the Warlord's like, yeah, that's a good idea, let's go there.
Okay.
But ultimately, we would all gladly cut him off if he wasn't so useful. If any of you have magic and wanted to join the tribe, we'd just cut the head off the Booyah, and then, you could join us, and then good. But
I mean, all of us here have magic.
so then it comes to point 2 that I said if you wanted to join the tribe or not, and would actually be willing to raid and pillage.
Well, there is option 3. To the far southwest, there is a large group of bullywugs and lizard folk. They would also welcome your tribe to join there, and they also seek to get more collective stuff. We've been fighting them, they've been fighting them. Hell, we helped their entire city.
You realize we're hobgoblins, right? We're not going to submit to frogs.
You don't need to submit, just work with them. It equals.
Alright, you're funny. You're hilarious. Equals.
You seem to have an awful low opinion of other races.
Just the ones that lives in swamps. Like, what right-minded person would live in a swamp?
What right minded person would think the only way to live is pillaging?
Touche. Alright. It's about 5 minutes down the road here. Or down this winding path.
Alright,
Who's staying behind? Who's coming?
the two of us are going to stay behind, and I thumb over to Arata.
Yep.
So I actually have one more trick up my sleeve. I don't know if I want to pop it here. I have a potion that gives me an additional plus 10 to my stealth roll. And it stacks with Pass Without a Trace.
So you
I
want to
mean,
go try to take the thing?
I mean, that was mine and Arata's plan.
Yeah,
Or,
the heist job.
well, even if we can get it easy, that would be great. If not, we're at least on hand if shit goes south. We're not actually splitting the party. But if there was ever a time for it, I think this is it. Let me check the duration on that potion.
Always sounds like very last words. This is the time we should split the party.
Well, no, this keeps us from having to split the party.
What does it do again? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it.
I'm casting Pass Without a Trace plus this potion gives me an additional 10 to my sneak, so I would have a plus 26 to sneak.
Why are we even going to the tribe if you have a plus 26 to sneak? Just go in there and take it.
I mean,
I mean, what the hell? On an average, you're going to spend a 36 on average.
I can do that. I can just sneak in and take it. But we did need him to show us where the village was.
Well, we're 5 minutes away now. Go get it.
All right, fuck it. Arata, you coming with in case shit goes south?
Yeah, I have advantage on stealth, and with Pass Without Trace, that should be pretty good. I can go.
Okay, so I just need Randall and Arard to keep him there and busy, while Arata and I go steal it.
All right. So, you know,
Well, Randall was gonna stick with the hobgoblin anyway to make sure he returns home safely and not murdered.
all good. I'm with you. We're not
Oh
trying to
yeah,
kill him.
so
He has a
plus
wife.
He has a wife.
He has a wife.
so combined with Pass Without a Trace, Lurker has a plus 26 to stealth. And
Just remember, stealth is not invisibility.
no, but I cannot be tracked though using the Pass Without a Trace.
Yeah.
Arard, greater
Tracked as
invisibility.
followed.
No, I don't have it because I was told I didn't need it because the thief had invisibility.
Do you have regular invisibility prepped?
Nope.
Fuck.
I have regular invisibility. Is what I have.
Yeah, he had it. That's why I didn't prep it. I didn't think two of us needed to be invisible.
It's a touch spell, isn't it? So you can cast invisibility on Lurker.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want me to just go in solo and then have Arata follow behind.
Sure, that makes sense.
So yeah,
And myself and the paladin will stay with the hobgoblin, and we're like discussing strategy while you guys. I say you guys stay away and go over there, and we'll talk about the best way to go talk to this leader.
okay.
Okay, so it's just you that's going to go in now. I'm going to cast invisibility on you.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'm invisible. I make no sound. I have plus 26 to stealth,
Indeed.
and I cannot be tracked except by magical means.
100%.
Or
Just be
actually,
careful.
I don't even think magical means actually works with Pass Without a Trace.
No, it's magical means.
It's magical means. Okay. So yeah, I'm gonna sneak in the camp.
All right. I will pull you all over.
This is gonna go terribly.
We'll see.
So, as you all approach, did you say everybody else kind of stops beforehand 5 minutes away and then let Lurker go ahead and just tell the guy to like wait as we're going to discuss a plan or something along those
Yeah,
lines?
I think myself and Randall, we're not actually. I don't think on the map, right? Because this looks like it's right by the
No,
entrance.
yeah, no. There's like, yeah, the
Yeah.
map goes further. Just
Yeah. So we're out there, and we're just kind of say 5-10 minutes away. Like maybe we step a little bit further back, but that's 5 minutes good. Just so we're out of earshot from the village, right? And
yep,
we're just gonna talk about the leader and what he's like, and just trying to understand the politics of the whole thing, so I know what to say in front of this guy.
makes
So,
sense.
cool.
Okay. Dun 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 dun.
Dun, 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 dun.
So,
Okay.
Lurker, as you approach, you see this large camp. There is a wooden wall all the way around, but it is more made of like there's gaps in between, so you can't walk through it, but you can see through it. There is a variety of tents, and you see two more metal-armed guys at the very front entrance. Walking around, you do see there is multiple other entrances, and then there is also these individuals that seem to have these metal staffs. On the tip of the staff is this blue gem, and they also walk around. I don't know, kind of look like that, but with a staff. Um, and there is one stone building near the like left-hand side. All the rest are made out of. Well, actually, there's two stone buildings, and all the rest are made out of wood. And then there is a big building at the back, which is kind of the size of two of them together.
Okay. I'm gonna. Do I need to do my first stealth roll?
Yes, please. Honestly, I was going to ignore it because none of them can actually beat you anyway.
Oh
I
yeah.
just I just want to see what he rolls.
But
So
yeah,
with
you
the
can.
plus
Alright.
20, that's a 44 in stealth.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I want to see something in the 40s.
So Lurker's just gonna like dun, 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 his way around
Okay,
until.
as you get to there, you see another entrance. There is one of those staff-wielding hobgoblins, as well as a hobgoblin with two metal arms.
Do I see any windows into this area? Into
You
the.
don't. None of the huts seem to have windows. They do have doors, though.
Okay, I'm gonna sneak around this way.
At that building, you see there is a door to your like here-ish, but there is two metal-armed guys standing beside the door, like guards, posted beside the door.
Okay, what are these tents made out of? These buildings?
Wood.
Wood.
They're like
Okay.
TP wood things. But they look
Is
pretty sturdy. There's two
is
stone buildings, and then the rest are all made out of like timbers.
is the tops like a animal skin? Like,
Nope. The wood goes to a point like a teepee.
okay, I didn't know if there was any like wood or skin covering to keep the water out that I could poke through.
It there's like leaves and straw and palms and stuff to keep the water out, but it does look like the timbers just go all the way up.
Okay. Then yeah, I'm gonna continue to.
There's lots of goblinoid talking between everyone, but there's so many I'm not going to actually roleplay it because you can hear it all.
Okay. I'm gonna continue to sneak around. Is the door over here?
No, it's on the back. You should have been able to see the actual door. There's a little door.
Oh. Well, if the door's back there, I wouldn't have even came up that way. I would have went
You can
straight
see it,
through.
right? If you move around, there's a door
Oh,
symbol,
yeah,
right?
no, it didn't highlight the door all the way for me. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
There. So yeah, I'm gonna poke my head in the door.
You have regular invisibility, right?
Yes, but my sound is muffled.
I just need to check. I think interacting with an object breaks your invisibility.
Oh, if that's the case, let me look at that.
No, to
No, it is only if you attack or cast a spell, so you can still interact with
Yeah,
the
I
door.
was gonna double check that. Okay, cool.
So yeah,
I'll get you to make a sleight of hand check for me, please. See how nicely you open this door, because the door's not cloaked.
17.
I think you might be good. Passive. Yep. You can click on the door.
Okay, I'm gonna peek in. What do I see?
Click on the door, and you'll see.
Oh,
So
okay.
standing inside, you see. Well, actually, he's technically sitting down. You see this robed figure, small, goblinoid, with these vicious-looking teeth. He's currently sitting there with his feet up on what would maybe have once been a fireplace in the middle, but now sitting atop it is this beautiful purple gem. It's got these little like lines of sparkles that make an arrow pointing to the northwest currently. Um, he's got his feet up on like the edge of the fireplace itself, and he's currently holding in his hand what looks to be like a bone, like a femur or something, and he's kind of inspecting it, and then every now and then he moves up a hand, like a nailed hand, and like scratches a little extra rune in it, and it does look like it's engraved in all these little like goblinoid sigils.
Okay, I am going to duck back into these bushes here. Do I have a clean light of sight where I can mage hand the stone?
As you can see, the stone is huge. You think it's probably too high, too big for a mage hand. Mage hand cannot
Okay.
carry a whole lot.
So
The
how much?
stone itself is probably like 2 foot.
Okay. Oh fuck. Okay. Oh shit.
You can see the stone on there, right? The
Yeah, I
purple
you
thing.
just
stone.
you
Yeah.
just you probably just need to wait there until we can get the guy to leave the thing, and you can just pick up the stone. The stone will then become invisible because invisibility makes anything you're carrying invisible too, and you
That's
can just walk out.
true. That's true. Was Arata following behind me still? Like, not too far away, but like.
I wasn't invisible, so I was just staying back.
They're
Actually,
they're 5
no.
minutes away from you, Loka.
Huh?
They're about 5 minutes away from you outside camp.
Oh, okay. Um.
Yeah, it sounded like it would be best for both of us to be invisible, but since that wasn't possible,
I'm
You
gonna.
do see the goblin himself has about 30 ears on a necklace just around his neck as well. All like various different like human, elven, all different like species of ears in a necklace around him.
I'm gonna take a gamble here.
You
I'm gonna.
think his robe might be made of skin. Sorry,
I'm
continue.
gonna. I'm gonna reach into my pouch, pull out the good fellows, untie their beaks, and let them dash out of the bush because they can speak. I'm going to have them start speaking as they fly away to try to draw everybody out. It is not a spell. It is not anything that would break my stuff.
I need to know what it actually is. That means nothing to me saying those words.
My familiar that gets kept in my pouch. I'm pulling them out, untying their beaks and letting them fly off because they squawk and talk in a human language constantly. I'm hoping they can act as a distraction.
All right.
So yeah, I'm pulling the good feathers out and they start talking over.
Okay. As you pull them out from there, there is the squawking sound of them. How far can they move?
They have a 70-foot movement speed.
All right. Where do they go?
I'm just having them fly over like this away.
And they're speaking human-ish?
Yep, nope, they speak
Common-ish?
common.
Okay.
They speak
They
common.
speak in a New York accent.
Yeah, I didn't want that part. I remember that part. Um, okay, so
So
as you release it, and it begins flying and squawking, you see Buzz
Hey, I'm flying
um
here.
look up at the sudden noise. The hobgoblins all around like kind of glance and then look directly at it. And you see this one with the staff just instantly click the staff on the ground, and there is a thunderous boom. You've heard this boom before. In fact, you heard it many, many times for like an hour. It sounded like fireworks, but now it sounds like a booming noise. As the blue gem on the top of the staff lights up, it's glowing, and this female hobgoblin looks around and sees the bird that's still flying. It's now moved 70 feet away and just points the staff at it. And this thundering wave of sound emits from the staff, and does an 18 hit the bird.
Yes.
The bird takes 16 points of thunder damage.
The bird crash lands. It's down.
And then you hear in Goblin, "What the hell is that thing? Where did that come from? Hey, come, follow me!" And she like yells to the person next to her, and then they both begin like walking over towards it. Um,
Those bursts
and you,
come out of the house.
yeah, I was just moving in then as you're saying that, and he sticks his head outside. Hey, what's going on? What are you doing? Why was there a Brooklyn accent? Oh, what's go? And then the hobgoblin like waves back at him. It was nothing. Another one of the beasts from the forests or something. Oi, oi, oi! I want that. Whoa, that has multiple heads. That is amazing. All right, get it. Come on, get it for me. And look, you kind of like slide in behind him. He's just standing right there, kind of pointing at it and demanding. Um, he stands at about 2.5 foot tall. He's pretty tiny. Um, and has this like wicked grin on his features. He's hopping leg to leg as he's looking out towards where it is, and both of those hobgoblins are now kneeling down, investigating this dead bird. Wait, it's a familiar, isn't it? It poofed.
It's different type of familiar. It doesn't poof. I have to actually bring it back to life with 50 gold.
Well, that's normally how you do
It's a magic
familiars.
item.
Oh, it's a
Yeah,
magic
this.
item. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so you have to actually get the body to be able to bring it back to life?
I don't know. Give me a moment. Let me go up to him where I posted it.
Yeah, it's a magic item reward.
You know, it doesn't actually say.
If it's a magic item, then yeah, the item doesn't just like appear, like it's not tuned to you or anything. So you'd have to revive it, you have to get the body back. Um, as he's kind of like jittering side to side at the moment, being like, "Look at that! I want the left head. The left head is the one that I desire. Oh, this is amazing, amazing." As you enter Lurker, he doesn't seem to notice you.
I'm gonna grab the stone real quick. As I grab the stone, it should turn invisible.
It does. You grab the stone. As you grab the stone, I'm gonna need you to roll initiative for me, please. As you see, just for a moment before it goes invisible, this rune, this glyph on the stone itself flare to life. And I'm going to need a dexterity saving throw from you, please, as a glyph of warding triggers in your face meets. Actually, no, it's not dex. Sorry. One moment.
Brutal.
Actually, I need to check what it is.
Guys, I think Lurker might actually die.
It was actually something that was brought up by the hobgoblin next to you, by the way. It is a wisdom save.
15?
I need to check his DC. I think his DC might be 17. See. DC 16!
God damn it.
As you pick up the gem, you
Brutal.
grab it, it's about to go invisible, the the glyph burns, and then suddenly you feel your limbs pulling in, and before a moment, there is a snail on the ground.
God
Lurker,
damn.
you're a snail.
You wouldn't happen to have any inspiration, would you, Derek?
Hold on. I do have one old DM inspiration I've been holding. Thank you for reminding me. Holy
Just asking.
that is not any better.
That is not.
Well,
Worth a
As
shot.
the glyph of warding flares, and the hobgoblin friends, how he said you'd probably be turned into a crab or something if you pissed him off. Well, turns out it wasn't a crab; it was a snail. As
An
the
invisible
Booyah's
snail.
glyph, yeah, an invisible snail. The glyph flares, and suddenly the Booyah's head like turns, and I'm going to stop talking about things that are happening inside of there because no one knows anymore. Rest of the party, what are you doing?
I don't know nothing, right? So I just assume
Nope.
that we're just giving him time. So
Mhm.
it's
I mean, we did hear that huge boom.
You did hear a huge boom, as that could be heard for hundreds of feet from
try to-
the staff exploding. It was just a singular, like, firework pop.
From the staff exploding, I'll have try to sneak in after.
All right.
Just with my normal Pwafi and dexterity, I'll try to like climb on top of the buildings. I think.
yeah.
Okay.
I might even say to the hobgoblin, like, what was that sound?
Oh, that's one of the boomsticks. They're called boomers, very aptly named, I know, but they're these. That airship had an entire armory of these things. They look like normal staffs until you focus them, and then they have this amazing ability that just shatters everything with sound. Not too good with the whole stealthy thing, but they can shoot and they can hit. They're brilliant. You should really get one in the trade if you can. I'm sure you can offer something good for one of them. We've got plenty of them.
That
Okay.
sounds awesome.
Oh, they
Anyway,
really are. Um,
let's get you home.
yeah, okay. And he begins walking forward. Arata, you're whoo, that's stealth. All right. So you probably can't just run through the center, like the front gate, but you could probably climb over one of the walls. just because there's not really anything to hide behind as you're making your way
Yeah.
forward. If you're invisible, you could.
I'm not invisible because I'm still holding concentration for.
Yep. So which way do you go to get in?
So I
This
have.
front gate
I'm just
has
gonna
these.
like run up the wall using spider climb and try to run up roofs and
Oh,
stuff.
there is actually a cliff face, well, like a rocky face over here as well that doesn't have a wall that you could kind of like walk up from the little lake area to the north.
Oh yeah, I'm just
Um,
looking to use the spider climb to make it easier and without
to get in. Yeah.
actually being invisible, just sort of like scurry around the edges of
Oh, yeah.
stuff.
You can definitely like even hop up here if you really want to.
Okay, I see now.
As Randall and Arag, you're walking forward. Arada, feel free to move about. As nothing in here unless you end your turn like in the open.
Where did the boom thing come from?
Down to the southwest.
Like over here?
Yep.
Okay. Okay.
But yeah, so Randall and Arag, you look up, and the other two hobgoblins look over that were on guard. They immediately stand at attention, say, in Goblin something neither of you can understand, and your friend begins to respond in Goblin as well. He points to you and motions. The other ones say some things back, not quite sure what, and then he turns to you both and he says, "Do you have anything to offer to prove you're not here for ill doing?"
Um,
Sure, Randall. He brings out. He offers his brackish trudge.
I
What
would
is
rather.
that?
Go ahead.
And what were you gonna say, Rog? Go ahead.
I would rather have the leader come out and meet us versus us just being in the middle of this encampment.
We're allies. It's no problem.
Well,
Yes, it
there is a
is.
problem.
We're not allies yet. Absolutely not. We'll see. We got to talk to this guy.
Randall's his ally.
Unfortunately, the warlord never wouldn't even do that for me. He's not going to leave the safety and security of our camp to meet strangers. Like, I want to introduce you to him, but I can't do that out here. Like, it's out of my hands.
Anyway, well, Randall's offering one of his magic items as like peace
So,
offering.
what did you say it was? Oh, you PC. And out of character wise, it might like a single gold coin or something might have been enough. But
Oh.
like if you wanted to change it, I don't want to like just randomly steal your magic items. But he
It's
just
okay.
asked like,
It's craftable, and he has more of them.
um,
Don't feel too bad.
Yeah, I mean a gold is fine for me. I'll even give him 5 gold. No, wait, there's 2 of them, right?
yeah, there's two of them.
All right. Then I'll give him 4 gold each.
Oh, okay. So it's a black, really disgusting looking potion, but it's a healing potion.
Yeah,
Um,
I'll say it's for the warlord.
um, they look at the gold, and then one like holds its hand out for the gold, and then the other one looks at the potion and goes, "What's it do? No offense, but not giving our warlord, a random potion. That's how you get poisoned, by the way."
Oh, okay. Well, it's actually the opposite. It helps protect you from poison. Also, it heals.
Oh, fantastic.
Whoever's injured.
We'll let our booyah identify it then.
Yeah, no problem.
Takes it. Alright, come on in, just the two of you.
Sure.
Wait, what about our friend? Just the two of us? What about him?
Well, the friends already started walking in.
Oh, okay. When you said just the
He's
two of
not.
you, I was like, what? We're just leaving him hanging?
Yeah, leaving you.
So while I'm a snail, I still have the plus 16 or 20 stealth.
Yep,
And I'm invisible, so I'm
you sure do. You don't know what's going on, Mr. Snail.
no, but all I know is I'm gonna crawl to a dark spot and hide.
Uh-huh. Yeah, 100%.
I
Trust
can
me,
take the
don't
DM.
worry. He's looking for who activated his sigil and he cannot find the invisible stealthy snail.
I just gotta make it 1 minute until it wears off.
Oh, you think it's a minute?
Oh fuck.
That's cute.
Wait, is polymorph an hour?
Yes.
Fuck.
But hey, who knows? It might be true polymorph and you might be permanently started as a snail. Who knows? Anyway. Randall and Arag. The other two guards step to the side. They don't seem to be escorting you, but the other one says something else in Goblin, which you're not sure what he says, and then motions to the other two of you and says, "Alright, come on."
Yeah. Well, I guess it's too late now. I guess I didn't realize the other guy didn't. I couldn't. I guess I could try and quickly. I have comprehend languages as a whatchamacallit, as a ritual.
The
But
ritual? Yeah. You could definitely it would just take 10 minutes and you'd be like casting while you're walking.
okay, that's fair enough. Then I'll do that.
You can just like use your spell slot and cast it anyway.
He
I didn't pick
doesn't
it.
have
Oh,
it
it's not
prepared.
prepared.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I didn't realize you
Um,
didn't know it either. Okay, fair enough. Let's go.
So as you walk in, you can see there is like hay and stuff like this. It looks like animals might have been here. There's no animals here right now though. But it looks like a little like pen area for them. Um, and he
Are
yeah
there any
begins
animals in
leading
there?
you through. No, no, there's not. I just said that.
Oh,
um,
Randall will be like, "Oh, do you guys need animals or something? Like, you
no,
guys raise animals?"
that's where we keep our hunting wolves. They're probably out hunting, if I had to guess. Um,
That's cool. I love wolves.
you- yeah,
Part wolf.
I can see that. So what? Did your mama fuck a wolf or something?
No, no. We're more of like a whole race of uh, like people that are like kind of attuned to wolf spirits.
Oh, so like druids, but not druids.
Like imagine if like a druid, but like that's your whole family. Like that's your ancestry.
Oh, fascinating. Errata, as you're moving around, you see a few people. Those two. You see the form of that dead two-headed, three-headed goose bird thing, whatever it is. But the dead body of it, and they're like leaning over it.
I'm gonna try and climb up onto the top of this building.
Okay, you certainly can. I'm not going to drag you on top of it because it will put you inside of it. But you
Be
can
like
climb
in
up
the
on
bush.
top easily because you got your special boots. And it goes to like a steeple at the top made of wood.
Okay, I'm just
Um,
trying to like stay still and wait for something to happen because I don't know what's happened. Trying to get
um,
like an eye sight on this door and like this area
oh,
over here.
yep, you certainly have eyesight on both. It eventually seems like this woman with the staff grabs the um, duck goose thing by the necks and like starts walking away as he goes back to guard duty, and she walks into this stone building that is to your left, which doesn't have a steepled roof. It's got like a flat roof, but it's all completely made of stone. um and Randall and Arag are brought to this very large building over here. There's another two armored gauntleted people there, and your buddy begins talking to them again. um Says some things in Goblin. Then the one standing beside you, Arag and Randall, the one that was guarding the building, looks up and then says in common to you, "Why do you wish to see the warlord?"
We have
Uh,
been we have been battling the same creatures that you got this tech from, that your tribe has profited from. we could use help in fighting them, which would give your tribe even more powerful items. But I need your tribe's help for this.
Sounds reasonable. Gonna have to put your weapons aside then.
Randall shrugs. Fair enough. Draws the moon touch sword and puts it in his hands.
There's like a barrel beside the door, and he just places it in there. You see, there's no other weapons inside there at the moment.
Okay. And then Randall, like, he kind of like opens up like his cloak to say like you're free to check for any more weapons I have on me. I am not
And
aware of any.
this is very unusual. It's not frequent that we have someone vouching for outsiders. Especially not just two of you. You're awful ballsy coming in here by yourselves.
I have a lot of faith in people.
That faith can be misplaced. But what about you?
I'm
He
still
looks to
here, am I?
Arag.
I toss in a quarterstaff.
Anything else?
What do I have?
I'm just gonna be holding my position.
Arada, you
uh,
hear crashing from inside this building and goblinoid like curses that you can recognize as goblinoid curses. Very high pitched, very annoyed, and there's like glass shattering inside as well. You don't know what's going on, but there's some sort of argument or something happening in that building to your left.
Good to know. Thank you.
I'll toss in a wand as well.
And then he's going to attempt to pat you down. If you're hiding anything, sleight of hand. If not, you're good and he doesn't find anything anyway.
I mean, not weapons per se.
It'll
I
be
got.
any sort of weapons or wands or staffs or anything like that. He doesn't take any focuses or anything.
Then I should be good.
Okay. It's alright, he does the worst pat down in history of pat downs anyway. You can tell he hasn't done this much. And then your buddy opens the door and steps in.
All right. Is my whatchamacallit. I try to like slow this all down a little bit, like walk kind of slowly to try and get the comprehend languages up.
And probably going to take longer than that. It's definitely not been 10 minutes.
All right, fair enough.
Um, and as you walk in, you see a very injured, missing right eye hobgoblin. Currently sitting down, twiddling with his thumbs, looks up. And this place itself is rather small and quaint. There's like a little throne that he's sitting on. There's a bed in the corner. Like, there's nothing exuberant about this. There's a desk with some writing utensils. Hey, look, they know how to write. He looks up at you all as you enter, and the two guards do follow you in as well,
Okay,
standing like right at the doorway.
that's fair.
Your buddy walks up and says some more stuff in Goblin to them, to the warlord after doing a like dropping to a knee and bowing his head. He points back to you all, and you hear the words Arag and Randall. Says some more stuff in Goblin, and then steps to the side. And then you did specify with the spell, Randall, for 8 hours, correct? With the description?
Nope.
Nope. Because I know that was initially discussed and then like it wasn't. So with the exact
Oh,
wording,
really? I did not know that. I thought you did that.
Nope.
Why did you
I
not do it?
because I trust him. I said that
Mhm.
like, hey, I'm gonna like, this is only to keep you to your word of what you said you were going to do. After you've completed your task,
Mhm.
the spell will end, and
Okay.
then
Yep.
up to him at that point.
All right.
He shakes his head as the spell ends, and then looks to you both in common, looks to Randall, and then says, "I did not like that. That was not good at all." Oh. And then the warlord just looks at him and he goes, "Don't worry about it. Introductions are made. By the way, warlord, they killed, and crap, I can't remember the name now. I closed my notes. What was his buddy's name? Started with a D.
It was like Darg.
Darg. That's good enough.
Yep. Um. Anyway, he says he killed
Well,
him, and
to
then he
to be
looks.
fair, some of our compatriots did that are not here right now.
The warlord leans forward, hasn't said anything thus far, and then looks back at your buddy, and then he confirms it.
By the way, Randall does the same sort of like bow and stuff that that guy did.
Yep, as do I. I say,
The warlord
great,
looks at you both,
great warlord. We have come,
clanks.
Clinks. Thank you. We have come to discuss your help in attacking an enemy of ours that could profit you and your tribe greatly. It says we have been fighting the creatures that you have been scavenging their tech from, those broken airships. However, we need additional allies in order to take the fight to them so that, one, they don't come to your tribe and other tribes in the area and reclaim their tech. And two, if we work together, your tribe can get more tech from these people. That's why we have come here to discuss with you some treaty that we could do together to work together to end this common threat, and your tribe will profit from it in power.
He sits there, still hasn't said a word, hasn't stood to greet you. He just watches you with this one very pale, almost glazed over eye. He closes them for a moment, and then motions you both forward with his right hand. He doesn't have any obvious tech on him that you can see.
Okay, Randall steps forward.
Sure, I'll go a step forward too.
He leans closely towards you, a little bit further. Is that so? You you oppose this group and their technology.
We do because they have been going after other tribes like yours. Not necessarily hobgoblins, but bullywags and other creatures, and humans as well. And separately, they have been able to conquer or kill many of these tribes. But together, we are taking the fight to them and able to achieve victory against them. And once we have heard of another tribe here that has this power, we came down here both to find out the source of this power and to try and have you help us in this quest to tame this common foe.
Randall, after letting like that pause for a bit, Randall also says, "That is a fight that that one over there has been waging for a while now. I am new to this war, but I have mainly come here to make amends for the tragic loss of Darg, and wanted to take responsibility for my allies and what had happened to them. They are different of mindset than I, and I was looking to see if there was something reasonable that can be worked out in terms of making his death worth something.
He glances to the goblin, the hobgoblin beside you, and at this point, your comprehend languages finishes,
Cool.
and you hear him saying goblinoid. Did he at least die valiantly? And then the other hobgoblin just shakes his head and goes, Nah, didn't even get to blink. He got fucked up, straight through the neck, then through the head. These bunch are a real deal. And the warlord ponders something, and then says, Well, that's disappointing. I expected significantly better from you warriors. You're lucky to be alive. You know you're gonna get punished for this, right? And the other hobgoblin just nods and kind of drops his head a little bit. Then the warlord looks back to both of you and then says in common, Well, it seems you rid of me of a weakling. And you've come here without any sort of complications to offer us growth. You will truly hand over this dangerous technology to us in exchange for my tribe's assistance.
Randall turns back to Arog and nods.
Whatever we scavenge from them, can be yours.
You'll of course be compensated for it. We're not just going to expect you to hand magical items over. But I must admit, I'm very fond of what they have. And then he moves up and he moves the bandana, like the eye patch, away from his right eye. And then suddenly all the lights in the room just go out. So there's torches lit which keep the room illuminated. And then the moment he shows his eye, the entire room gets snuffed out. All the lights, all the flames in the room just disappear. And Randall or Arug, do either of you have dark vision? I think both of you do, right?
I have the spell. I can cast it real quick.
Randall has dark vision.
Okay, so Randall sees, Arag, you've still got light because the door's open right
Okay.
there. The door hasn't been closed. But Randall, you now see where the Warlord's eye once was. There is this perfectly spherical onyx sphere deep within his eye. It's got these spiraling grooves all over it, and it's got this iron chain where his pupil would be, just like the symbol of a chain link. The moment he kind of revealed this, all the flames in the room disappeared, and the eyeball just moves in his head. It's definitely some sort of magical item that is just this onyx sphere in his head. He lowers the bandana again, and all the torches suddenly go back, and the flames ignite again.
Wicked.
Impressive.
None of you will be punished for what happened. You have come here seeking peace, which is oddly refreshing, I must say. But what have you come to seek? You are not
So
just here for our assistance. You'll get that wherever you came from.
this is true. One of the items that we're looking for was on these ships that crashed. This collective, as this group is called, had many of these airships. And these airships could move between the planes of existence. They could move from this world to the nine hells to the abyss or anywhere else they wish to go. These ships were linked by a magic item that each one of these ships occurred. We are looking for an item that allows us to try and find the enemy base for these creatures.
And as you're speaking, Arag, you hear, "Oi! Oi, Warlord! Warlord! Hey! Hey!" And this small, like 2-foot goblin walks through the door. "Oi!" Then looks up at Arag. "Oh, you're ugly. Warlord, someone tried to steal me stone." And you can see there's almost like a visible sigh on the Warlord's features as he was listening to Arag, and then this goblin walked in. And then he looks to both of you. "Did either of you try and steal the great Booyah Burst Stone?"
We are here. Our compatriots who killed the other hobgoblin, are supposed to be outside the camp. To my
You,
knowledge,
you, you shut your face! Someone tried to touch it! My magic knows well! You have squinty eyes, I don't trust you! He like points a finger really close up to you, Arag. You know of stone's greatness, and you tried to steal me stone!
I've been here with your warlord. It was not me.
Your false words won't trick me! I have mind like steel trap. Mm-hmm.
This hobgoblin has been with me all the way through your camp. I have not tried to steal your stone.
The warlord speaks in Goblin, which you understand, and says, "Booyah! Silence! They have been here the whole time. Find the perpetrator and do what they want." And then he says in Goblin, "Water? Find the one responsible." "Well, no shit, that's why I'm here." He looks at you, Arag, and squints. "I'm watching you. And when I find you, I'm gonna make you so." And he walks away.
Okay. I'm watching
I'm
you.
dying.
And then the warlord just looks back at you, and then he nods to the guards, and they just close the door. And then you see one of them just go and lock it. As the warlord
Actually,
looks to both of you.
That's really annoying. Rado was able to see through the open door because the door was.
Now the door's closed, and Ra's like, "Son of a bitch."
Can I cast dark vision real quick?
The lights are back on when he pulled the
Oh, okay,
thing.
fair enough.
They
All right,
they
cool.
reignited.
All right.
So you should be able to see inside. As he looks at you and just rubs his forehead and goes, "I'm sorry."
No. I'm sorry.
Did either of you try and steal? What were you after, actually? You were just halfway through explaining about this thing that is tracking dimensional jumping. Do you know what it looks like?
No idea.
We
It's
don't.
probably that stone thing.
It might be the stone thing. We don't. We've never actually seen one, so it's tough for me to say. But
So
what does the stone thing do exactly?
it points a direction and changes. Um, Literally nothing else. The Booyah thinks that it is a divine being leading us to greatness. Because it pointed him towards berries when he first found it, and he was hungry. But
It could well be the item we're looking for. We've never seen one, but
so who tried to steal it, and who's in the camp? You're trying my patience.
Randall's like, I'm pretty sure it's probably our compatriots.
They must have snuck in when we walked in here with your comrade.
I
We left them
do not.
outside. We left them outside the camp because we thought that if we brought them in because they killed the other hobgoblin, that it would cause a problem. But perhaps they snuck in while we were coming in. I don't know.
Can I get a persuasion from either Randall or Arag, one of you with advantage, or both of you individually? You can decide. As you've said a lot of decent things to the Warlord, and he's actually, he appreciates a lot. He's quite different.
Um,
I would
I'm
like to
not
take
very
the advantage,
persuasive,
please.
so you can take it.
Yep, take the advantage then, Randall.
I'm only a +1, so I'm sure you can beat that.
Yeah, I'm a +9
I figured being
or
a
+8.
paladin.
Oh, lucky for the advantage.
Oh, it's in the other
You-
thing. I didn't see it. Let me see what you spun. Ah, woof.
Okay, yeah, +8.
Thank goodness.
This is what Randall does. This is what he's meant to do.
Alright.
That's his highest skill.
You've all got yourselves a deal. And if you want this stone, fuck it. And he turns to the other hobgoblin and then says, "Hey, you, go find a shiny rock and paint an arrow on it, alright?" He just looks at the warlord. He goes, "Just go do it." Then the other hobgoblin's like, "Yes, sir, of course, sir." And walks over, unlocks the door, opens it, heads out, closes it behind him, locks it again. And Arati, you see your buddy very quickly running out into the other stone building.
Okay. I'm just holding my position. Has it been 10 minutes since the visibility ran off? Is the snail still invisible?
Oh, I forgot. Is invisibility an hour? No, invisibility is an hour.
Invisibility is an hour.
It is an hour? Oh,
Yeah.
okay, good. I thought I had 10 minutes.
That's why I'm like, no, there's only going to be like not even 10
It
minutes.
is the pass without trace. That is 10 minutes.
Well,
Yep.
Got it.
the biggest thing is how we're going to retrieve this snail, but that's another story.
You can just drop the invisibility and then we go looking for it. But no one knows he got turned into a snail.
Yeah, I'm leaving that up to the snail to solve for themselves.
Screams and snail.
Screamed and snail.
I mean, because I guess we'll find out when the polymorph runs off. But I guess the invisibility and the polymorph could run out close to simultaneously.
No, there's like 5 minutes in between. Because remember, he was
Well,
5 minutes away.
okay, when the invisibility drops, how far is the snail going to go in 5 minutes?
Yeah, not very far. Considering the door's closed and it's trapped inside the building anyway, and it's a snail. But yeah, so the warlord looks at you, Randall, and then says, "We'll give you this stone, because I don't think it does anything for us. And it will."
It seems to only cause you problems. Or more things to do.
Yeah, but the Booyah will cause us significantly more problems if he is unhappy. But he is a valuable asset, so we'll keep him around. As much as I want to wring his inconsiderate, disrespectful neck. You have both shown respect. I can acknowledge that, and you do speak wisdom. This technology, this magi tech, it's been able to open my mind to greater strategies than ever before, and I wish to find more of it. If that means slaughtering some gnomes, I can do that. Alright. When he returns with the orb, we will offer it to him. Which one of you is good at lying?
I much prefer it to be truthful, but
This
in
is
this
for
case,
this is for the greater good.
Oh,
Perhaps one of your others are better at lying, considering he seems to have a dislike of your yellow skin. He looks at Urag.
Yeah. I don't lie very well. So we're lying to say what? I'm sorry. I didn't quite that we're going to try and
If you
go ahead.
explain to him, to the Booyah, you found this new orb on the other airship.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Got it. You think he'll fall for that?
He's an idiot, he will.
Randall scratches the back of his head and he's like, "Very well then. I guess I'll talk to him."
I'll have my people occasionally rotate the stone different directions so it points different directions. Points where I actually want to raid.
I'm sorry. This is just funny.
You don't have to deal with him daily.
I understand. I can tell from the very few minutes I've been here that yeah, he
Can
must be
you
a pain in the butt.
believe not a few weeks ago he made me shatter the most beautiful diamond 'cause he needed it for his god?
Hmm. That's just
And
crazy. Do you don't want anything for the stone? I'm just trying to be fair here and seeing what I can give you because obviously it's valuable to us
We're
and
giving him peace of mind.
giving him peace of mind is enough. That's fair.
no, you were going to tell me where these collective are. If it truly does point towards them, use it and contact me.
I
Because now
will.
I know where you're all from. And the Booyah may be annoying, but he can find you. He does not let go of a grudge. And he points to Arag.
No,
You
that's
know, find
fair.
wherever you
If
go. He'll know where
we
you are out of spite.
that's fine. Um no, that's certainly fair. We will track these folks down and find out where they live cuz we have been trying to track them for a long time and we have lots of skirmishes but can never find the their home base. We don't know. It might not even be on this plane of existence. So if it comes to that, we might have to do some travel between the worlds to go and get what you need. But if you're willing to
You
do that,
find
we need warriors to go with us.
you find where it is. You tell me, and we will come up with a flawless plan to decimate them to the last.
Excellent. I think we have chosen well, Randall, and our ally.
Randall, he he bows and starts leaving and gives a look on his way out. Like he's like, "You were not on board with this until just recently."
You
There's a
know,
knock at the door,
you gotta
and Arata,
improvise.
Arata, looking down, you see that hobgoblin is holding this very large, like polished white stone. You think it might be marble, maybe? It looks like it once may have been a head off a statue, which he's just very swiftly kind of like grounded out to be a circle. And then on it, painted in this blue paint, is just an arrow. Um, there's a knock at the door, and then one of the guards opens it up, and you see him there. And then the warlord says, "Well, which one of you is going to lie to him? He may not be smart. Well, he may not be wise, but he is smart."
Randall steps outside and he's like, "I'll do it." As he leaves and takes the stone.
I'll go with him. I bow to the chieftain as I leave. I said, I'll be in contact with you as soon as I can.
He gives you a head nod, and then as you're walking out of Ark, he says, "By the way, whoever tried to steal that stone is probably already dead."
Okay. Good to know.
Start sweating bullets.
And as you step out, door closes, the guards step out behind you, and your one buddy is coming with you. He says, I'll hold the stone so at least I can present
Okay.
it on the warlord's behalf."
We
From you,
get
of
our
course.
weapons back out of the barrel, right?
Yes, of course.
Cool. Just making sure. I mean, I assume
Ar-
so, but I'm sorry. Go ahead, DM.
no, you're right. Arata, you see them exit. The one with the orb is walking around, and you can still hear the crashing sound from within this stone building. And Arag and Randall, you also hear the crashing sound from inside this building as he walks up and then looks at you both and then says, "I have no idea what's going on." It gives the wooden door a knock, and you see it's this like real sturdy, solid wooden door. It does seem to have a lock on it. But he knocks before even trying it. And then you hear from inside, "What do you want? Go away! I know it's in here somewhere. They must be invisible. Come here!" And then you open up the door, and you can just see this booyah running around, like trying to grab air. And he's like not grabbing anything as he's looking around. He's like, "Shut the door! Shut the door right now!" Anyone shut the door?
um, no. So I guess the hobgoblin has the stone, right? So is he going to lead us in, or is it Randall's turn to speak? I guess Randall, you're up the bat.
Well, as he says that, the hobgoblin like looks at both of you, and then like with one hand holding the stone, closes the door. Well, I guess that's that.
Wait, hold on.
I open the door. I knock on the door and open it.
As you open it again, he looks back. "I said close the door!
But
Close it now!
but we have
Now!
we have a
Great,
Now!
we have a great stone for
Now!"
you.
He starts walking over.
Show him the
great
stone.
booyah!
Go
Great
ahead, Randall.
booyah! We present you this stone that we have acquired from. Like, this is actually Randall purposefully kind of acting. We present you this great stone
Randall,
acquired by the other airship.
please make either an athletics or acrobatics as this small little goblin goes to like grab the scruff of your shirt and pull you into the room.
Okay. $21.
He grabs you by the scruff of the shirt and like goes to yank you in, and you don't move at all. And he says, "Come in, come in, come in, come in, come in now!"
I jump in with him. Boop.
The hobgoblin follows you in as well, and like you have to kind of push past the goblin as he's standing there with like his arms spread wide, legs spread wide, covering the entire doorway, and like only just kind of lets you past. You have to squeeze past him as you do, and then he slams the door shut and then puts down this like big metal bar that is kind of up on the side, and it like leans down and then blocks the exit as he closes the door. Then looks around and says, Right. Maybe it's not you. And he squints at a rug. But you know what's going on. Tell me now. And he reaches up to like yank on your beard, by the way, Rug.
I just kind of like relax. My Randall here has a gift for you. Let's talk about that, and then we can talk about whatever is troubling you, friend.
What's troubling me is there is a traitor in our midst. Looks around at you all, squinty eyes. I can smell it.
Randall sniffs around too.
It smells horrible in here, Randall. Absolutely horrible.
Fuck.
There is no look over here. He goes and like points down on the ground and you see this little like snail trail.
I look. I'm like, what is that? This looks like some extra decoration for your hut.
I had the most powerful of magics! And there's a snail here, but I can't find it. Find the snail for
There's a.
Find it.
Oh, I'll help you look.
There is a snail. Find it now!
Why?
Then we talk.
What does the snail do?
Do not question the great booyah!
Okay.
Okay.
So hey, would you consider like a snail shell an object?
Technically is not part of the creature. Like it's part of the creature. Because it houses their, organs. It's not like a crab shell. Snail ones are attached to their body.
Because like I have locate object prepared right now.
You can both make.
Wait. If I were to try to locate something that's on Lurker's person, would it locate where Lurker is, even if he's polymorphed?
I don't think so because it merges with his body.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I just realized I've been muted this entire fucking time.
Oh, I thought you were upset about what happened because I saw you muted. I'm like, oh man, I feel bad.
No. I just I was hoping Arata was gonna sneak in and try to grab this and get out.
I honestly thought Arata might as well, but Arata doesn't know what's going on in there, other than like the noise going inside.
Yeah, I was just. I mean, I didn't assume that you were in there. You're still invisible. I was just holding my ability.
But
Also, you're
everybody
muted.
inside can either make a perception or or a survival, because the survival will be able to follow the trail because the parcel hour trace has now ended. It's been longer than 10 minutes. The snail's still invisible, but he's leaving like an obvious snail trail.
I
Well,
do
slightly
still
less
have
obvious.
plus
But...
10 to my stealth though, with
Pardon?
the potion.
Yes, that's why it's a very hard to find snail trail.
Wow.
Yeah.
Both both things for me. Oh, that's actually a good spin for me. I'm +1 on either one, so.
Oh yeah.
And Lurker, I need you to roll me a 1d20, and you've got plus 10 from your spell that's active. Partial hour trace is over, so please roll me a 1d20 plus 7.
12.
Because your snail does have -3 on its dex. Surprisingly. Arag, you follow the trail, and there is suddenly just this like snail line trail in the sand that is around here. Like nothing is causing it, but there's something causing it. You can't see what's causing it. Where Randall, you're able to locate. Oh, there's something invisible here. There's like a little indent in the sand, and the indent's moving with it. The goblin doesn't see it.
So Randall goes down and picks up the invisible thing.
Wow, neither does the hobgoblin. Wow, they both rolled terrible. A 10 and an 8.
I'm actually super pissed. I have wasted 2 really expensive potions on this.
I tried to hint at things with the hobgoblin. Can't tell everything.
I know,
Um,
I got the hint, but I didn't expect a glyph of warding. I was expecting him to cast it.
Well,
um,
I got suckered in there and fell for it.
he looks
Though,
As
around.
far
He's
as
like,
I'm
in
concerned,
your
this all worked
defense,
out
glyph
as
of
well as
warding.
possible.
I'm sorry, I talked to all of you. Go ahead.
Oh, I just said, as far as I'm concerned, this all worked out perfectly.
Yeah, I just wish
and
Lurker wasn't so straightforward and not trusting.
what were you going to say in your defense? Glyph
Oh,
of warding.
I was going to say I wouldn't have expected him to have that high level spell because that's what
It's only third.
is it third? Oh, I thought
Yeah.
it was at least fourth. Oh, well, my bad.
Yep. Um, and yeah. Polymorph is fourth, but he does also
Yes,
have fourth.
there you go.
Um, he has fifth, all the way up to
Oh,
fifth.
ah.
Um, and yeah,
okay.
so you both pick it up. Do you pick it up stealthily, not stealthily? Just pick it up and be like, here it is, I found it.
Now, if they crush
no.
me, do I revert back?
They do, but I'm wondering what they do.
Well, actually, Randall is like, well, it's an invisible snail. Like that's not normal. Like it's it's probably a Rata or Lurker. So Randall puts the snail in his pocket.
As the snail goes into your pocket, the goblins look around, being like, where is it? I know it's right here. Look at this! The trail! I saw it before. Now I can't find it. Oh man, you scuffed it! And he looks up at Arag. You did this deliberately! You came in here and ruined my trail!
Not in the least. We've came here with a gift.
He shakes his fist at you, looking at you, and his eyes kind of twinkle for a moment in this like really dark blue or light blue.
And
Dark blue.
and maybe we could even, you know, talk wizard to wizard.
You think you're a wizard because you're old?
No, not at all. Has nothing to do with age. I don't age
Is it because
discriminate.
you use a walking stick, you old fuck?
It's because I know magic spells and I know you do too.
Yeah, dude, I'm a booyah! The bestest of all the booyahs!
You're berserk.
You are
Exactly, I'm berserked!
I think
He like holds his hands in the air and does like the whole maniacal laugh looking at the ceiling.
I have no doubt that you are a better wizard than I am. Is there but is there any uh spells that you would like to learn? Maybe between the two of us I might have some knowledge that you don't have and vice versa.
He narrows his eyes.
Ra-
You
Randall face
look
palms.
too?
What's that?
You use the Smarty book too?
I do.
He reaches behind him into this like disgusting bag. You think it might be made of like orc flesh or something. You're not 100% sure. He reaches in and pulls out these like loose papers and they kind of fall to the ground and they've got like little child's drawings on them basically. You see one that falls out. It looks like it's got this really badly drawn bird and then like an arrow that goes towards a stick figure. And then he's like, see, look, polymorph. This one makes big person go little person. See, I am bestest, booyah. You are nothing.
You are more powerful than me. There's no doubt about it. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but because I specialize in smaller magic than you, there might be some small magic that I could share with you.
Mm.
Because you're into the big powerful magic. I can't do that, but I can do some of the smaller magic. Maybe there's something that might be useful to you. Like, for example, there's like I have magic that gives you magical armor. Do you have that one?
Crosses his arm and goes, huh, you talking about the magic armor like I'm a chump? Psh, I know how to have magic armor. He like taps his chest, and you see like the ripple of the armor of mage armor over him.
Okay, well that's okay. I mean, like I said, I only deal with the small magic. So, it might take a few times to figure a few things out.
As you're
Um,
talking, he like walks up to you, kind of grabs with both hands your robe, looks up at you in the eyes, and says, "Do you have anything that makes stuff go boom?"
go boom. Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
That's some pretty powerful magic. I don't know if I have anything like that. Um,
You feel
I
like a little tug, like he's trying to pull you down to his height.
I might have I might have something that allows you to make false copies of yourself so that way your enemies don't know which one of you to hit.
He holds a hand up and then says, "You telling me you can make more brews?
Yeah, I can make more.
Tell me now, show now, hand, here, book, hand, paper, hand, pretty hand, hand." And he like keeps pointing
Okay.
towards you and then his hand, you and then his hand,
I
then you and
said,
his
By the
hand.
way,
if
while this
go
while
ahead.
this is happening, Randall's trying to get the attention of the other hobgoblin, and he's just like, switch the stone, switch the stone.
I'll purposely like turn my back to the stone to show him, and I'll pull out the page for a mirror image.
All right. He's going to make a sleight of hand with advantage. Hobgoblin advantage.
Well done.
He like very quickly like leans down and like looks at you, Randall, and looks at the stone, looks at you and looks at the stone, and, like nods his head. And then he very swiftly like switches them, and you see him kind of pull up his shirt, and, like shove the stone under his shirt, so it looks like he's pregnant right now. He just like holds it, covering it with both his hands, and he nods to Randall, like scoots over a little bit.
Can I
Let's
just
Um,
give him can I just give him the page out of the book?
you'd have to copy it again if you did that, but yeah,
Yeah.
you
I
could.
mean, because otherwise it's going to take him a couple hours to copy it, right?
Yep,
Yeah, and then like Mr. Snail won't be a snail anymore. So
correct.
I'll just give him the page and I'll recopy it from
And also,
whatchamacallit.
do you have mirror image prepared right now?
I do.
Okay, so you don't even need to like learn it off someone else because if it's prepared, it stays in your mind. So you can just make it and copy it back into your spellbook. You just have to pay the what is it, 100 gold? Because it's level 2. Is it level 2?
Yeah, whatever it is. It's level 2, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, it would just be 100 gold.
Yeah, I can pay
But
100 gold, no
yeah,
problem.
if you rip that out and just hand it to him, he looks at it and he's like,
Yep.
"Your squiggly is really bad. You need skill at drawing. This is terrible, but I can work with."
I appreciate your help. I just wanted to come here to give you a gift because you are a great mage, and I felt bad that you did not trust me. So
You don't.
this is my
He
gift for
currently
you.
just like flops to the ground, crosses his legs, and he's like looking at the page, and then he's rifling through his bag and pulls out more pages, and you don't think he's even paying attention to you, and you're pretty sure he's forgotten about the snail at this point in time, as his head's just down and he's like looking between the two.
Can we just kind of
Hmm.
bow? Is he totally absorbed? Do we think we can leave because he's just like
You
another world?
you actually definitely think he might be like completely absorbed in this and might be able to just like open up the bar and just step out.
That's what I do. I just kind of bow respectively and
Let's go.
go out.
Let's go. Let's go.
Okay. Whoop. 1 second. Gotta get my
Mhm.
dude. Burp. All right.
Door closes behind
Alright.
you.
By the way, I gotta go now.
Yeah, no problem. And that's where we're going to end the session anyway, as the Hobgoblin hands over the gem to you. As, holy shit, I did not
Huzzah.
expect you to be able to save Lurker at all. And you just did it like effortlessly. That was really clever.
Lurker has learned something today.
Diplomacy.
Yeah, Lurker's not had good luck with diplomacy in the past, but I'm kind of pissed at myself that I wasted 2 very good potions, one of which I can never
So,
replace.
thank you, everyone. And you all will be able to leave with the gem in tow. You also get a few little extras that you find lying around, and my rewards are already posted. They're just being looked at by brewers. I can see a little bit more comments on them now. I'll post experience and loot.
You
Sorry,
can
experience and gold.
you can just subtract 100 gold from my loot if you want. I'll do it either way.
I'll put it all in manually, like total, and then you can do that because that's complicated.
Okay.
I can't remember everything.
Randall wishes
Okay,
his hobgoblin friend goes to see his wife and gives her a great big kiss.
You gotta make him jealous.
As you say
What?
that, he just looks at you, Randall, and
No.
then says, "Oh, my wife died ages ago. I was just saying that so you didn't kill me."
Fucking ow.
Well,
Thank you all for the session. I hope you enjoyed it. And yeah, you completely avoided like fighting any of these hobgoblins and somehow managed to get them as allies. I did not expect that with like good people in your party to align with the hobgoblins.
Person.
Good person. I'm sorry, Arata, you were on that building for ages. I felt bad.
No, I felt good. I felt like I was ready in case stuff went badly.
And it
um,
very easily could have.
oh yeah, 100%. And like, it would have been so easy just to get pissed off by the Booyah and just like murder him. Like
Oh.
he's so easy. Like so many
Lawful
people in
good
this
is
server
hard.
would have just yeah, so many people would have just murdered him. But no, you stayed respectful for him, offered him something that completely distracted him, and somehow saved Lurker's life. I have no idea how. I was 100% ready to do like a mini one-on-one session with all of you leaving, and then just Lurker trying to escape. Because the invisibility would have been off, and he just would have appeared inside, and then had to deal with the Booyah one-on-one, and then all the people outside. So
so my
yeah.
game plan for that was actually to like summon my beast and summon my Duodrone and just use them to buy me enough time to get the hell out and just because I assumed I was faster than them.
And also, you didn't waste that +10 potion because he would have found the snail if you didn't have that +10 on your stealth.
Oh, thank God.
Because the pass without a trace ended, but you kept up that potions effect, and his perception is not the best. Even the warlord said he is not the wisest, and he couldn't find you. You're invisible, and had a passive +10, which gave you a +7. So yeah, didn't waste it. It literally saved your life. Otherwise, we would have been having a one-on-one combat. And he had the ability to cast things like Cone of Cold and things like that. So he would have completely fucked you up.
What was his
One-on-one.
HP? Like, could I have bursted him down before he killed me?
He's got like 60 something HP, I think. Oh no, 50 something. He's got 54.
Oh, then yeah, I could have bursted him down, hopefully, if I'd used both my jet light javelins. But I didn't have to fuck around and find out.
So yeah, as always, appreciate DM feedback. Went pretty much on time. I'm not going to count that as delayed. Pretty much was.
I did write down 6-ish hours.
Yep, cool.
And I've got 6 hours and 10 minutes, so.
Perfect. That's ish. I count that as ish.
All right.
And have a good night, everyone. I'll post your experience and gold soon, and the rewards will come once they're approved.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank
Peter
you.
apologizes to Randall for doubting him, but like
Aw.
his experience, diplomacy has almost never worked. Randall kind of reminds him of Zeriab a little bit, but like stricter.
um,
I'm glad that assuming that a show of force would go a long way. That worked out.
No, No, he did super well.
It would have been a hell
Um,
of a battle to fight between all these buildings and trying to cast spells instead. It,
mhm.
it would have
Yep.
been it would have been a shit show for sure.
Also, those boomsticks are deadly, and you might get one as a reward.
Awesome. All right.
I think I yeah, I did put in. Cool. Have a good night, everybody, and thanks again.
Have a good one.
Right.
Night.